know for the panels?
Yeah.
Do we have like, is it, what do you call it, gooseneck?
No, you have handheld. Yeah.
How many have we got? Just two.
No, the wireless ones you've got, 4 extra ones.
Oh, chill. Nice one.
So you should have, so you've got like 6 and then a gooseneck.
Yeah. Alright, so the first break was just, well, I'll put chairs on and we'll just sort of marks out. Chairs. Alright. Nice one.
Good morning, everybody. Morning. Welcome. Welcome to FinTech North Newcastle and welcome to the great common room of the North. Yeah, always completely blown away by this venue. Fantastic, auspicious place to talk about FinTech. You know, we are here at the coalface of innovation in the North nowadays, so it's great to be here at the Old Mining and Mechanical Engineering Institute. Yeah, my name's Joe. I'm Engagement Manager for FinTech North. FinTech North as an organisation brings together the Northern FinTech community. In a few minutes I'll explain a little bit more about the work that we do. But before I do that, I'd just like to really quickly hand over to Dawn Dunn of Invest Newcastle. Invest Newcastle are one of our partners at FinTech North and obviously helping us bring everybody together today. So I just want to hand over to Dawn to say a few words of welcome. So yeah, Dawn, thank you very much. Join me up on stage.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I just get to say a few words because we've sponsored this and sort of enabled it to happen. Invest Newcastle have got offices here in this magnificent building, so we're really lucky. My role there is I'm sector lead for tech and digital, which is spanning a whole range of everything, really, as you can imagine. But now, so is FinTech, which is really interesting. And actually, looking at the guest list today, it was really good seeing so many faces. In fact, just sitting on the end there, it felt like a wedding in here, seeing just familiar people coming in, but actually a whole load of new people as well, because not just new faces, but actually new sectors, because it feels as if FinTech is now becoming much more of a horizontal. And I think that's what you will hear today. You will hear about different elements of innovation. You will see about the impact that it's making. I had to say impact there because I didn't want to do too much of a spoiler, but you'll see why after lunch. Thanks very much for coming, particularly people who kind of came despite the rail strike, and I know there were a few you had to make alternative arrangements. Have a great day, and yeah, we'll probably hear from Chris and a whole load of others before we get into the nitty-gritty. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Dawn. No, thank you so much to Dawn and the team at Invest Newcastle. I also want to say a few other words of thank you before I get going. Firstly, thanks to my colleague Ryan, who's sat on the AV desk there, for pulling everything together. He's done a fantastic job organising this conference, just 3 weeks after our Leeds conference as well. So we couldn't do it without Ryan. We also couldn't do it without our wonderful sponsors, especially our headline sponsor, Atom Bank. Atom actually spoke at the very first FinTech North conference in Newcastle back in 2019 and actually sponsored last year's event. So it's brilliant to be working with the team at Atom on a strategic level with this conference. It's not just Atom Bank though. We've got the support of Mastercard, we've got the support of Kani, we've got the support of Invest North East England, and I also want to thank the team at Intercash as well for supporting the pre-conference get-together last night. So thanks to Lucy and the team there. So I just want to spend a few minutes talking about FinTech North. You know, for many of you in the room, I know for some many familiar faces, like Dawn said, it's like being at a wedding. You know, you'll have been to many FinTech North events, so apologies to those who've heard this before, but for some people, this may be your first FinTech North event, so I think it's worthwhile explaining a little bit about who we are and the work that we do. So primarily, FinTech North exists to bring together the Northern FinTech community. We exist to develop the sector in the North, so supporting entrepreneurs and scale-ups with profile opportunities at events such as this, but also connections within the wider ecosystem. We're here to align all of that development with what's going on a national and international stage as well. And we're here to promote the North as a centre of excellence, so you know, making sure that companies looking at the UK see the North of England as a viable destination to set up. We do all of that in a neutral way as well, so we don't believe in promoting any one geography or any one city as the capital of FinTech or capital of payments or any other subsector. We believe by promoting the North as one region that we can actually compete on an international stage with other super hubs around the world. All of that's quite big picture and quite ephemeral, but actually this slide I think really brings it together. You know, first and foremost, we are a community. You know, we're a face-to-face community. We achieve all of those aims by bringing people together for events. This is our third annual Newcastle conference, and we've hosted over 100 events across the North since we were started in 2016. We're entirely self-funded as well, so just to highlight that. So any organisations who want to align with the work that we're doing or feel that FinTech North can support you on a strategic level, please have a conversation with me, my colleague Ryan, anyone of the team, and we'll have a chat about how we might work together in the future. We work with organisations of all different shapes and sizes, right across the sort of startup and scale-up ecosystem. everybody from instantly recognizable global financial services brands such as Mastercard, who are one of our strategic partners, right through to regional startups and scale-ups. So yeah, we can work with you at any point in the life cycle. So that's FinTech North. I just want to say a little bit about what's going on in the north of England, and give you guys a sight of what activity there is out there. There's 4 graphics on screen here, and one of them is really brand new. I'm just going to take you on a mental tour from the west to east. So in Liverpool, in the Liverpool city region, there's a real strength in wealth tech and insurtech. In Greater Manchester, there's a strength in payments and e-commerce. Over the Pennines in Leeds, there's a real strength in banking and lending. And up here in the northeast, we're seeing a real emerging specialism in payments, no doubt down to the likes of innovative fintechs such as Kani, and well-established challengers like Attendees as well. Also, the northeast is home to Sage, one of the UK's largest tech companies as well. So it's obvious that there's a real strength here in payments. In terms of the size of the sector, you've probably got about 2,500 fintechs across the UK as a whole. In the north, which for the avoidance of any doubt is everything north of Sheffield and south of Scotland, you've probably got about 400 fintechs as a whole. Over 2 billion GVA generated every year for the UK economy. So the north itself really is a kind of economic powerhouse here. If it was an EU country, it'd be the 9th largest economy in Europe. So there's a real specialism and strength here. Race through them, apologies. Something else we've been working on at FinTech North that I just wanted to mention to you quickly is a survey. If I can just get the slides up if possible, Ryan and guys. Thank you. We've been working on a survey to kind of gauge interest in FinTech internships and apprenticeships. We spend a lot of time in our sector talking about a bit of a talent crisis. We know so many businesses are struggling to recruit, but we also have many students who come to our events looking to find a career in FinTech, and we think that's really important. And we feel that as an organisation, we're quite well placed to assist with this. So we are looking for partners to help with something, and we're going to survey the community to find out exactly what you guys could do to help shape this. So if people want to give this a scan, the QR code, it wouldn't be a tech event without a QR code after all. It'd be really good to get your thoughts on FinTech skills and talent. So I'm going to leave that up on screen for now, but I'm going to ask my director, Julian Wells, to kind of come up on stage and take over from here, if that's all right. But yeah, really looking forward to today. We've got some fantastic content. We've got a panel discussion around smart data and the future of payments. We've got a fireside chat with Attendees as well, talking about their journey. We've got a wonderful panel in the afternoon launching a new initiative here in the Northeast as well. So I won't say too much about that, but that's going to be really interesting. Delighted to be joined by colleagues from the Department for Business and Trade, the FCA, and of course CFIT as well. Ez is unable to join us in person today, but he is dialing in, so really looking forward to hearing from Ez Britain as well. So yeah, I think I'll hand over there to you, Julian, if that's okay. Please come and take it away. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Morning, everybody. Great to see you all here. Great to be back again. I know we've got a little bit of an echo coming through from that speaker over there at the moment, but we're sorting that out. I don't know how many of you can hear that, but it's quite pronounced if you sat where I just was at the front. Yeah, brilliant to be back here. As Joe said, it's the 3rd FinTech North conference that we've hosted in Newcastle. We obviously had to take a bit of a break during COVID. We were reflecting on the first conference back in 2019. It was held at Sage, at their old offices at Great North Park. It was a fantastic day. It was really well hosted by Sage, and we got a great turnout that day. And some of the speakers are kind of the evolution since 2019. It's reflected in some of the speakers from today. So on the day then we had Claire Black come and speak from Innovate Finance, the trade body for FinTech. Claire's now the managing director of a company called Streets Consulting, and Streets are running all of the PR and marketing for CFIT, which is chaired by Charlotte Croswell, who was the chief exec of Innovate Finance back then as well. So that that we kind of have those people involved again today, but in different roles. We also our chair, Chris Sear, he came up to Newcastle. He's based in London to chair that event, but he was a bit late arriving because instead of coming to Sage, he went to the Sage, and which we've teased him about forever since then. So, you know, things have evolved in terms of what we've been doing as FinTech North in Newcastle, but actually things have evolved immensely in UK FinTech in that time as well. And my involvement in FinTech North these days is much more marginalised because we've got Joe and we've got Ryan doing a brilliant job running all of these events and the programme across the North. But through our work at Whitecap Consulting, we're a regionally focused strategy consultancy, and we've done a lot of analysis of regional FinTech ecosystems around the UK and plugged that into the national picture. And what we've seen since 2019 is a significant growth in FinTech across all the regions in the UK, and especially in the North East. So later in 2019, we published a report on FinTech in this region, where we analysed the activity and the number of FinTechs, and we repeated that late last year, where we developed a 3-year FinTech strategy in collaboration with many of the organisations that are featuring today, a 3-year FinTech strategy for this region. And we found that FinTech, that the size of the ecosystem here had more than doubled. Oh, the noise has gone. Thank you, Courtney. The FinTech ecosystem in the North East had more than doubled between the end of 2019 and the end of 2022. And that was despite Brexit, despite COVID, despite the Ukraine war. And so I think that gave a very positive message about what's happening. And we've seen that reflected in other regions as well. And if you follow the headlines about FinTech in the UK at the moment, then there's some negativity and there's definitely some challenges, particularly around the availability of funding and the activity of some of the investors into FinTech. But if you look at the number of FinTech jobs in the UK, if you look at the number of organisations active in FinTech, and you look at the activity of groups like FinTech North, but also all the other regional bodies as well, it's very much on the up. So my take on FinTech is that, you know, despite whatever the economy is throwing at us, this sector is only going in one direction. And I guess through the day today, you'll hear from a whole range of speakers that'll highlight that. So my job this morning is going to be to sort of chair things and just introduce the speakers. I'm going to introduce a video from Chris here in a minute, and I'll take us sort of through till lunchtime. And we've got a couple of breaks through the day. There's plenty of time for networking. It's always brilliant to hear the sort of buzz in the breakout room when we stop for those breaks. So thank you so much for coming. I know the train strikes have made it a bit tricky for a lot of us, and unfortunately made it tricky for a couple of our speakers. Hence why we've got a couple of videos today and live links. But you should walk away by the end of today feeling updated on what's happening nationally, but also plugged in and hopefully invigorated and motivated by what's happening in this region. And as you'll hear, particularly straight after lunch, there's a lot of energy and a lot of passion in the North East to grow FinTech and to grow innovation and create jobs and opportunities. So I think you should hopefully feel proud of your region by the end of the day. So hopefully we can have the video from Chris now. If you guys could play that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody, to the Common Room here in Newcastle. I'm sorry I can't be with you this year. I don't know how I manage it, but each year I have something on at the time of one or other of the conferences, one of the big conferences that FinTech North hosts. And this year it happens to be Newcastle, and my apologies. I am, in fact, I believe at this time with my daughter in Italy at the European Championships. She's competing, and I have to be there as, well, responsible individual. And I'm sure people will have comments about that, but we can see. So the Common Room, I mean, it's great to be here. I mean, this encapsulates the history of Newcastle. Now, when I did my PhD here at Newcastle, bit of a shock for me, very sort of middle class, individual coming to Newcastle, but I absolutely loved it. It just felt so real. And one of the things that I remember about Newcastle was its mining history. And it always was a surprise to me that Thursday night was the big party night in Newcastle, until I found out that historically that's when miners in the region got paid their salaries and they would go out drinking. And so Thursday became the big night out with your friends. So yeah, there's a huge legacy and a lot I remember about Newcastle, and even over the years, that brings home the mining legacy. So it's great to be here. Take a look around, take time to appreciate the building. It's a fantastic space. And as I say, I'm just sorry not to be there. So where are we with FinTech North this year? Where are we with financial services this year? I was last here in 2019. Innovate Finance came then, the FCA came then. They're going to be back here again this year. You're going to hear from the FCA and Innovate Finance today, plus you're going to hear from CFIT. So Ez, the COO of CFIT, is going to speak. Just a quick brief word on CFIT, since I think you really ought to get heavily involved with this. CFIT, the interaction between CFIT, which many people thought was going to be taking over this network issue and helping people connect. So CFIT, that's not the purpose of CFIT. And Ez will clarify anything I misspeak here, but he'll also spend some time talking about what it is going to do. But what I see it doing is taking a problem and trying to solve it. So it'll be an industry problem. In this case, they're looking at problems associated in their first work stream with open finance. So if you have if you work in the open finance arena, and granted, not everybody here will work in open finance, not everybody can work in open finance, but if you do happen to be working in the open finance arena and you want to understand more about what's going on, then get involved. The aim for them is to pull together collaborations and work streams involving both academia, industry, big industry, small industry, startups, entrepreneurs, universities, and central government to try and solve a problem collectively, the problem to be defined by the group. Now, they have plans to do 2 more in the near future. These have not yet been defined, as I understand it. So if you feel strongly that there is something open finance-like, what could it be? I don't know. But if you feel there's something that you think they should be addressing, then do grab hold of Ez and speak to him, put your point forward, or come to myself, write to me, as I'm not there today, or go and grab Joe and grab Julian. We will act as the connector through the FinTech National Network, through FinTech North to the FinTech National Network, and through into CFIT. So it's a force for good. It's been given grant funding at the moment, which is working its way through to figure out how to pull these collaborations together. And it plans to be a long-standing organization that will sequentially solve problems. So even if you're not one of the first 3, or indeed open finance in the other 2, then there will be other things that come up as time goes by. But it is an interesting thing, and I urge you to get involved and listen carefully to what Ez says. So where are we in the Northeast? Well, Whitecap released their strategy for the Northeast at the end of 2022 and showed strong growth in the region. And the growth strategy since then has been strongly implemented, but largely by volunteers. I mean, this is a great region for volunteers. People have given up a lot of their time to try and implement this. There is a move to launch FinTech Northeast, and at least we're talking about in this conference. But there is a strong move to make this a hub for FinTech, which is unique. And it's a unique region. But it depends upon the help of people who are not looking for a commercial return. They're just looking to do the right thing. And I thank you for that. I think we've all been involved in activities like that. And I know it takes a lot of time, but just want to thank you for that and make sure you understand that we are grateful. So recently, and more recently, Money 2020. So this month earlier, Dawn Dunn from Invest Newcastle and Rachel Burdis from Invest Northeast England attended Money 2020, along with some of the team from FinTech North. So it was very well represented. If you ever get a chance to go to FinTech North from Money 2020, I strongly urge that you do so. It is quite the most spectacular conference that I've been to. It rivals the biggest conferences in the banking sector that I've seen, things like Cybos. And in fact, it was in exactly the same venue as the last time Cybos, which is enormous, was based in Amsterdam. So it took over the conference center and filled it to the gunnels. Now, if you can go online and look at some of the pictures from the conference, you'll see what I mean by filled it. People of all sorts have built stands there. They have to employ carpenters and designers to build the stands for these product companies that go. But it's not just the companies and it's not just the content, which is very good. It's mostly the networking. And there were tens of thousands of people there. So I would recommend going if you want to network. And that, of course, is probably the most important thing of any conference, including this one. So do take time to grab the person next to you and introduce yourself. It's a very important thing. So, what about the economic environment? I think that's probably where I want to end on. Today, I recorded this on the 22nd of June. Today, we saw interest rates hike up to 5%. Inflation sitting at 8.7%. We are in tough times. Disposable income is going to be falling. Mortgage pricing is going to go up. The amount of income you have to spend on housing and other things keeps going up. So what can we do about this? And I refer back to open finance and Ez here. Quite obviously, being able to connect to products that are more efficient, to connect into the financial services sector better is fundamental. I would look at the work of the credit unions. I mentioned it at the Leeds conference because there is a part of credit union in the north of England. And we have to leverage this. We have to make sure that people have the tools they need to survive in this time of crisis. And I think credit unions are a force of good. But what else is going on? The things that you have painted for us as the challenges you have probably haven't come out as open finance as an issue. They will come out as things like connectivity. We need to have connections. We need to have resource. We need to have funding. We need to have expertise. And these are the things that FinTech North and associated networks, FinTech Northeast, for example, are hoping to help provide some capacity for. But how is the government going to influence this? And I've been trying to get my head around this. And aside from the tax incentive tax incentivized things they have at the moment, R&D tax credit, for example, being able to raise funding through SEIS and EIS, also very important. What else is there? There's a lot of noise in government at the moment about funding the growth economy. But it seems to me that the growth economy in the government's eyes is private equity. And I don't think private equity is growth economy. What they are talking about is private equity being made available to the retail consumer through various constructs to give liquidity to the asset class. Whether or not these work, and this is my area of expertise, is fund management, is neither here nor there. And I'm not sure it's going to be as easy or as cheap as they say it is. In fact, I'm absolutely certain it isn't. And I'm not sure that private equity, infrastructure, and private debt are everything they cut out to be as an investment class. Again, I base that upon hard data. But what I haven't seen is them really address the growth economy, because the growth economy to me is angel investment and VC. And I haven't heard people translate that growth economy into something actionable. How do we do that? There are all kinds of funds out there that might help with it, but as a strategic topic, venture capital is not something that I've heard people address. And so I would like to see that happen. At least one of my goals this year is to try and help the government understand the difference between private equity and VC, because they are very different as an asset class. And one is growth and the other is, well, it's not. Right, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to just wish you the best day possible. I think this is a great venue. I think this is a good conference. The content today is going to be interesting. As I say, do spend time getting to know Ez. He's very approachable, very personable. They've got the right person there. And it's a pleasure to see him in his element. And also, if you have any other questions regarding FinTech North or the launch of FinTech Northeast, grab Joe, grab Julian, grab Ryan, all the usual suspects, and have a chat to them, figure out how you can get involved. I've mentioned volunteering. We survive on the work and generosity of volunteers. So thank you for that again. Have a great day.
Okay, so it's great to hear from Chris then. As he said, we recorded that early in June when interest rates had just bumped up a little bit. A few things have changed since then. Chris mentioned a couple of times FinTech Northeast. That was a working title, as you'll hear later on. That's evolved into something else now, but that's the same initiative that he's referring to. Also, he was encouraging us all to network and get to know Ez, and that would have been brilliant, but unfortunately the train strike has meant that Ez is going to join us via a live link. So we'll have Ez up on screen soon, but rather than have two back-to-back video speakers, we are going to invite Rebecca from DBT, one of our, as Joe said earlier, one of our great partners at FinTech North, to come and speak to us about DBT's role in FinTech. Back. Oh, there we go. Sorry.
I think we just want the next slide. Perfect. Right. Hello. Am I okay to just pop this down here? Right. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to come along, and it is a real privilege to be here on behalf of the Department for Business and Trade to talk about all the things that we're doing in the FinTech space. Some familiar faces here and quite a few I don't know, so hopefully today we can rectify that because I'll be around all day and I'm really keen to meet as many of you as possible. Just a quick note, I am going to come back and talk about the FinTech census at the end of what I've got to say, but for any FinTechs in the room that are looking to scale, that are thinking about exporting overseas, please take a photo of that or just start filling it in when I'm talking. Honestly, it's fine. I'd rather you do that. So if you can do that, that'll be great. Okay, so for those that don't know, Rebecca O'Connor, I head up the FinTech team in Department of Business and Trade. I've worked in government for over a decade now and have took various different roles whereby I've been promoting the very best of the North East on a global stage. I used to be the co-head of the North East team. Now I've moved over to DBT. So I'm unashamedly biased. I know before we said we shouldn't be, we shouldn't compete one against another, but I'm always shouting about the tune, trust me. Now, so I'm here to talk to you a little bit today about what it is that we do for FinTechs. In an ideal world, everyone in this room would know what DBT, the Department for Business and Trade, do, but I fear that might not be the case. In the broader sense of the terms, what does DBT do, Department for Business and Trade? So it's our ambition to ensure that the UK continues to attract the most innovative companies from around the world to land in the UK. So that's number one. There's 4 key things that we do. Number 2, support UK businesses export and grow overseas. 3, ensure that frameworks are in place so UK businesses can trade with confidence. So that'll be through free trade agreements, MOUs, DEAs, all of that I'll talk about in a sec. And underpinning all of that, all we do day in, day out is showcasing what the UK has to offer on a global stage. Some of you might be thinking DBT, I thought it was DIT. We're very recently merged with BAYS, so we've brought our business and trade departments under one roof. So there's a single access point for any business, whether you're looking to grow in the UK or grow overseas. So, in terms of what this means for the FinTech team, a few things that my team, and we're a very small team, we rely really heavily on working with partners that are in the room today, such as FinTech North, Invest North East England, Invest Newcastle. But our team really are focused on 3 main things: helping UK FinTechs grow overseas, helping UK FinTechs exploit the opportunities provided by the FTAs, the free trade agreements, and various different agreements that are currently in process with countries such as US, Singapore, New Zealand, all of them. And also encouraging overseas FinTechs to land in the UK, not just London. We are kind of UK agnostic. As I mentioned before, one of the things that I'm really passionate about is encouraging overseas FinTechs to land in the North East. So how do we do this? As I've mentioned, we're a small team, so it's imperative we work closely with UK partners, whether that be partners in the nations, whether that be partners across the UK, to help us deliver on those 3 ambitions. We've heard a little bit about that earlier today. In terms of why the UK is the best place to be a FinTech, I thought I would kind of centre this around the 4 key selling points that we use in terms of the pillars of why the UK is such a great place to kind of operate a FinTech, to grow a FinTech, and how it is that DBT support that. So as we all know, the UK is the most internationally connected global financial hub and is one of the most open, innovative and dynamic FinTech sectors in the world. We are the largest exporter of financial services in the world, exporting £61 billion worth of financial services in 2020. That's 23% of the UK's overall services trade were made up of financial services. We're one of the most innovative nations, ranking in the top 5 most innovative nations in the 2022 Global Innovation Index. That is a mouthful to say. Therefore, it is no surprise that we are a global leader in FinTech, making up around 10% of the global market. We're a global leader for four main reasons. One, access to world-class talent in our UK expertise, many of which is in this room today. Two, a forward-thinking approach to regulation. Access to capital, again, we've heard about the importance of VCs and the distinctions earlier today. And four, support that's available for investment, growth and export. So at DBT, as I say, our job is to promote those strengths and work with industry and partners to support each pillar. In terms of the first strength there, in the UK, our first strength is world-class talent in UK-wide expertise. There's 76,000 people in the UK that are employed in the FinTech sector, and 42% of those are employed from overseas. We have multiple clusters across the UK, from Newcastle to Cardiff, with over 50 accelerator and innovation spaces. These then sit alongside internationally prestigious universities, and there's no better example than the North East, with Durham, Newcastle, Northumbria, all locked into what is the FinTech offer. So I've mentioned that we work closely with Joe and the gang, and what we do is work with UK and North East businesses to help them export overseas. A great example is Money 2020. We've heard about how fantastic that was. So if we think about what DBT's role is there, we act as the convener or the organisers of that UK pavilion. It was the first time in our history we went out in Money 2020, or we were going out in Money 2020 with multiple partners. We had, for anyone that was there, we had a mega UK pavilion promoting FinTech North, FinTech Scotland, FinTech West, all of the great kind of FinTech organisations in the UK. And what we were doing there across those 3 days was promoting the North East, getting investors to think about the North East, getting overseas FinTechs to consider landing in the UK. I say we, Joe and the gang, we're doing a lot of that, I must say. And we will be going, we're hoping to go out to Money 2020 again next year, and we'll be working with Joe and Co to see if that's something they'd want to do. I just want to give a little shout out to the fact that we're considering going to Money 2020 in Vegas in October and running a trade mission to Las Vegas and at the US arm of that, which sounds really boring. But if anyone fancies that and wants to learn more, please just fill in that census, tell us, and we'll be in touch. So, the second strength of the UK is our forward-thinking approach to regulation, which I know we all know. We've pioneered several initiatives which have helped the FinTech industry thrive, not just in the UK, but around the world. From the FCA Sandbox programme to our approach to development and implementing open banking standards. Our approach has been and continues to be replicated with great success globally. The Khalifa review of UK FinTech, which we've heard a little bit about this morning, it highlighted several areas for government, several recommendations for us to take forward, both DBT, Treasury and others, in order to continue to support the sector. Our team fed into that, particularly around the International Attractiveness chapter, and we're taken very, very seriously. We recently launched the International FinTech Group, IFG, and we co-chair that with Innovate Finance. So through that group, we collaborate with many different industry bodies, some of the biggest UK fintechs, but also the FinTech National Network and other trade associations. And that's our chance to listen to what's going on in the industry, to collaborate on projects, to really have our ear to the ground, to understand exactly where we should focus our trade promotion. I must say I'm a very flexible leader of the team. There's only a couple of us in the team, and we really do listen to industry. So if you tell us, actually, if the census tells us, you know what, we're sick of America. I know that that's never going to happen, but you know, we want to now look at the Middle East, or we want to look at emerging markets and developing markets. We really do listen to that feedback and pivot and provide trade promotion opportunities around that. So the IFJ gives us a great chance to do that, and again, a direct recommendation of the Khalifa review. The idea to collaborate on Money 2020 was born out of the IFG, so that's quite exciting. We're also in constant dialogue with the FinTech sector and industry to ensure that we're adapting to new innovations and approaches to finance, particularly around free trade agreements. There's multiple MOUs in the works now with different US states. We're always looking out through the IFG and others to invite industry, invite partners to come in and feed in to our trade envoys, to our leaders that are going out and negotiating those trade agreements. We want to hear from industry. What do you want to see in future free trade agreements? What do you want to see in digital economy agreements? And actually, do you understand how that supports and helps you? So we'll be doing a little bit more work on that. later this year. The UK's third strength is access to capital, which, is great. Despite a challenging 2022 global market, the UK remains a leading destination for investors, receiving £12.5 billion of VC investments across 545 deals in the last 12 months, which is excellent. In 2021, the UK secured 11% of all global investments into the sector, more than the rest of Europe combined, and was second only to the US. It's incredible. Demand for UK financial services and UK innovation continues to grow. We see that in every market we go to overseas. People want UK innovation, UK tech. And what we're now seeing is 77% of financial leaders in international financial institutions overseas want tech expertise, want tech solutions, and want UK tech solutions. Almost 4 in 5 UK residents regularly use at least one FinTech product, so there's definitely the demand for it here and overseas. Our job at DBT is to unlock those opportunities, so to go overseas and understand where there is a demand for UK tech and match UK fintechs with these international financial institutions. We do that through our trade missions, we do that through UK programmes around big global events. But if you come on board to one of our trade missions, you'll find there's almost a hand-picked programme of activity for you where we put you in front of potential buyers and clients. We work with you to develop your pitch and hopefully land some exports through that. Fourth and final component of why the UK is great at FinTech and what it is DBT does around that is the numerous programmes of support for FinTechs, whether you're a startup looking for seed funding or whether you're at that growth stage and ready to go overseas. And some of that today is here, having these sorts of conferences, it's brilliant. Alongside the support available in the sector, and we work really closely with everyone from Barclays through to the EY FinTech Lab, and we can navigate you and tell you which one may be the right fit for you. We also have quite a strong export offer, which I've alluded to throughout this speech. So I just kind of want to summarise what it is that we do in 3 or 4 points. And if anyone's got any questions, please do come and speak to us after. So our 3 main offers of support to UK fintechs, to Geordie fintechs, to North East fintechs is this. Number 1, our trade advisor network. We have got DBT trade advisors up and down the country, many of whom are based in the North East. I think 1 or 2 we're planning on coming here today. Trade advisors, if you haven't met one already, if you are a UK fintech ready to grow overseas, we'll sit down with you, we'll work through a trade plan, we'll talk through the different markets you might want to consider and really be that hand-holding and first link into DBT. The second, I would say our main USP in DBT is certainly our global network. We've got lead fintech specialists and leads in 110 countries overseas, in every embassy, consulate, offices, there's DBT staff. So what that means for you, if you're ready to scale and you're thinking about with your trade advisor going over to the US, going to Brazil, no matter where it may be, you will have a DBT lead in market that will support you with that, and also a variety of partners in market that may be able to provide more technical, complex advice. The third thing is our the trade deals and the way in which we're kind of interacting with these future free trade agreements. In 2022, February last year, we were the first European nation to sign a digital economy agreement with Singapore, linking 2 of the world's most important services and technology hubs together. In December 2022 again, we agreed a revitalised UK-Singapore FinTech bridge, committed to supporting the sector at a government-to-government, regulator and commercial level. That now sits alongside our UK-Australia FinTech bridge, and there are trade missions planned to Australia and Singapore this year. So if you don't know what any of that means and you don't understand what that means for you, just come on one of our trade missions. We've got a trade mission to Australia coming up in September. We're going to Singapore in November, Singapore FinTech Festival. Applications for that open soon, where you can come along, hear from some of our colleagues in market, and they can talk about all of the benefits that these new agreements mean for you. They can talk about how to land in market, how to overcome tax barriers, introduce you to potential clients and investors. You'll go to a fabulous conference. We'll have drink. It'll be great. So I'd really encourage you to consider looking at that. As I mentioned, we've got Intersect Australia. We're working on the Global FinTech Festival in India. We're considering the Las Vegas, as I've mentioned, Money 2020. Definitely out of Singapore in November, and they'll be looking at our trade plans for next year. Almost there. For this to work, industry engagement is paramount. There's 2 of us currently in the FinTech team. We're looking for 2 other people, so keep an eye on my LinkedIn if you're interested in joining government. But industry engagement is paramount, and as I say, the work that we do with Julian, with Joe, with Ryan, really linking us in, and Dawn and Rachel to the North East FinTech scene is paramount. Please fill in the QR code. What we're doing here is the FinTech census. It isn't a typical survey. So we're asking you to fill this in. It'll tell us, it'll ask you what markets you want to expand to, where you're currently expanding, markets you've tried to get into and it hasn't worked. What we'll then do is you'll be locked into DBT, and a few of you in the room, I've already looked at your results, you've filled it in, that's brilliant. We'll use that then to help, as I mentioned, drive our trade and investment activity next year. Most importantly though, there's going to be a series of really cool events towards the end of this year. We're going to have a census launch at the end of December. It is going to be in London. We'll look at maybe doing one in the North East if we'll get enough of you to fill it in. But we'll be inviting everyone along to there, talking about where it is that we're going to go next year. We're going to be reaching out to each person, provided you tick the box that you're happy for us to talk to you a little bit about your trade plan and get you linked in with the right colleagues in DBT. You'll also have first look at trade missions, first look at opportunities to feed into MOUs, all of that engagement I've mentioned. If you fill in the census, you'll get all of that information delivered to your inbox. And even with the census, we're already seeing some really exciting new trends, such as, I mentioned the Middle East earlier, huge interest from fintechs in the UK that have already filled it in on doing some sort of mega mission across the UAE and Gulf. So if that's something you'd be interested in, put it in the survey and we'll take a look. I mentioned the census event. So in summary, DBT are here to help you export. We've got a dedicated FinTech team. We work very closely with Treasury, with the regulators, and with colleagues across the UK. Please fill in the census, and if you've got any questions about joining one of our trade missions or how DBT can help, please just come and give us a shout. I'm not hard to miss. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. I always love your energy when you talk, but you know, there's so much going on with DBT. It's an amazing organisation, and you know, that network that you talk about of international posts, it's real. You know, they're all real people. We deal with them all the time. Anytime you need to get to know a country, there's this amazing free resource available to you. And you guys are really lucky to have Rebecca, the lead for FinTech for all of the UK, based here in the North East and speaking so passionately about the North East. I wanted to take the opportunity to get a photo, if you guys don't mind, and I thought a good way to do it would be, could you put both your hands in the air if you're interested in going to Vegas? Nice, thanks. Actually, I was thinking when you said that, I'm going to have to get my 2-year-old on that one, because at the moment, whenever I ask him where he's going, he says, I go Saudi. Yeah, Vegas would be better. We're having some issues with our live streaming. Oh, we're getting waves. Is he on? Yeah? Okay. Oh, I take it all back. We were struggling to get Ez live, so I think we can get Ez live on screen now. So hopefully he's going to appear. I'm just going to say a few words to give some context. Chris already talked about CFIT as part of his intro earlier. CFIT, the Centre for Finance, Innovation and Technology, was a recommendation of the Khalifa Review back in 2021. Over recent months has begun to take a lot of shape, and I know Ez is going to give a bit of an update on that, but Ez is the first ever Chief Exec of CFIT. Charlotte Croswell, as I mentioned earlier, is the Chair, and we're starting to see more and more announcements coming out now about people joining CFIT and the team building up. There's been a lot of regional engagement, which is really encouraging, and I know, and as we'll get us talking about it if he, when it comes on screen, he's had some conversations relating to the North East, and I know he'll be really keen to engage with all you guys, and I know he's gutted that he can't be here as well. So guys, pop Ez on screen whenever he's ready. Aha. Hello, good morning, Ez.
Good morning. Can you say me again?
Oh. Just bear with us 1 sec, a little bit of work on the volume required there. Let's try that again. Let's just, can you say good morning again?
Good morning, Julian. Can you hear me, see me?
Yeah, we're just adjusting the volume in the room, as I'll wait for the guys to give me a wave. No, yeah, sure. Don't worry. Well, you've got a nice full room. I can assure you of that. Just try that again. I won't get to say good morning again. It's great that we've got you with us. Just. How was the noise at the back, guys? Is it not great at the back of the room as well? No. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping we could just turn the volume up on him.
Normally, I would just speak louder. I'm not sure that's going to help this time.
Right, I think we sorted the volume out, Ez.
Okay, we all good?
Yeah, you're now booming. Yeah, you are
right.
owning the room. Yeah.
Brilliant. Voice of God. I love that. By the way, most of you don't know, but my name, Eze, means God is King. But my full name, Eze Chimere, means God crown me King. So I think it's quite fitting. That's my voice booming across the room.
Yeah. We had a welcome video from Chris Sear earlier on, and he was encouraging everyone to come and speak to you today and take the opportunity to network with you, because when he pre-recorded it, we didn't know about the train strikes, and we thought you'd be here in person. So we're gutted not to have you with us in the room today, but really pleased that we can get you on a live link and hear from you directly, but then also have the chance to throw a couple of questions at you from around the room. So yeah, I guess welcome, and would you maybe like to say a few words, explain CFIT to everyone, and introduce yourself?
Yeah, well, look, firstly, I'm so sorry that I can't be in Newcastle in person today. Unfortunately, travel issues have made that extremely difficult. But thank you, Julian, and the rest of the team for having me. And also, I know Chris wasn't there in person, but thank you for the fantastic preamble Chris gave earlier. But ultimately, even though I'm only here virtually, it's great to be speaking with you all in Newcastle and amongst so many innovators and representatives from across the North East region. I mean, I'm sure it's going to be mentioned multiple times, but this is a FinTech hub of great significance in the UK, and one which we should rightly celebrate and nurture for the impact that it has both locally and nationally. When I research and visit the FinTech clusters we have around the country, it's always so interesting to understand the nuances of why they're flourishing, the influence they have on the economies they serve, and most critically, the commonalities of accomplishments that we can all draw upon to ensure future success. You know, the Newcastle, Durham, North Tyneside and Sunderland areas are clearly well connected through strong physical and digital infrastructures, and the region is optimally located between London and Edinburgh. But it's so much more than just location and access, but sow the seeds of decentralised growth. For me, the North East embodies the spirit of collaboration. Its reputation for harnessing and connecting the best of local technology and data skills has meant that some of the country's fastest growing startups and some of our largest UK financial services organisations alike have really been able to thrive in the region. And it's no surprise that household names such as Atom Bank, Sage and others so firmly established it. So this is a particularly exciting time for FinTech in the UK and also for CFIT, the Centre for Finance, Innovation and Technology. As you may have seen in the press last week, we've just announced our first coalition of partners who will be working to accelerate the evolution of financial innovation throughout the UK. And the list of founding partners for this coalition is long and varied, reflecting the breadth of the commitment of those who wish to demonstrate the impact of open finance and the power of open data to deliver better financial outcomes for SMEs and consumers. I won't list all our partners now, it's a long list, some great names, but I would urge you all to take a look at last week's press release to really appreciate the depth and breadth of the ecosystem that is dedicated to ensuring we move swiftly and take advantage of the opportunities ahead of us. For those who may not be so familiar with our mission, CFIT was launched in February this year with the mandate to be the central convening force for financial services ecosystem participants, policymakers, regulators, and academics in order to address the most complex challenges facing financial innovation in the UK. CFIT has $5.5 million of central government and City of London funding as seed investments, and our central purpose is to bring together the best minds from across the UK to unblock barriers to growth for financial technology in order to drive better outcomes for SMEs and consumers and help the sector scale. CFIT is a direct recommendation of the Khalifa report, which made a strong and ongoing case for fostering partnerships across the UK. As you'll be aware, there are some great opportunities open to the North East at this point in time, and not just from building on its strengths in operations, payments, and satellite office functions, as Joe mentioned earlier. You know, it's all about FinTech as opposed to specific capabilities, but because the region is also leading interconnection hub and a highly attractive base for North Shore. With this level of digital connectivity, and more than just a secret source of success, there is certainly a really positive sentiment here for building further economic value across the North East and beyond. Underlying the Khalifa report was its recommendation and obligation to collaborate in a way that has not been possible before, and I cannot stress how important this is to the CFIT mission. CFIT supports collaboration with the private and public sectors, as well as a national coordination of our regional FinTech clusters, bringing them together to learn from each other's experiences and to evolve each other's growth clusters. What CFIT isn't is just another think tank, voice, member organisation, or industry network facilitator. I've been asked many times, what are we? And also heard many assumptions of what CFIT is, such as, you're like X, Y, Z. Well, CFIT is unique. We're not here to replicate, and we are not here to be a talking shop. We are here to sit at the intersection of government, industry, and regulation to make sure we leverage the best initiatives, share the best skills, and accelerate the best ideation, and will create outputs and new opportunities, which will make a real difference to businesses and consumers across the whole of the UK. Across the digital sector, the North East has core strengths in operational service centres, innovation technology, and boasts a strong environment for collaboration. However, the desire and need for a more meaningful connection between established financial services firms, FinTech startups, scale-ups, and other centres is why we're here. We know that multidisciplinary collaborations are key to supporting the creation of high-income tech-based employment across the UK and to achieve global scale for the FinTech sector. We hear about innovation through competition. CFIT is about innovation through collaboration. Back in April, we announced that our first coalition would focus on the transformational opportunities within open finance. And over recent months, we've carried out an extensive program of work to validate the key areas within open finance that this initial coalition will work on. For any of you who may have seen or been at the Coalition Showcase events held in Leeds, London, Bristol, and Edinburgh, we've carried out a series of in-depth interviews, surveys, research, and virtual workshops to prioritise the coalition work that will demonstrate the power of new and unlocked financial data to deliver better financial awareness and financial outcomes for consumers and SMEs. These represent the largest opportunities to showcase the power of open finance, giving all the ability to better manage and control all aspects of their financial health. Building on the foundations of open banking, open finance requires a progressive and pioneering approach, and it won't be easy. It requires vision and a commitment to a new long-term agenda that will truly enable the wave of innovation required to radically improve the financial lives of some of those parts of society that are currently most underserved. To survive, thrive, and deliver on this, the FinTech sector requires continual innovation. And we all know how fast things move in technology innovation. This is why our coalitions are tightly time-bound. operating to short set schedules to ensure that delivery is timely and effective. FinTech moves fast, we need to move faster. Looking more widely, several countries around the world are already swiftly pushing and progressing their own open finance agendas. Clearly, with open banking and open finance initiatives gaining momentum globally, various standards and potential solutions are emerging. We, therefore, absolutely need to make sure we do not lag, but rather lead with the blueprints for change globally. In terms of global fintech industry positioning, the UK punches way above its weight and continues to deliver great solutions. But we have to make sure that our strategies and solutions are joined up so that it's our APIs that are hailed as the world standard, and it's our skills and talents that are driving wider innovation. And with regard to said talents, we need to support early stage academic careers, as well as make provision for skills, growth and talent retention throughout the financial ecosystem. The UK needs both the creative thinking and the customer first data that we know is there, and some that is yet undiscovered, in order to interact, to truly move forward, and ultimately ensure that the UK remains at the forefront of financial innovation. Connecting key academic research and skills with financial services is core to our mission and something that absolutely does differentiate the UK from the rest of the world. Academic institutions in the UK lead the way for systematic investigation and data exploration versus some of the most challenging issues and are central to opening up advancement opportunities for all across the financial ecosystem. I was therefore very pleased to be invited to the launch of UK Fin Plus in Birmingham at the beginning of this month. That's a £2.5 million engineering and physical sciences research council funded program to tackle wicked problems in financial services. A stellar initiative with a project aimed to grow a network across the UK to again increase collaboration across the regions between academics and industry, a goal which we wholeheartedly support. We also aim to inspire more students to secure placements in the fintech sector, and CFIT looks to build partnerships between those firms driving forward innovation and the academic institutions who are delivering the courses and training to our next generation of talent. To this end, we attended the Black Graduate Career Conference at Imperial College a couple of weeks back. And from my own experience, and at times this has been a mixed journey to this point today, there's also a personal mission for me. I truly understand the value that universities, that finance services technology can provide to really changing outcomes for people, because it absolutely changed mine. I was a young lad from southeast London, grew up in Lewisham, failed my A-levels, and yet here I am today leading a national body. And that's all because of my journey through financial services and technology. The universities and higher educational institutions in the North East, such as Durham, Newcastle, Northumbria, Sunderland, and Teesside universities, need no introduction here and are globally outstanding. With so much amazing and diverse talent coming through the system, we now need to make sure that we properly capture and nurture this expertise and energy. Because if we don't, we risk the potential export of our incredible talent to overseas hubs. We will therefore continue to champion the academic sector in order to engage and elevate their part in financial innovation. The UK already has an enviable reputation for financial technology excellence and hosts some of the best innovation labs and community clusters across its regions and cities. CFIT will leverage this foundation, and the regions will play a key and leading part in our coalitions. And in fact, they've been a critical collaborator as we built out this first coalition. We work very closely with FinTech North, FinTech Scotland, FinTech Northern Ireland, FinTech Wales, FinTech West, and SuperTech. And this Open Finance Coalition will be the first time that such a cross-section of the ecosystem has come together to solve complex challenges in this way and on such a scale. Different regions will play to their strengths, and the subsequent coalitions will be dedicated to serving this agenda. Operationally, we're growing at pace. We've just hired the Director of Ecosystems and Partnerships and a head of talent engagement and placements. These announcements are to be made very shortly, and others are still being actively recruited for. So please do see the opportunities on our website if you want to get involved. We also recently appointed 2 new independent NEDs with exceptional relevant experience at the end of June. So Alex Marsh, the former head of Klarna in the UK, and Stephen Ingledew, OBE, chairman of FinTech Scotland, both of whom are very well-respected leaders in the banking, FinTech and retail space and huge advocates of a more open, creative and inclusive ecosystem. So I'm truly excited and delighted by the prospect of what's to come now that our coalition partners are rolling up their sleeves. The first delivery outputs are in scope for this year, so we'll be cracking on and doing the work that matters so much to the prosperity needs of businesses, their customers and the economy as a whole. We have active support from the regulators, the FCA supports this first coalition, the Treasury and all sides of the industry to be the force that opens the way for those excluded from or underserved by the current financial system. All the regional initiatives, the data and the facilities they provide are world-class and invaluable resources that CFIT will build upon. By ensuring that e-learning is connected on a national level and by creating the right conditions for financial innovation, we will preserve our world-leading talent and we will better serve those parts of the economy that will most benefit from financial technology enablement. Looking beyond open finance, CFIT will look to new coalitions to unlock the capabilities of the UK's FinTech ecosystem, and we are committed to modernising the financial system. We will curate solutions that address the different needs for SMEs and consumers in the different regions across the UK, and we'll make sure that it's the right innovation that serves the right people and turns global heads. And just to be clear, FinTech is about more than just London. This is a UK-wide initiative. So as you can see, we have all the component parts across to drive transformation and grow our global positioning. I therefore look forward to us all making cohesive and collaborative difference to financial innovation, workforce development, and ultimately end-user financial outcomes in the months to come. So thank you for listening to me. I'm going to hand back over to Julian. And if there are any questions, if I've got time, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thanks, Ez. That's great, and you were coming through loud and clear throughout, which is awesome. Yeah, I am going to invite the audience if they'd like to ask a question. Just while people have a think about that, and we'll get the mics ready. The regional angle of what you've done has been really noticeable since the outset, really, and as a really welcome feature from our perspective, and has differentiated you from other new initiatives that have launched over recent years because you've had that from the outset. What sort of reception have you been getting in the regions that you've been to so far? And obviously the key question is when are you going to come to the Northeast, having not got here today?
Well, I mean, the reception's been absolutely fantastic. I think I've been really blown away by the level of engagement and involvement from across the UK. I've been personally, as you mentioned earlier, across the country. So I literally did a roadshow where I was in Bristol, Leeds, Edinburgh. I was in Birmingham the other week. I was really hoping to be in Newcastle today. Unfortunately, I couldn't do it. But I think the key thing is the level of engagement and the desire. When we've done surveys, I think the message that keeps coming back from everybody is we need everyone to know that there's more to FinTech than London, right? And I think it's absolutely critical. We launched CFIT in Leeds, and we've been so successful at that most people actually think we're based in Leeds, even though we're a virtual organisation. And in fact, when we were setting up the coalition and we were working so closely with the regions, we suddenly realised something, that we'd completely forgotten about London. And we had London go, well, what about us? that's how strong a focus we had on the regions. And actually, the other key thing we've been doing is making sure that all our recruitment is across the UK. So our new head of talent engagement and placements who started today, Gemma Hallett, is actually from Wales, who's from FinTech Wales. And we'll be announcing it next week, but I'm going to say it here first. Our new head of ecosystems is from Edinburgh, and that's Senya Grant. So we've absolutely been focused on trying to build a cross-UK regional organisation. And in answer to your other question, I'm hoping to get up to Newcastle very, very soon. I do have to check with my partners. She's got a bit upset about the amount of travelling I've been doing across the country, but I certainly intend to be there as soon as I can.
Nice. Well, you're assured of a very warm welcome when you do make it. Would anyone in the room like to ask Ez a question? Please put your hand up if you would, and we'll bring a mic to you. Yeah. Okay. Vince, did you just want to introduce yourself as well, so that Ez has some context?
Yeah, thanks.
It's okay.
It's on.
It's on.
Okay. Ez, great conversation, great talk. Thank you very much for that. So I'm Vince Robson from Northern University. I'm a business development manager. Been involved, I guess, for the last 18 months, 2 years in developing the regional strategy for FinTech in the North East. You talked very eloquently about the role of universities and business working together there to connect around skills, workforce development and research, obviously with one eye on innovation and growth. What is CFIT's role in terms of, I guess, positioning universities as a catalyst for that in central government's mind?
That's a really good question. If we focus, so just to repeat, what is CFIT's role in catalysing the usage of universities' research as far as government's concerned? So we work very closely with HMT, DBT, DSIT to a certain degree. We're on the Smart Data Council as well, and we work closely with a number of ministers. So I think one of the key things that we're able to do is have those conversations and really start to make them aware of both the challenges and the strengths that the UK sees and has. And one of the key mandates of CFIT is to leverage research, right? Is to be research driven on all of our outcomes, or all of our decisions, the coalitions that we lead, the challenges we tackle, and to really start to bring that research flavour and focus into our coalitions, hence why we started to partner up with the various universities. And I think in this upcoming coalition, we already have Ulster University, we have Edinburgh University signed up, we're part of the UK FinPlus network, we're speaking with University of East London at the moment, and we'll be working to extend that reach out to many other universities as well. So I think the key thing for us is just making sure that we take advantage of the research that's out there. We build into some of the research programs that you're doing, similar to how we're working with the FCA, for example. So the FCA has just run a tech sprint on consumer duty, which I was a judge for. And we're looking at how can we utilize some of the outcomes from that tech sprint to potentially build it in to the coalition that we're launching this week. So it's all about, for us, seeing what is out there and connecting those dots and making sure that everything dovetails in a way that actually makes sense in regards to a wider roadmap, and ensuring that our government ministers that we work with and speak to are very, very much aware of the work that we're doing and how the various parts of the ecosystem are plugging into that. So you may have noticed we've been very active on social media and the rest, but we really do try to ensure that we publicise all the work that we're doing and that of our partners. Because I think one of the things I try to stress is that this isn't about CFIT. CFIT is the enabling body with a delivery arm. We make sure things happen, but without the ecosystem, it doesn't. We're here to mobilise the ecosystem, to enable it, to publicise it, and make sure that we can bring everyone together to solve these key problems. I hope that answers your question. It's a bit difficult when I can't see the reaction from the audience, but hopefully that gives you a flavour of how we engage.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much.
Cool, thanks, Ez. It sounds like we need to get Northumbria plugged into the conversation as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Contact me.
Cool. I can share your details. Anybody else have a question for Ez? We've got a couple more questions for you. Yeah, Lauren, if you want to introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, hi, it's Lauren Langton from Incuto. Ez, I'd just like you to say a little bit about how you think FinTech has the ability to help democratise financial services and give access to great financial products and services for those who have historically been left behind. You know that Incuto is involved in the credit union world. We offer financial services and technology to those organisations who really try and help the people that have been left behind. Can you just say a little bit about that, please?
And how can FinTech help those who have been left behind? This is a really interesting problem. And some of you may know this, but I founded a FinTech back in the day called Neighbour, which was a multi-award-winning FinTech, raised tons of money, and unfortunately hit the very barriers that we're here to try and help resolve. But that company was fundamentally focused on inclusive lending, and it did it through leveraging employers' payroll systems. So we were able to provide salary deducted or payroll-based lending to UK-based employees. And the original concept behind that was to connect borrowers and savers within an organisation, similar to a credit union in many ways. So I think when we look at technology, and we look at the problems that we face when we see thin credit files, when we see people whose identities are hard to trace, when we look at young people, when we look at migrants, when we look at homeless people, when we look at those who don't engage with the digital ecosystem to the level that they want or should do. I think technology is a massive enabler for that, and ultimately it all comes down to data. I think if you look at KYC, AML issues, and these are usually where most people come unstuck when it comes to either getting a bank account, when it comes to applying for credit, you don't have any credit history because you've never used a credit card. Or, we can't lend to you because we don't know enough about you, or you can't open a business because we don't understand where your money's come from. Most of it all comes from a lack of data and data connectivity. And I think a key thing that FinTech's starting to do is to really connect those dots and build out that infrastructure that starts to make those solutions more viable. A fantastic example of this, I was a VC for 5 years. I didn't give much of my background before, so I've been in banking technology and a software developer for 10 years. I was a FinTech founder for 5, and I was a VC for 5, and I'm also a trustee for Crisis, the homeless charity. But in my VC role, we invested in a startup called Marshmallow, which was an insurtech company run by 2 mixed-race brothers that provided car insurance for migrant drivers. And the way it did that was by pulling in data, bureau data, and other data sources from around the world so that they were able to better underwrite these drivers. And they solved a problem that most insurance companies, frankly, didn't care about. And I don't say that anecdotally. They went and had conversations with the incumbents, and no one cared. No one wanted to solve this problem. So Marshmallow went and did it. And within 5 years, they've become a unicorn. They're valued over $1 billion. Those 2 brothers are on the Times Rich list, right? Because they recognized the need to build a product that was more inclusive. And for me, that's at the very heart of what FinTech is. And one thing that really struck me as we did our virtual workshops, as we toured the country, and we surveyed and we spoke to organizations, was the overwhelming desire to build a solution around financial awareness, right? And what that tells me is that FinTech is an industry that really wants to make a change for consumers, not just get rich, right? Not just consolidate their positions and just build their bank balances, but it's actually about solving real world problems and making a society that's more inclusive. So I'm a huge believer in the power of FinTech to do that. And I'm very thankful that our first coalition is focused on such a key challenge that enables and provides for that level of inclusivity going forwards.
Thanks, Ez.
Thanks, Ez. We're up against the clock a little bit, so we're going to draw it to a close. You'll be pleased to hear that after you were hearing from the FCA, we've got Matt with us from the FCA, so your references to them were a nice little link for us earlier on. Thank you. I guess it's come through loud and clear today, as it always does when we speak to you, that your background and your passion sort of kind of come together perfectly to mean that you're really well placed to be doing this role as the first ever Chief Exec of CFIT. So, we all wish you luck and really hope that we'll get the North East fully engaged with what you're doing. I'm sure we will over the coming weeks and months. So we'll speak to you soon. Thanks again.
Thank you. Take care, everybody, and enjoy the day.
Okay, great. Glad that we got that. Glad that we got that link working. And it's a real shame Ez can't be here. I know quite a few of you have met him. He's a really charismatic guy to spend time with, and he's got a lot more that he can talk about than he's able to in that conversation as well. He will come up soon. We'll make sure it happens one way or the other. I'm going to introduce Matt Lowe from the FCA. It's always brilliant to have the FCA on the agenda. I think it's such a great addition. everyone's always very interested to hear from the regulator. So, Matt, come and say a few words. Welcome.
I have a laptop, so I don't have notes in my hands. I was thinking about walking around, but I'm not sure if that's going to work either, so maybe I'll just stay put by the lectern. Okay, thank you. It's really hard to go after Ez. I don't know if you realise he's a really good public speaker and he's really actually good at energising a room. So I'm really glad that he represented our work. He did talk about the Consumer Duty Tech Sprint, which is something my team does. We are the Innovation Lab at the FCA, so we do our Tech Sprint program. We also have something called the Digital Sandbox. And the Digital Sandbox is what I wanted to talk to you about today. But before I do, I just wanted to say how beautiful Newcastle is. I've never been here before. You can probably tell I'm Australian, so I have been in this country for quite a while though. I've been here for 19 years, and I've never been to Newcastle. And I'm just really impressed with the architecture, the people, I mean, how friendly everybody is, but also managed to get down to Riley's Fish Shack, which is down on the King Edward's Bay. What a beautiful beach. I mean, I am Australian, right? So I know beaches, and that's probably one of the best beaches I've seen in this country so far. And also, if you get a chance, try the monkfish. It's amazing. We're really pleased to be engaging with the regional hubs today. It's really important for us to make sure that we aren't London-centric when we speak to the fintechs in our community. We've been really interested in interacting with you in terms of how you can engage not just with the Digital Sandbox and my team on the Tech Sprint model, but also thinking about some of the other services that we have. I won't talk about them too much today, but we also have our regulatory sandbox, which is a way that you can test with, get some of that regulatory guidance if you've got anything where you're testing with real consumers. We also have our innovation pathways and also our Tech Sprint program, which is a part of the thing that I will talk about today. If I go on to the next slide, if this works. Oh, there we go. So, sandbox. Am I here? Hello? Sandboxes. If you were to Google a sandbox, you would probably see that, oops, what's going on there? There we go. You would get this definition from Google. It will tell you it's either a shallow box, a hollow in the ground, partly filled with sand for children to play in, like a sandpit. Adults can play in it as well, but it's usually children. If you talk about that in a computing sense, it's a testing environment. So you want to test out some computer software and code and maybe do that in a secure environment. Now, what we've built in at the FCA is the Digital Sandbox is trying to give you a bit of a combination of both. We want to have a place where you can experiment, you can test and code, but you want to do that in a safe and a way where you can experiment and you can play with data or you can play with APIs. So we have been experimenting with this Digital Sandbox concept for quite a while now. We've been, we have, actually, I'll talk you through the journey in a minute, and we have covered a lot of themes such as scams and fraud, consumer vulnerability, SME finance, transparency and ESG, enhanced consumer choice and sustainable offerings. So there is lots of things that we're already doing within our sandbox environment. But if I talk you through how it all started, yep, it's working, I think. I'll just talk you through it. There we go. So we did launch the Digital Sandbox in 2019, but it was all about experimenting with the sandbox ourselves. We weren't quite sure what the Digital Sandbox was going to provide to the users of it. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to actually launch a pilot. We were working with the City of London Corporation, and we wanted to see how we could test this concept of a digital sandbox and how it might help enable innovation within the financial services sector. When we launched the pilot, there was something called COVID-19. I don't know if you recall that time in our lives, but it was very much in terms of the sorts of things that we had to deal with was a lot different to the challenges that we were dealing with before COVID-19. But also, it meant that we couldn't work in the same way that we were working before. We couldn't work in that physical environment, so we needed a digital environment anyway. So in some ways, COVID-19 helped us focus the minds a little bit in terms of understanding the sorts of problems that consumers are facing, but also how we can work together in a digital environment. When we did launch the pilots, we had 3 main themes. One was around SME finance, one was around consumer vulnerability, and another one was about preventing fraud and scams. And in that pilot, we received 90 applications. So we asked people to apply. Lots of fintechs came in and they applied for that, and they had to show that there's some genuine innovation. They were going to give us some feedback on the model itself. And out of those 90, we were able to introduce 27 teams to participate. We were looking to understand how do the features work. We wanted to understand synthetic data. We wanted to understand how do we get that community to work together to solve some of those themes. And as we were already doing tech sprints, so the other part of our role is this hackathon type program. And we call them tech sprints because we can't say hack and the FCA in the same sentence, and I just did, but it is essentially about trying to develop some solutions over a short period of time. And when we were doing that, like my role at that time as a technical specialist, which was then called the RegTech team, was to actually try and create these environments, these spaces, for 2 to 3 days, and then when the hackathon's over, everybody shows what they've done, and they're great solutions, and we decommission it all. Gone. So you lose the data, you lose the environments, and you start to lose that momentum. So the digital sandbox concept was about, okay, well, how do we continue some of that momentum beyond that, that development of a tech sprint, where you're actually working together, you've solved some problems, you maybe got a bit of code, you've got a bit of data, but you don't go off that cliff edge of innovation. And that has meant that we've still got this digital sandbox environment. It's still there. We're no longer working with the City of London Corporation on the particular digital sandbox itself, although we are partnering with them on other things. And the environment started to grow. So we've now got about 2,445 registered users. I said about, but that's a very specific number. We have 217 public and synthetic data sets onboarded onto the platform, and that's growing over time. We have 2 billion synthetic data records. So of the synthetic data assets that we have, there's approximately about 2 billion data points in those records. We have about 1,000 APIs onboarded already. That is growing as well. That's a community of APIs from FinTechs and RegTechs and others that are starting to bring on their technology to the platform. And finally, we have done 14 tech sprints and policy sprints on the platform since 2020. You're probably asking, well, how does it all fit together, right? How do you actually pull this together in terms of getting to some clear outputs or outcomes? This looks very complicated, and trust me, I'll talk you through it so it doesn't feel that way. But you can see around that outer edge, you've got all these sort of Companies House, ONS, and you've got other data sources feeding into what we call a data sprint. And that was our first attempt at experimenting with synthetic data, and I'll talk through that in a minute as well. That would feed into the digital sandbox. Digital sandbox is that sort of convening point where you have your mentors, your advisors, you've got the FCA around it, you've got a bit of funding. And then outside of that, you have the teams that have come in through those 3 different themes I was talking about before. They're developing, they're experimenting, and then they're launching a product to consumers. So it's about how, Ez was really big on the community thing before, and we're quite big on that as well. How do you pull all of that community together to start to create? And how can you do that in a way where you've got access to other assets that you might not necessarily have? And how do you code with that? And as the FCA is that, we are really in a really good convening position. The FCA is a really good central point for people to think about, well, what's the regulator thinking, or what is the regulator interested in? Okay, they're interested in consumer duty. So you can start to think about direction of travel. And as a result, that means that we can start to bring together those communities around the things, those big issues that we want to solve. And that's really there so we can protect consumers and help promote competition in the UK financial market. There's always a bit of a lag, or is there? No. Okay. Tech sprints. As I said before, they're regulatory hackathons, and what we've been doing over the years is developing that model. They are the 2 to 3 day type of events. Ez just alluded that we did one on consumer duty last week, and Ez was a judge on that. And it is about bringing together those communities to solve those problems over a 2 to 3 day period. We have done a lot over the years. I think I started in 2018 in the team, and since then I'm now a veteran of tech sprints. So if I look a little bit like I've lost my hair, I've got a bit grayer, probably because it's very resource intensive in pulling those together, and the team is doing a great job at doing that. But we also want to see how we can hit that long tail of innovation. So we're not just doing it within the confines of a tech sprint, but how can we actually provide you with the assets where you can start to build and develop outside of the tech sprint model. And we've seen some really good results from the tech sprints since 2019 from the participants of our tech sprints. And this is covering stuff like women's economic empowerment. We've covered app fraud, greenwashing. We mentioned consumer duty. And what we've seen is the teams that have gone through the tech sprint model, from the small to medium enterprise sort of part of the industry, about 60% of them go on to do and make some positive progress. So that means that they've either gone on to secure some VC funding, or they've gone to get some positive press as a result. Not directly as a result of the tech sprint, but it's the type of organisations that we attract to the tech sprint model and to our innovation services. And what I wanted to talk about today is the digital sandbox, and what does the future hold for the digital sandbox? We've got four main things that we want to talk about today. We've got that community element, we've got the enhanced data sets and features, we've got that cross-border testing, and we've got the permanent digital sandbox operating model. Now, the community thing is the one that Ez has touched on quite a lot today, and I really like the quote that he said, which was, innovation through collaboration, not competition. I think that's how we view it as well, even though we have a competition mandate. But we've noticed that within innovation, it's really a good idea to have a bit of both. You've got to have that collaboration, but you've also got to have an element of competition. We kind of see that into our tech sprint model, where there are prizes at the end and we get them to all kind of compete against each other. But you still need that community to come together and think about how they solve those problems. So what are those big issues we want solved? If you don't have the community, you're not going to do it. So we can give you the assets, we can give you data, but if you don't have a community to get around that, you're not going to solve much at all. The second one is about enhanced data sets and features. So the digital sandbox, it's supposed to be dynamic. It's built that's one of its core principles. We want to make sure that it's constantly evolving. The data that's coming into the platform is evolving. We want to see new typologies, if it's like money laundering data. We want to see better synthetic data. We want to see the community actually bring in some data as well. It shouldn't just be up to the FCA to provide those data sets, or it shouldn't be up to some of those data providers. I know some fintechs will be working on their own data sets, whether it's synthetic or real or other. So if you could share that with the community, you can probably do a lot more with it. So we'd be doing a bit of a call out to say, if you have data sets, please make sure you make them available to us. Cross-border testing is another thing we've been exploring. We launched the Global Financial Innovation Network, or GFIN, Tech Sprint, which was on greenwashing earlier this year. It's a cohort model, so there's lots of teams that are working at the moment internationally to try and build out solutions on greenwashing. That's working with 14 other regulators across the world. We've got some really cool companies in there. I won't say their names because I'll probably be breaking the competition remit, but it really is an interesting way to bring together a global community to solve some of those global problems. And we'll be doing more of that with the GFIN network in the future as well. And then finally, and this is probably the most important thing I wanted to talk about today, is that we're going to open up the digital sandbox. So it has previously been based on cohort type model, which means that via tech sprint or via cohort, where we invite organisations in, they apply, and they develop over a certain period of time. What we want to do, as of the 1st of August, is open up the digital sandbox and all of its assets to a wider community. And the reason why we want to do that goes back to what I was saying previously about tech sprints. We don't want that cliff edge of development. We want it to continue, and also we want to see that long tail of innovation. So that's the innovation that we don't necessarily put a spotlight on, but it's innovation that's out there with you. How do you get access to those assets, and how do you start to develop with them? And then show us what you've done. So if you could get access to this community, you could get access to this data, you could get access to these APIs, what would you do with it? And what would you develop? That's what we want to see in the future. We want to see that long tail of innovation. We don't want to be focusing on things that we're super aware of. Yes, we do need to focus on those, but we want to see the community start to come together and develop those solutions a bit further. So as of the 1st of August, You'll be able to apply for the permanent operating model of the digital sandbox. There's still an application process that you need to follow, but the idea is that once you're in the platform, you get access to the assets and you feed back to us anything about the assets at all, but also about what you're doing with those assets. So that's kind of a new way of us thinking about how we can innovate within the digital sandbox and how we can open it up to a much wider community. But you'll need to understand the features before you apply. So here are the features. These are the ones that we've kind of identified in the initial pilots, but to run through them quickly, you've got access to high quality data sets. So that's whether it's going to be synthetic or anonymized. You've got this integrated development environment, so that's a place to code and create and to actually start to tap into those data sets or APIs. It's a collaborative platform, so that sense of community, we bring people around particular projects. We want to make sure that people are learning within the platform, so there are messaging features in there as well. There are mentors, so you can tap into people who might be subject matter experts in any particular subject matter. Observation deck, we want to see regulators come in. We want to see some of those incumbents come in. We want to see the VCs come in. We want to see them have a look at what's being done on the platform and see all that good work. And we also want to think about how we plug into that incubator community as well, so they can see some of the work that's happening in the digital sandbox and we can feed in some of those solutions to them. And then finally, you've got the API marketplace, and that's where FinTechs and RegTechs can onboard their technology to the platform or data, and that's accessible for that community as well. So if you do have any APIs that you think would be interesting for the digital sandbox, come and speak to us and we can see how we can facilitate you getting onto the platform. Another thing which is really important to highlight is that the digital sandbox sits outside the FCA tech estate. And that's for very good reason. I don't think FCA cybersecurity would like me just inviting everybody into our tech estate to go and have a bit of a play with our data, and some of what we have at the FCA is a highly secure, highly sensitive, and there is no external access. And what the digital sandbox is looking to do is bridge that gap between the FCA tech estate and the innovative firms and the regulators and policymakers. So that's what it's there for. It's to make sure that we've got a way that you can tap into what's going on at the FCA, but you're not getting access to the FCA estate, and likewise, anybody who's working within the FCA can see what's happening in the digital sandbox. So it's bridging that gap between those communities. Now, we did talk about data, and we were originally starting with the concept of synthetic data, but now we're starting to call it data for experimentation. And we're doing that because we realise there are some limitations with synthetic data or pseudonymized or anonymized data sets, and we believe that there's other ways that we can get data onto the platform. But when we did start this journey, we started by doing a data sprint, and that was to create these synthetic data sets for the digital sandbox pilot. But we want to learn a few things. We want to learn about how easy is it to make synthetic data, what tools you would use, what are the typologies or behaviors you need to see within those data sets, and then how do we actually learn from that. We learned a lot, actually. We learned that the most important thing I learned is synthetic data is really hard, extremely hard to create if you want to do it right. I mean, you can create synthetic data by going to ChatGPT today, and you could probably put in a query about write me some code to build some transactional data. I have done that, and it's given me something which it looks realistic, but it doesn't have any features. To get those features into synthetic data, that's a lot more difficult. You need to think about what are the typologies, what's the behaviors, how do you actually see them into the data sets. And everybody has different requirements. So you can't meet the requirements of everybody. You can only meet the requirements of the thing that you're trying to do. So synthetic data is really hard. Pseudonymization and anonymization of data sets, these are different techniques that replace or remove some of that personally identifiable information in the data. There is a subtle difference. Anonymization will take out the PII, or the personally identifiable information, and completely remove it. Pseudonymization usually keeps it in, maybe hashes it, and there's some sort of key to unlock that data set in the future. So we're kind of experimenting with both synthetic and pseudonymized and anonymization. There are some open source data sets in there as well, but it's just to say that there is this distinction between the data sets that we do have. And if I talk about the categories of data, I said we had 216 data sets before. You can see here, this is the sorts of data that we have acquired or started to build in the digital sandbox over the years. And you can see there's entities data there. There's individual data, including companies and directors and auditors. We've got consumer data. We've got payments and transactional data sets. We have loans and credit data, investment data, registration, license data, on and on and on. But we would also want to get more data sets on there. We know that those data sets don't solve your particular problem that you're trying to solve at the moment. And we want to think about how can we get some of those data sets onto the platform that will do that. So anybody that comes onto the platform has access to these data sets. They are able to use it how they would like, but we'd also like to get feedback on those data sets. What features are missing? What features do you think we need? And then how do we plug that into other working groups who might be able to create data or other? There is another thing that we're doing at the FCA called the Synthetic Data Expert Group, and that's pulling together some of the experts in the industry around creating synthetic data, and we're looking for use cases and trying to identify what are the ones that we want to go after, and how do we start to build out some of those data sets with that community, and how do we learn from it. This is kind of what it looks like on the platform. You can register at any time. In fact, I'll have a slide up in a minute to show you how to do that, but it gives you a bit of an idea of how it all fits together. And then that's the same for the APIs. You can see how they how we start to build out these APIs over the years, and these are the sorts of APIs that you get access to. And again, call out if you want to put any APIs onto the platform, speak to us, and we'll see if we can accommodate that. So this is great. You're probably thinking, that's fantastic. How do I get involved? Well, every presentation today's had a QR code so far, I think, and here's another one. If you scan that QR code, it will take you to the registration link. It's a self-registration process. You put in your details. Once they're in, you click on the link in your email, and then you'll have access to the digital sandbox. That won't give you access to the assets at the moment. You'll still need to wait till the 1st of August before you can apply. And once we get to the 1st of August, you'll see you'll have to navigate to the permanent digital sandbox, and there's lots of different themes underneath that, and you apply by theme, and that's sort of broken down by sector at the moment. Complete an application. There is some criteria that you need to take into account. So we'll be asking questions around, is it true innovation? Is it some sort of benefit to society? And there's other sort of criteria which is on the application form. We will do an assessment. It's not as, if anybody's gone through the Reg Sandbox or Innovation Pathways assessment, it does have some rigor, but it's not as rigorous as that because the risk is a bit lower. We aim to complete those applications between 2 to 4 weeks, and then once you've had approval, you can come in and you can have a play. And then it'll be up to our team to come in and speak to you, and you report back to us in terms of what you've been doing in the platform and what other things that you think could be done on the platform to make it better. We would also like to do other showcase events. So periodically we'll probably do a showcase event with anybody who's on the platform, because we want to see what people have been doing, and we want to show the world, and we want to bring everybody in to see what's actually being done. So, that's it for me. I really am excited by this because it's kind of been something I've been working on for such a long time, and the end goal is to always get it to here, where I can open it up to a wider community. So I'm really excited to see this happen. 1st of August is when we go live. So if you want to share that with your friends and family, granddad can have a go, I don't mind. Please do get involved with that community, and come speak to us if you've got any questions. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Matt. I'm going to encourage everyone to come and ask Matt questions during the break, if that's okay, just for time. And also, we've got Lauren and you here as well from FCA. You ladies stand up so everyone knows who you are. Lauren's actually based in Newcastle, so even when Matt's gone, you can still catch up with Lauren as well. I think the theme of innovation is coming through so strongly today, particularly from your slot and the slot from Ez. which is fantastic. We're not doing questions because we're just running a little bit behind, and I want to make sure we get to the break in a sort of reasonable time and we can keep the rest of our agenda on track. Next, we're going to hear from Mastercard. So we're going to hear from Grant at Mastercard. It's always brilliant to have such a massive global fintech brand as part of our agenda. So Grant, come on up, take to the stage. One of our big strategic partners at FinTech North as well. So it's always great to hear from you guys. Thank you.
Thanks very much. The good news is I don't have a QR code, so you can all put your phones away, it's fine. But I am aware that I'm between you and tea, so I'll be as fast as I can. So yeah, I have links to the north. I was born in a small town called Worley in Lancashire many years ago, far too many. And my grandparents had come down from Cumbria, so 2 of the 4 I've got links to. Now, as you can tell from this accent, which is really bastardised, it's got a bit of South African, it's got a bit of Australian, and now it's got a bit of South East London as well, right? So it's kind of all in there. So, but yeah, so kind of, you know, when I got asked to do this, I was like, well, what am I going to tell people? What am I going to tell them about Mastercard? What is it? What do we do? Well, a lot of people think we issue credit cards, which we don't, but we're a tech company, right? And we're in the financial space. We work very much across 4 tiers. So that we work with the financial institutions, the large merchants or suppliers in the world. We work with fintech and digital, and the area that I sit in is government or public sector. So those are the 4 major market segments we go after. They all intersect, of course. But we have speciality in each of those. So I thought, well, I'll talk about that. And then I said, well, what do we talk about FinTech? What does FinTech mean? And very often you'll know people think it's a startup that's in technology. It may be. But in the broadest sense, Mastercard is a FinTech, as is Revolut, Monzo, Starling. All of those people are all FinTechs. They started there and they work there. So kind of that, I'm going to use the biggest, broadest definitions of FinTech and how we work with public sector and kind of some of the learnings that potentially I can share with you. There's been an absolute surge in digitalization, and I use that word carefully. Instead of digitizing, digitalization, so kind of moving things into the digital sphere since lockdown, and particularly since work from home. I mean, our organization had a massive tech stack change when everyone started working from home. So I'm sure lots of other people did too. So what do? Well, we're helping rebuild economies in more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable ways. Talking to one of the earlier speakers, it's really about bringing society along together as a holistic society, and we've left lots of people behind. We're trying not to do that as we go forward when we deal with public sector. We're also looking for much more efficiency and targeted security. Security came to the fore during the lockdowns. We understand there were nation states trying to take vaccine data. There were nation states that were registering for allowances and funds distributions from governments when in fact they weren't entitled to any of it. So that's a big one for us. And government now, or public sector now, considers very much digitalization to be critical in the infrastructure. And when I talk about public sector, we deal at the national level, we deal at the state level for those countries that have states, and we deal at the local level for the local councils. And we deal with people like NEPO, who aren't in the room, but I thought I'd give them a shout out anyway, because they do a lot of the work with governments. So why we do all of this? Well, there's the challenges of a fragmented society. We have to do a lot more with a lot less with this inflation environment that we're all contending with, all the money that was spent on the vaccines and COVID and the pandemic generally. There have been some significant tech advances. The last speaker spoke about ChatGPT. That's bringing a whole new set of kind of issues, challenges, and opportunities. And then government has struggled more recently, and I'm not talking about the UK government. I am talking about the UK government, but I'm talking about governments globally with trust. Trust is eroding in government, and we do a lot of work with the public sector to try and bring that trust back to government. We do that through a number of ways, and I should probably show you a few slides, actually, given that they were all prepared so that I did that. I'm not sure I'm doing this correctly. Right, let's see how we go. Oh, there we go. So, right, so that's because I just talked about that, and this is where I'm at the moment. Oh, there's a delay. There we go. So that's really what I'm talking about now. That's what we look at. We kind of look at those inclusion aspects, the quality aspects of the technology. We look at the efficiencies, and we look at the trust components. So how do we approach it? And I think that's really the key in terms of, I wanted to share with you kind of, we look at government from a number of, oops, jump one there. No, there. Okay, seem to have a... If I just click once, it might go there. I think I clicked twice because it didn't work and then it skipped on. Oh, yeah, let's just go. I'm looking for the one that's kind of got a triangle with public sector at the top. It's slide 4. Go back one. No, more. You seem to be out of order now. Anyway, look, let me keep going. We can kind of can the slides. You'll get a copy of the presentation anyway. So really what we're trying to do is we look at government in 3 kind of ways. We look at them as a policy and regulatory creator, we look at them as a market maker, and we look at them as a customer. So in those 3 different ways, so we provide a lot of insights, data, analytics. We do a lot of digital products and services that we give into government. As well as that, we leverage our network partners. As I say, a lot of what Mastercard does is done by the trusted network. It's done by the issuers, the acquirers, the merchants. Those are the people who actually deliver the service. What we do is we provide that secure, convenient platform. So that's really what we're trying to do. One of the ones I want to drop into in some detail is what we've been doing with small, medium enterprise. During the pandemic, we realized that the employment levels in government... Do you want to give it a go?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, you're right. No, it's just jumping all sorts of... This is random order. So I'll can that. But yeah, so really what we're talking about is kind of we have in the small medium enterprise sphere with government, we looked at that, and from a government perspective, that was where a lot of the innovation was coming. That's where a lot of the employment was coming. It's where a lot of the employment of females, minorities, and others was coming from. So it became an absolutely critical segment of the economy that the governments were looking to protect. So we did a lot of work with them, with governments around the world. We've worked a lot with the French government, we've worked with the Argentinian government, we've worked with the Australian and New Zealand governments. As you can tell, I've got a bit of an inflection because I've spent the last 20-odd years in Australia, working with the Queensland government, with the government of New South Wales, in terms of how we support and drive that innovation and small business sector. Now, you'll get all of these slides afterwards, and you'll see a little roadmap that we did have up earlier. And it's really, we talk about how we start to talk to government about working with SME. More and more, we're seeing government policy being affected through government procurement. So lots of governments around the world now are saying that we want 10, 15, 20% of government spend to be directed towards regional centres, minority businesses, FinTechs, small business, whatever those kind of different policy aspects are, we're starting to see that. What we're saying to government is, well, that's great that you've got that policy and that's what your procurement is, but you need to change the way you do business. You can't expect from a small SME to put you in touch with their CIO or their CPO or their this or their that or the other kind of C whatever level you have. There's 20 people in the business. Doing KYC for them is not that easy. Someone mentioned KYC earlier. Doing, getting them to link into your technology, to put down a $20,000 deposit to do business with you. Hang on, guys, that's not realistic, right? So we start to change the conversations we have. And to do that, as I say, we've got, similar to those areas that I showed you earlier where we look at innovation, we look at kind of quality, trust, and so on, we start to use that same framework with the ecosystems that we talk to. So SME being one I'm talking about now, but we do the same for tourism, we do the same for procurement. I mean, there's different areas and different ecosystems that we support. I was going to drop into quite some detail on some of these. I was going to talk to you about what we did with the government during the lockdowns. So we were sharing Transport for London passenger numbers. So the government was saying, you know, how effective is the lockdown? Well, we're down to 75% of usual travel. We're down to 60%, and we got down to 25%, and it never went below that. So they were all obviously the critical workers that were still going to work. But we were telling the government how effective their lockdown was. So, you know, you're providing data and insights for policy and regulation. And then when we were coming out of it, and everyone still wanted to work from home, and the government was encouraging people to go back to the office, we're saying, like, how successful? We've never got above 75% of pre-COVID numbers. Right? So 25% of people just are not going back to work. Now, that may be on a rotational basis, and we can tell you who's rotating and how many times a week they're rotating, because whilst we get the card numbers that are being used on Transport for London, we don't necessarily know who the person is, but we know they're only tapping in 3 times a week, whereas they used to tap in 5 times a week. So we can tell you kind of what the rotation is, and that the average is 2 days a week or 2.5 days a week back in the office. So that's kind of how we do it. I was going to talk to you a little bit and share some of the things we're doing from an equipment perspective. As you know, when we started off the pandemic in the UK, I think we were tapping at £35 per transaction. We're now up to £100, and everyone's quite comfortable with it. We were at 1 in 10 transactions were digital pre the pandemic. We're now at 9 in 10 transactions is digital. So these are the kind of insights that give people a view into kind of behavior that's coming. Now, all of these areas are areas for FinTech. All of these things, and we talk about open banking, all of this information sits in transactional information with consumers and small business financiers. Now, how wonderful would that be if you could have access to that and you knew that some people were only going in 2-3 times a week? You could do gym memberships for 3 days a week instead of 5 days a week. You could change the cost on that. So there's an idea for a FinTech. I'll buy some shares in that one. But yeah, so kind of all of these things are what come out. All right, and so now, as I say, just between you and me, and you know, there's no such thing as a free tea. This is where the advertorial comes in. We're pretty good at this. Mastercard's a company that's global. We operate in 210 countries. We have created a government engagement team. We have created a FinTech team. And I think Sam McGurk's in the room somewhere. He's from our FinTech team. He's got his hand up over there. He's the better fellow with a big ginger beard, you know, so a bit Viking-like, you know. But I assure you he's a really friendly guy. Have a chat with him. We work in these areas specifically. We do lots of data insights. We do lots of cyber security. We work specifically in the disbursements of funds. We work in the collections of funds. We work in procurement, supply chain risk management, really important. If you're going to start working with small FinTechs and SMEs, they better be cyber secure. Otherwise, you're opening a doorway into your own systems for cyber issues. As I say, then we start to support things like, you know, tourism, small business, and all of those ecosystems. We do this through our global network, 210 countries. We use all our technology, but most importantly, we use our partnerships, many of whom are in this room today. And so for that, I say thank you very much. Enjoy your tea. I'm around until lunchtime. Thank you.
Is this one on? Yeah, it is. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. Obviously, you guys are vast. You've got so much present in the FinTech sector. Does anyone have a specific question they want to ask of Grant just before we go for our break? I just had a kind of general question for you, which is, you know, we're talking about the growth of FinTech earlier on today. Do you see your engagement with FinTech gathering momentum? Has it been a
Absolutely.
kind of constant build? What's the sort of trouble?
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, we changed our organization 2 years ago to have one of the 4 pillars of our business as FinTech and digital. So we don't do that lightly. We went from a product-based organization that was pushing products through the banks and through the acquirers to a market-based organization, one of which is FinTech and digital. It's going from strength to strength. Sam and Darren Powell, who you know well, who's a good friend of yours, they will tell you that we are just seeing a phenomenal growth in one, the fintechs and the volumes they do, but also the opportunities, the engagement they're starting to have across multiple sectors of the economy. So absolutely huge growth.
That's great. Okay, and just one other thing, and then we will break. You guys previously, and I know it's not your area of specialism, but you've spoken a lot about financial inclusion at our conferences, and it's obviously a really sort of big theme for Mastercard. Is there anything you can add to the question that Lauren asked of Ez earlier on from what you're doing to help tackle financial inclusion or exclusion?
Yeah, we do quite a lot, actually. I mean, and if you think about all the various aspects of inclusion, at the very top end of the scale in countries like in the Nordics, where everything's digital, we did a full education program for older people who weren't as tech savvy as we'd like them to be in terms of using your phone to tap and pay. I mean, the whole reason we went to tap on card was it was an interim step to get you to the phone. But if we'd have jumped from cards to phones, we would have left so many people behind that we actually put interim steps in, got people used to tapping their card. Once they got used to tapping their card, we said to people, well, you can put that card in your wallet, in your phone. So that's one example. The other example, we do a lot of work in the UK with, through what we call Strive. We're doing a lot there on the minority-owned businesses. So we do quite a lot on that specific one in the UK. We have got prepaid card programs, and I think we work with Allpay and EML, and I think some of them are in the room today, to start putting financial tools in people's hands that are either underbanked, can't be banked, for various reasons. We've got some programs for prisoners coming out on release and parole. I mean, if you think it's hard getting a bank account, try do it if you're a prisoner or have been a prisoner, right? So we give these people the best possible chance of reincorporating themselves into society. So, and there's many, many more examples that I could talk to. We talked about debit cards and identity cards in South Africa. There are many of these examples all around the world. It's very, very important to our organization. Our CEO talks about doing well by doing good. We've got the Farmers Network in India, where we get small farmers able to consolidate their different crops so that the wholesaler comes around once a week and picks it up from all the different farmers, gives them a little bit better of a price, they get a better chance of getting their crops to market, and so on. So lots and lots of different ways that we try to do that, and just by doing the right thing, really.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much. I'd encourage everyone to get a chat with the Mastercard guys. We haven't even got onto open finance for SMEs, which is what we talked about earlier on. Exactly. So there's plenty more to talk about. Thank you, Grant, and thank you guys for your support for today as well.
Thank you.
Okay, it's time for a break now. The coffees, etc., are in the room next door where we were earlier on. We're running currently about 15 minutes behind. What we're going to do is start again at 25 past instead of quarter past. So we'll just cut the break short by 5 minutes to make a bit of time back. We'll give you all a shout. Thanks a lot.
On two, on two. On two. On two.
mental gymnastics moment.
Okay, welcome back everybody. Thank you. Cool, can we kill the music, Brad? Thank you. Or Courtney. We are moving into our second session of the day now, where we start to shine the light a lot more firmly on what's happening here in the Northeast. This next session I've been really looking forward to. It's going to be a fireside chat between my good colleague Stefan Hauser from Whitecap Consulting and Andy from Atom Bank. And I'm going to let Stefan pick things up here. So Stefan, over to you. Thank you.
Smashing. Thank you, Julian. And it's great being in Newcastle. Fantastic turnout again today. And it's a quite honour to have a chat with one of the sort of inspirational innovation leaders of the North, which is Atom Bank. And Andy from Atom Bank. It's absolutely fantastic to have you here. I always think the UK leads 2 tech races globally, right? One is Formula 1, which nobody really recognises, but it does. The other one is FinTech, right? It's been a success story for some time, and it's great to have actually a UK success story, not just one international one that's now growing well in the UK, but actually homegrown cases such as Atom, which is absolutely fantastic. You're now in your 10th year, which is also like to be applauded. Like people thought, like when you started, are these guys going to last the duration? And you had some difficult times in terms of the economy out there, but you've still done really, really well, which is amazing to see. It'd be great to kind of hear from your point of view. So obviously, I appreciate you weren't there 10 years ago at Atom Bank, but how did Atom Bank go to market at the time, and what does that look like today? Is that what was then the plan, the go-to-market proposition? Was that obviously was relevant then? Is that still relevant today, or how do you see the Atom Bank has evolved in this space?
Yeah, so absolute caveat that I wasn't there 10 years ago, so this is just my understanding of corporate history. There are other Atom people here today who've been around longer than me, so they can correct me if I'm wrong. So I suppose that, maybe like any startup, there was sort of lots of excitement and enthusiasm, I think, when the company was first founded, and a kind of excitement to do it all. So the initial thing was we're going to do credit cards and ISAs and savings accounts and mortgages and loans and absolutely everything. But I think it kind of dawned on everyone after a while that that's a lot of work. Building out the technology for it, and particularly then also on top of that as a bank, very rightly very tightly regulated, and you need a different set of regulatory approvals for savings versus mortgages versus credit cards versus ISAs and all the rest of it. So I think then that drove much more focus actually in thinking about, okay, what can we do really well, and actually what is going to make money as well. So really, banks make money from mortgages. So almost the definition of a bank is you take deposits and you lend that back out the other side again, and the difference in the interest rate is effectively the profit of the bank. The way to get deposits, you can either get deposits from current accounts, and lots of banks do that. We don't do that. There's lots of other banks that you can go to have a current account. With us, we do savings. The reason is there tends to be higher amounts in savings, and actually it's just easier to deal with because there's less transactional volume and all the rest of it. So that helps us on our deposit side, and means that we can pass really good rates through to our savings rates through to our customers, and then we lend out the other side, and actually because we're digital and have very low overheads and all the rest of it, we give really good mortgage rates out to the other side. So I think it's now, our range is now 2 different types of savings accounts. We will have more different types of savings accounts fairly soon. We do residential mortgages, and we do secured business lending, kind of commercial mortgages effectively. So I think, that focus down on what is your core market, what can you do really well, how can you really serve a specific set of customers and do a fewer things but really well, I think is probably a good lesson actually for most startups. Don't get too overwhelmed with your excitement and enthusiasm, just focus down and do a few things well.
Very good. Obviously lots of things have happened over the last 10 years, since Atom Bank started. In your experience, not just Atom Bank, but in general in the market, what are the changes that you've seen over the last 10 years? That the arrival of other neobanks, of course, much more things like AI, blockchain, lots of changes. Have they actually seen the adoption? What are the kind of the key changes that you've sort of experienced over the last 10 years where you say these are kind of quite noticeable or remarkable?
Yeah, I think 10 years is probably an interesting time to think about it. You know, retail banking or just banking in general, I suppose, in the UK, pretty static actually for like literally hundreds of years. I think if you look when, I don't think Barclays was founded in 16 something or other, right? So for a long time, they were pretty much the same organisations just providing banking services. A bit of consolidation in the industry. So I think in my lifetime, I think NatWest bought Midland, and then Royal Bank of Scotland bought NatWest, and so actually there was consolidation and actually fewer market participants until probably maybe kind of 15 years ago, when the government and the regulators wanted to bring in more competition and challenge those incumbents, and that's really when the birth of what we now call challenger banks. They're called challengers because we challenge the bigger organisations, or neobanks because we're new. So around sort of 2014-15 time, so that's when Atom was founded, also Starling, Monzo, Metro, Virgin Money, all of those kind of things. And I suppose you sort of split those into two maybe. So, Metro, if you think about what they were doing, that was about kind of just being more sort of friendly, and the whole thing about you can bring your dog into the bank, that kind of stuff. And then there were us and some others, which was more about just pure digital, so not having any branches. Obviously, that was a pretty kind of revolutionary concept at the time. So out of all of those kind of neo banks and sort of digital only banks, actually Atom, we were the first to actually get the banking license, so first to actually become a bank. So again, you're not even allowed to even have bank in your name in the UK unless you've actually got a banking license, which I think is a good thing. So I think there was quite a lot of change then. But actually, I think Grant from Mastercard touched on it in his presentation. It was really COVID, I think, that drove biggest change. And there's this sort of cliche about COVID being the world's most effective chief digital officer, right? Because there was more digitalization in the 2 years of 2020 to 2022 than there kind of ever was before. And every company needed to have this kind of digital presence. And so all of the incumbents, everyone now has a mobile app and website and all of that kind of stuff. So I think that's probably that drove the biggest change. I think that doesn't make all banks the same still. So I think a big differentiator between certainly us and some of the other incumbents is it's not just about have you got an app, it's actually about the overall experience of the bank. So we have 5 stars in both app stores, and I don't think any, if not many, other banks have that higher rating, but most other banks have, 4 point something, so, not disastrous. But actually, I think the bigger thing is if you look at the Trustpilot scores and the overall experience, actually that's where you see a real differential. So the legacy banks have more like 2 out of 5 for their kind of Trustpilot scores. We have 5 out of 5 for our Trustpilot scores. So it's about the overall experience that we give our customers, not just, have you got a cool app? I think the other interesting thing, also kind of picking up on Grant's presentation, the thing about trust. So we actually measure how much our customers trust us, and we're seeing that go up really a lot as well, and brand and all that kind of stuff as well. So I think that's been a big change over the last few years.
Fascinating. Next question is a little bit unfair. Considering that today is the slowest rate of change we're ever going to see, because tomorrow's going to be yet faster again. I'm going to ask you have a look in what do you think is going to happen over the next 5 to 10 years in retail banking? Are there any sort of real transformational changes you're going to see, using the likes of AI, using IoT, using blockchain potentially? What do you think might happen in retail banking in terms of real sort of changes over the next 10 years?
God, I mean, yes, there's all those technologies, and clearly we kind of look at those. Honestly, I've got no idea. And I think, that's what this is all about, right? I think it's, yes, hopefully Atom will have some great ideas, but I think it's probably more likely to be companies of people here, and probably companies that don't even exist yet actually are going to be the real drivers of that change. So Yeah, maybe we'll come back at the... Everyone have a think about what you think, would be great ideas for the next 5 years in retail banking, and maybe we can have a chat about it afterwards, because I don't know.
We'll ask you at the end. So, my background is technology, and every time we talk about FinTech, health tech is such a key part of it. You could argue you are a FinTech just because you currently apply your technology in financial services, not you think about, a tech company. From when Atom Bank first started, as you mentioned before, the reason you're transparent because you didn't have any legacy. You started from scratch. You could build your own tech stack from scratch. It'd be interesting to see on the one hand, what was the approach that, not you personally, but Atom Bank took back then in terms of the building blocks, the tech components you used, and then if you could start again today, let's assume Atom Bank, is no launching in 2023, would that look any different? And if it does, what would you do differently? What are the different tech components, building blocks, technologies, partners that you would use right now?
Yeah, so I don't think it would be hugely different, because I think we were lucky enough that we didn't have to be on-prem and then move into the cloud. So we are entirely cloud-based, and we don't have our own data centers and that kind of stuff. So I don't think it'd be hugely different from that point of view. I think that the main thing, and it this is always a question that CTOs or CIOs or whoever get asked, is it's actually about where in the stack do you buy versus build. And certainly there are actually other fintechs and startups that provide kind of a bank in a box, and you can kind of buy it and just configure it a bit, and that may well get you going quickly. So that's obviously a good thing. But you kind of, the fact you can buy it means that there's only a certain amount of configuration you can do, and then you run out of space to differentiate. At the sort of right at the bottom, right, you could kind of go completely the other end, and you could build your own computers and generate your own electricity. I don't think that's massively useful for a bank to do that. So I think probably the value is somewhere in the middle. I think probably when Atom started, certainly bits of our stack, we kind of bought a bit higher up than I think we might do if we were starting again. Some of that, was just actually because we wanted to be quick to market. Some of it was actually due to the people that were in the company at the time. I'm a geek, right? I write code for fun. If anyone asks me how do we do something, my answer is write code. That's not necessarily the answer that the guy at the time might have given, right? So I think it depends on personal biases as well. I think we probably would have written a little bit further down the stack, but nothing major. Actually, we're in a pretty good place. Yep.
Excellent, thank you. Now, this probably isn't applicable to Atom Bank because you're a reasonably modern provider, but if you look at the sector as a whole, retail banking, building societies, what do you think are the sort of the main blockers that some of your competitors, some of the more established and legacy providers see? Is it around legacy tech and data silos? Is it compliance, regulation, or are there some other factors that you think are potentially not holding them back, but are blocking them to be as agile and as modern as something like Atom Bank can be?
Yeah, I think it's probably some of all of those. There's definitely some legacy that needs dealing with in some more established companies. One company I worked in, I ran a payment system that was 20 million lines of COBOL, first released in 1985, running on a mainframe. And 20 million lines of code is quite a lot to unpick and turn into, modern microservices architecture, and so you can move it to the cloud and be more nimble and all of that kind of stuff. So there's definitely, real things there. I think from a regulatory point of view, we're in the cloud. There's lots of other companies in the, banks in the cloud. So I think, we work with the regulators, and that is not a barrier. But I think some of the incumbents, I think, use those two things as a bit of an excuse. I go to other conferences, and there's lots of sort of people from those just walking around looking very worried because it's all new, and I just question sometimes their mindset actually about how much they really want to change, and whether they actually just hang on to those things as an excuse. So I think it's probably mindset as much as anything else. There are definitely some real reasons, but you can probably get over those if you have the right mindset.
No, that's really interesting. A follow on that one, if I may. I think it's on, it's not. Should be on, hello? No? Okay. Sorry, I'm talking to the board, it doesn't seem to work. You mentioned some people use certain things as excuses for not doing certain things. One thing I hear time and time again, look what happened with TSB. That clearly didn't work particularly well. So from my point of view, that had nothing to do with the technology as such. It had to do with poor migration, not following the principles of what you should be doing when you migrate from A to B. They didn't test it and there wasn't a rollback. Do you think that is overused as an excuse? Can I say, you don't want to do anything new because I don't want to be the next TSB?
Probably, I don't know every detail about that. I'm clearly familiar with it, but I don't know every intimate detail, so I'm not going to criticise individuals. What I do think is, I've been using kind of agile methodologies and whatever since about 2005 or something, right? And to me, that is just a safer way of working. So a massive big bang project where you do a big migration over the weekend and, pray to whichever deity, or all of them, that it works is just not a sensible way of working. And actually, almost a year ago, because actually it was about the time of this conference last year, we did a sort of fairly big bang upgrade, and it was just so stressful and awful. I, in the end, had to apologise to my own team about how stressful it was. I promised to my board we were never going to do it like that again, and it kind of took the bank out for our customers for several hours, and really wasn't a good experience. We've since then done another one, had almost no downtime. It was just stress-free. It just went, and that's how we do everything from now on. I don't think it's about, you can never just test every single thing. It's about actually how you reduce the risk. And I think you can just reduce the risk by doing things in a different way. But do parallel runs and cut over customers one by one. It's better for the customers. There's no downtime for the customers. It's certainly better for the team, right? Because the stress of doing some massive thing like that, I can't even imagine it. It must be awful. And they just go wrong so often.
No, that's a really good point. Thank you. We touched on regulation slightly. In so my experience working with within the sector, financial service and retail banking in particular, I think it's always quite interesting that you, as the buyer of technology, you have to be compliant. You have to adhere to the regulation, right? But you, as a supplier, don't. To a certain extent, you also want to work with the buyer, with your client, to make things happen. But at the end of the day, you're not being held accountable if something goes wrong. It's always down to you as the buyer provider of financial services. Which I always think is slightly, there's clearly work to be done from my point of view, because it should be an equal sort of equation. Do you have any advice that you'd give to the regulators, be it the FCA, the PRA, in terms of retail banking, when it comes to the supply and use of technology, the supply and use of data and applications? Is there anything that you'd like to advise them on? You say, I think here's an area of improvement, maybe something where we can collaborate on, something that isn't working today, but we clearly see as an issue?
Yeah, so the first thing I would say is I think the regulators have an incredibly difficult job, which they do very well. We have a good relationship with our regulators. If you think of, the regulators are there to keep mainly consumers safe, right? And to work out how to do that when thinking about technology, which just changes so quickly, I just don't even know how you go about doing that. I think it's an incredibly difficult job, so absolute credit to them. I think they do a good job. I think a good thing, actually, just sort of touching back on the cloud point, right? The way you have good stability in cloud, you just do it in a different way than traditionally. And so rather than a hot data center and a cold data center, and you do your big DR cut over and all that kind of stuff. You know, it's now about you spread yourself out across multiple availability zones, and it's all about resilience to failures. And the regulators are absolutely now talking about resilience, and I think actually probably pushing some of the incumbents to actually think about things in a new way, and that works great for us because that's how we work. So yeah, I think they do a really good job with that. I think the point actually about buying technology and all this, I was thinking about this earlier this week. So we need a new kind of workflow case management solution, right? Something that we haven't quite got the right platform for at the moment. So there's a couple of companies that we're looking at, and we have to, as well as the sort of technology choice, do they fit, we have to do this huge amount of due diligence, right, about whether the company's stable, the regulatory bit, where the data is, you know, if it's a SaaS thing, where the data residency is, the security, you know, legal, compliance, all of those kind of things. And you can see from their website, right, that they've got 6 other banks that are already using them, and those other banks have done exactly the same process. You know, what a waste of time. Now, we would be utterly derelict in our duty if we didn't do our own due diligence, but every single company is repeating that due diligence. And, you know, we're quite a big company these days, right? But still, our legal team is like Laura and Ryan, and that's it. And then our procurement team is like Mo and Jasmine and Marie. And, you know, in small companies, there's like not even a team to do that, right? So, and a big company's got thousands of people to do it, and so it doesn't make a bigger problem for them. So I just wonder whether there's some sort of regulatory kite mark that you could get, which
like a
is
streamlining process,
you know, certified for use in financial services, or, you know, if it's a healthcare thing, certified for pharma use, and then every company can just use it, and that would, I think, make things a lot easier for smaller companies, and you know, take away that leverage that bigger companies have just because they can throw people at that problem.
Which is actually similar to what the government did years ago with G-Cloud, where, you know, as a small provider, once you were on the G-Cloud, you didn't have to justify every single aspect of your business. Time and time again, you did it once a year, and that was it. In my sort of experience, over the last 20, 25 years, a lot of the innovation in FinTech has been in regards to the front end, the user experience, new apps. Of course, you had new entrants like yourself, where everything was new from the start. But let's say if you were an established provider, typically the innovation was around the front end. Why do you think that is the case? Is it because it's easier than fixing things at the back end? Is it because you can't necessarily see the results straight away? Is it because there's people are risk averse and say, I really don't want to change that because it might upset too many things? Is it because the integration between front and back end isn't good enough in some of the legacy system? What do you think is the reason why back end innovation hasn't been as strong as front-end innovation?
So yeah, I think probably all of those to some degree. I mean, obviously the front end is what the customer sees, so that's a bit more obvious if you make a change. But, you know, there's only so much change you can make in the front end without having to make a change in the back end, because, yeah, you can change the font on the website really easily, but that doesn't really help your customers, right? You need to give them new features and services and products. So, and inevitably the you know, the business logic and all the rest of it is going to be on the back end of that. So I think it's just more work to change stuff on the back end. I think I probably question the innovation. I mean, I think, you know, a lot of the technologies, you know, you mentioned earlier, cloud and blockchain and AI and all those things actually probably help me more on the back end than they do on the front end. Yeah, it's definitely more work. So if you can fiddle about and put a new animation on your website, easy. But I'd question the value of that.
Yeah. Very good, thank you. Probably I've got time for one final question. We are in Newcastle in the northeast, and if you look at the emerging sector that is clean tech, green tech, net zero, you know, Newcastle and the northeast will have a major role to play in years to come. There's some amazing things happening. The world's biggest wind farm is being built off the coast of Newcastle, so lots of great things. FinTech has had this sort of pioneering role in technology for many, many years. Do you think there are specific areas where clean tech, green tech can learn from FinTech? And second one, what do you think is the kind of the future collaboration and transfer between the two? You know, where FinTech actually helps clean tech and green tech. Is there any particular area that you see?
Well, I suppose the first question, I mean, FinTech has done its thing and, yes, been very innovative and obviously made a load of mistakes and learnt from that and gathered wisdom along the way. For any startup, whatever the industry sector, don't make your own mistakes. Try and learn from someone else's mistakes. That's just kind of common sense, right? So, you know, definitely use the wisdom that has come out of startups and across sectors. I think in terms of collaboration, that is almost inevitable, but a brilliant opportunity, right? I mean, the UK, we've got legislation, some of the most ambitious in the world, about net zero in 2050. The government is definitely going to use the financial sector as a way to achieve that. So, if as an example, UK housing is a really big user of energy, and you know every house now has an EPC rating, A to G or whatever it is. You know, there's already legislation if you're renting out a house. I think you have to have A to C as your rating. There will be stuff soon about, you know, you have to move up the ratings to make your house more energy efficient. You know, there's opportunities. We're already looking, you know, about can we help people with finance for that to, you know, insulate the walls or put new windows in or get a new boiler or a heat pump or whatever it is. So there's absolutely going to be almost forced collaboration, but let's not wait until we're forced by legislation and regulation. There's just brilliant opportunity because, you know, we have to do this for the future of the world, right? Yeah. So let's get on and do it.
Brilliant, thank you. I think we're running out of time, so I think the audience question we'll probably have to discuss over lunch in terms of the future of retail banking. Way do you see things in 5 to 10 years' time? Love to hear your views. But for now, Andy, thank you very much for your time. Very much appreciated. Pleasure. Great insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Stefan. Thank you, Andy. Fascinating chat there. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next segment of the event. I want to say a huge thank you to Melissa, to Aaron, to Mark, to Sophie and the team at Kani for sponsoring this next panel. Really, really looking forward to getting into smart data and the future of payments. So yeah, I think we're just about ready. If we could have all of our speakers join us on stage. I'll let Mark do all the intros and facilitate from here. So yeah, please take it away.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I'm Mark McCarthy. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer of Kani Payments. We're very proudly from Newcastle. Our office is actually just down the road here, literally just 100 meters away from where I'm standing today. So what does Kani do? So to answer Stefan's question before about back office innovation, well, that's us. We do reconciliation and reporting. So thanks for the intro there. To answer the question a little bit further, what we do is we take multiple different data sets that happen alongside the journey of a card payment. So imagine you tap your card on a POS machine. What happens after that? It goes through multiple different processes. So if it's a Mastercard card, then the scheme that's obviously managing the card. If you've got a Transact product, then obviously it's going to be processed by their data as well. And we're represented by both those organizations this afternoon here today. This morning. So in a nutshell, when these processes happen, they generate a lot of data, and basically we take that data and we compare it. After the comparison takes place, we then actually provide reporting off the back of that. Now you can imagine a company like Transact, for example, works with 10 different processes, so that's 10 different types of data. Then they work with the scheme, that's another type of data, and then they've obviously got their internal data as well. So bringing all of these into a single place and performing all of the actions that Kani does is incredibly complex, and that's kind of what we want to talk about today. But before I go into that, I also want to make some brief announcements about Kani itself. We're very much a growing organization. We're just about to launch in the US in the next few months. We are signing partnership arrangements with some of the world's largest payment firms, and we're really moving forward and putting Newcastle on the map from that perspective. So I'd like to introduce my panel here today. So with me I've got Noel Smith from Transact Payments. He's the Business Development Director. I've also got with me Liam Spence from Mastercard, who's the VP of Franchise Innovation. And I think he's also got some interesting insights to what Grant talked about earlier. And also with me I've got our very own Dr. Sophie Harbisher, who's our Data Science Lead here at Kani. So I would like to ask the panel our first question, and it's more of a sort of generic question around what does smart data really mean in the context of payments and your organization? And maybe Noel, if you want to maybe kick that off.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Mark. So you've already touched on it, Mark, about what Transact do, but I'll give you a brief overview. So Transact are an e-money issuer. Well, we've got two entities now since Brexit. So we have an e-money license out of Gibraltar, which covers us for UK issuance, and we have one out of Malta, which covers us for the rest of Europe. Both entities are Mastercard and Visa principal members. Now, Transact as it stands, we don't provide any tech in-house. We always use third-party processors such as Thread, Tribe, who are here today, and people like FIS. So as Mark mentioned, we have 10 processing partners today, and each of those processors supply different data to us in different formats. And we need the data, obviously, to meet our regulatory obligations as well as scheme obligations. And what Kani do for us? They'll actually consume all that data and cleanse the data and send it back out to us, so we're able to meet those obligations. So from my perspective, from our business perspective, it's making a very hard job in the past a lot easier. We're able to reconcile a lot easier and get the reporting a lot quicker and more effective.
Great. Sophie, can I ask you?
So yeah, thanks, Mark. So yeah, obviously with Kani I see a lot of data from a lot of different sources, get involved in that day to day. So smart data to me, data inherently isn't smart or not smart, it's just a record of an entity, of an event, something like that. I think where the smartness comes in, where you can leverage some intelligence from your data, is around the processes and procedures you put in place and what you do with that data afterwards. So getting information from data is where data becomes smart.
Great. And Liam?
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for the opportunity, Mark. Liam Spence. I work in franchise innovation at Mastercard, so if anyone knows what that means, you can come and find me later and tell me. But basically, the way I describe my role is we look at all the expertise and the experience that Mastercard has done in the card side of the network, and I support the new part of where Mastercard's expanding into, which is real-time payments, blockchain payments, and kind of expanding into that area. So for me, smart data is all about providing kind of actionable insights to make the business kind of more to optimize performance and to guard against misuse, basically. So there's lots of different ways that you can see that, and there's a good example that we have over in our New York office at Mastercard, whereby we have an innovation hub where we take clients to look at some of the innovations we're working on. And there's a huge map there of New York City. And when you get there, there's a huge screen, which is impressive enough, but it's a huge map of all the transactional spend that's occurring at that time. So real-time data that's kind of flowing through, and you can see specifically kind of, obviously it's obfuscated, you can't see specifically, but you can see the spend that's occurring immediately. And so that's kind of how you would see the visualization of that data occurring in real time is really how I would talk about smart data.
Yeah, that's great. So I should also mention that the reason why I've asked Liam to join us here today is because Kani is working with Mastercard to get better ways of getting the data back and forth between the organizations. Because at this point in time, when we look at data sets and how the data is managed, and I've seen this across multiple different organizations that I've worked for, it's still very manual driven. There's still quite a lot of batch driven files, things like that. So you'd think, you know, the fact that when you hit your postcard on the machine, everything happens in milliseconds, well, that's great, but the actual reality of settlement behind all of that is literally a day or more. So we're trying to sort of reduce those kind of time frames. But, you know, if we look at some of the issues that we see with data, Sophie, what are sort of the key challenges that you see on a day-to-day basis when you look at all these sort of disparate data sets that come through from all of these different organizations?
Yeah, so on a day-to-day basis, I think it's really difficult. So I think something Mark touched on before was that typically our clients are payments providers, so they're issuing cards, they're looking at payment transactions, and that data comes from lots of different sources. So each source has their own formatting, their own schemas, everything sort of looks different, but in essence, they're looking at the same thing. They're looking at a payment transaction. And then alongside that, you have the scheme information. So Mastercard, Visa will send you information on the aggregate level across your transactions over the course of a day or a reconciliation cycle, something like that. So what you have is lots of different files, lots of different interpretations of these same entities in essence. So I've lost my train of thought. But yeah, so in terms of the challenges, it's how do you get that data? How do you get something useful out of this massive files you have? So what I think one of the challenges is how to standardize that data. So the schemes are sort of standardized to an extent. They have to adhere to an ISO format. So the schemes provide data to the processors, that's fairly standard, and then how the processors interpret that differ depending on the processor. So out the other side of that, how do you then get back to something that is uniform, that you can actually see all of your transactions across all of these processors and get to a single source of being able to query your data. So once you have that, you are able to do quite powerful ad hoc analytics. So you might be able to look over the whole of your portfolio, have a look to see where your cardholders are spending, if there's a certain merchant category potentially that has high growth or low growth, you might be interested in that. But having that standardization allows you to do that ad hoc query in a matter of minutes rather than having a big project to get that every time you want any sort of insight into your data. So that's one of the big benefits of doing that. As a consequence of that, it allows you to validate your data. You can ensure data quality because any hurdles you come up against in the standardization procedure, you sort of get an indication of what's causing that, what leads to these discrepancies in the data you're getting, and you can ensure your data quality. And then I think in general that allows you to have the foundations to then go on and perform quite powerful machine learning AI sort of algorithms if that's what you want to do. But I think the main challenge is getting the data in a usable format, and then that allows you to perform these things. So I think I've seen different percentages dotted around, but it's usually about 80 to 90% of your time as a data scientist is spent cleansing the data, getting it in a usable state. So I think one of the things you might want to do is change your perspective and get your data in a good format generally, and that allows everything to be built on from there. So getting that foundation right, I think, is important.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, what we heard Grant talk about earlier this morning as well about, harnessing some of that information. I mean, it's easily done if everything is in one single format, but our challenge on our end is that we work with multiple different schemes. We work with multiple different processes, multiple different issuers. So we've got a lot of data, but getting that all into a single format that we can actually use it and gain insights is kind of the challenge. But I think we're getting there. I think the industry as a whole is getting there. I think, I still see an awful lot of organizations that use spreadsheets for reporting, reconciliation purposes. I would urge you not to. How are you going to get anything into a unified format by doing it that way is incredibly difficult. Having systems that take away that sort of pressure point is key. So I want to ask the panel the next point, which is looking forward in terms of pain points, current pain points, and then we can also look at what sort of insights are we looking for in the near term and the longer term. But let's start with, what are your current data pain points, Noel?
From our perspective, it was very much the different formats we used to get the reporting in from the processor to a point where we wouldn't work with certain processors, which would then in turn stop us from winning certain business. So again, Kani has resolved that issue where we don't have that headache anymore, and we can work with virtually any processor. I think the challenge we had internally was just getting everybody to buy into the fact that Kani's data is going to be trustworthy. And we can use that instead of some of the older methods we used to have in place to do all the reconciliation and settlement reports, etc.
And how about from a Mastercard perspective, Liam?
Yeah, I mean, from a Mastercard perspective, we're looking to partner with organisations that provide value, right? And so part of what we do in franchise is talk about ecosystem design. And so back in the 60s when we set up the cards network, it was pretty simple. There was an issuer and acquirer with a network that connected both. If you look at the ecosystem today, it's significantly more complicated, and so what we try to do is partner with companies that provide value, and I think the value, certainly when working with Kani, is all about kind of real time and speed of data, which is something that the world is moving at a very fast pace, continues to speed up. And so, providing that data, I think, is the biggest opportunity for not only real-time payments, but also the data that flows behind it. And so, you need that data for authorizations, for fraud reporting and decisioning, and you need to serve that data in different channels, right? Different channels with a clear UX, a clear UI that you can show to customers to make it usable and derive those insights from it. And so, I'd just open it up to the fact that Mastercard wants to work with these types of organizations that provide the value, and to me it's all about the speed of that real-time decisioning that adds the value.
Yeah, I guess from my point of view, one of the things that we always get asked when we talk to clients is, do you accept APIs? And the answer is always yes, of course we do, but do you have any? And the answer is no. That's the reality. So it's a really good point you make there, Liam, that is one of the missing links at the moment, is getting that data much, much faster. I mean, we've been talking about blockchain now for 10 years, and everyone thought it was going to overtake the need for reconciliations, but, well, we're still here doing these processes. I don't think we're going to go away, even with, blockchain being more embedded, but I've not really seen any sort of examples of it to date. Sophie, are there any sort of key pain points that you want to extend on from what you mentioned there earlier?
So I think, sort of just to touch on what Liam said, having that sort of buy-in, I think, and having data-driven insights is going to be a challenge. So I think people need to first trust the data, trust what you're producing, and then use that to make data-driven decisions. So I think at the minute a lot of people sort of see data as a bit of a burden. It's something you have to deal with. But what we can do with smart data and smart processes around data is change that from being that burden to actually delivering insights, delivering sort of data in order to make decisions, essentially, and that will benefit businesses as a whole. But I think getting that trust and that sort of buy-in from management is going to be one of the challenges going forward.
So I've been with Kani now for about 8 months, and one of the things that drew me to Kani, because I've been in the reconciliation field for a very long time, but what drew me to the company was very much its ability to have reporting and insights. And we do that on multiple different levels. We can do that at customer level, which might be an issuer. When we work with processors, we can actually show them how things are working for them, and all the way up to schemes as well and beyond. So for me, the next step of evolution is building that out, looking into forecasting and better MI. So that's my next set of questions then, is going to be around that. Now that we've got the data, what next? So maybe I'll start with you, Liam. I know you have worked with MI in the past from our discussion earlier. Can you give any examples of where it's been useful, helpful, and...
Yeah, I mean, across Mastercard, there's multiple examples of this, right?
Of
but
course.
I think the one that jumps out to me is kind of around speed of data processing. And so I led, previous to the role I have today, I worked in the core processing side of Mastercard in New York, and we led an initiative called the Future of Payments, which is all about speeding up card payments. And when we reviewed all the authorization, clearing data across multiple years, and looked at specifically the timestamps of the data, so we could identify how to speed up the clearing, because whilst the authorization is real time, clearing and settlement can take some time in the background for batch files to be sent. And so the example I would give is that we went through all that data, we reviewed it. It would have been a lot better to have a data warehouse to query that data, but the outcome of it was that we improved the clearing times of transactions by over a third. And so by adding all these extra clearing cycles, reviewing the data and the timestamps, that provided a significant uptick to the ecosystem and provided value to acquirers and issuers getting paid faster, basically. So yeah, it's that timestamp of a transaction all the way down to impacting global ecosystems of payments.
Great. Noel?
Yeah, from our side, there's quite a lot we can do with the data, which we haven't even started to look at. But we've got, we already are starting to plan for next year, and with regards to resource planning and our forecasting, which the data we receive now is assisting us to do that. So with knowing exactly how our business has grown from a transactional point of view, will help us understand how many, like for instance, compliance staff we need to onboard to keep in line with that. But we're also looking at like fraud trends on certain merchant codes. So we can inform our clients what merchant codes they may want to avoid or put tighter controls in. And it's also assisting more recently to the scheme reporting we have to do on a quarterly basis of Mastercard and Visa. I'm sure there's a lot more we're going to be able to do with the data, but as I say, there's so many possibilities, I think, what we can do with it, but we have got lots of plans for the future to utilise the Kani data a lot more than we do today.
Sophie, can I ask you?
Yeah, so so I think the future is about optimising those processes that need to happen. So like the regulatory reports that need to be submitted periodically, getting them as optimised and as efficient as possible so that they are as pain-free as possible. And then on top of that, and I might go slightly geeky here because this is what I'm into, but sort of doing a lot more of the statistical modelling, getting machine learning, getting sort of AI type models on board in these data modelling things. So applications of that are fraud detection, you can have trend analysis, you can have settlement forecasts, basically anything associated with that data you can do something about. So if you define a problem that that data is related to, there is information inherent in that data set that you will be able to use modelling to extract.
That's great. I should add that, at Kani, because we put everything into a single data model for all of our clients, we can actually derive insights at quite a high level, sitting above all of our clients. So we have worked with schemes, for example, who wanted to identify certain aspects of consumer behavior that we were able to sort of gather. So that's across multiple different schemes, multiple different platforms, multiple different card types. All of that data we have, we hold, and we can provide insights to. So bearing that in mind and looking forward, I would like to ask the panel about what insights your companies will be looking for in the future. Where do you see this going? Maybe Noel, I could maybe start with you.
Yeah, more program-specific data would help me from a sales perspective, because we do get asked a lot of time from fintechs, for instance, what's the usage of traditional payment methods now, such as a card versus a Apple Pay or Google Pay. So data like that, where we can show them trends and show activity in certain jurisdictions against certain merchant codes, that sort of data is quite useful, very useful when you pitch into clients to try and help them tailor their product to the market they're going after.
Liam, maybe?
Yeah, sure. I mean, what you talk about is definitely a vision that we share with Kani in this space. So to me, it's all about integrating multiple programs, right? So you have a customer view, but the customer may have a consumer payments products, may have commercial payment products, and they want to see one view of that. And that's something that I think we need to be showing. So better reporting to our customers, more insight, faster, etc. That's really where we're going. And this is where you get the key insights, right? So I was working on a program a while ago, and it talked about consumers use their phone most in the morning, they go into their iPads during the day, and they spend their evenings on the computer. And you can see that in the payment journey as you look at different timestamps globally. And so providing that kind of insight back to customers in a comprehensive manner that they can query and get into is something that I think we share that vision.
Well, that sounds really exciting. I mean, that definitely gives businesses a great insight into consumer behavior throughout the day and how they can leverage that on those different platforms. So, Sophie, is there any thoughts you have?
Yeah, so I think both what Noel and Liam have mentioned is something that is sort of what we're looking at. So, yeah, these consumer level insights, you can also have program level insights, but above all that, you can also look at sort of more global things. So like Mark mentioned before, we've got sight over all of the data for all of our clients. We can maybe benchmark that against sort of publicly available data. So if it's GDP, if it's inflation index, if it's consumer index, and look to see what we get in the payments data matches that, if there's any sort of lags, if there's any sort of patterns to that, and having it in this standard format allows us to chop and change it. We can sort of look at consumer product, whatever aggregation we want, and that's available to us. So I think it's very interesting.
And I think the other thing to mention here is kind of safety and security as well. So that's something that the Mastercard brand stands for consumer data. But I think if you look at data insights and gathering that information, absolutely has to be secure. And that's something incredibly important. So that's another aspect that I think is, as we look forward, something we need to ensure that that works both in the UK and abroad.
Absolutely. And I think where we sit down today as a fintech organisation or the fintech industry as a whole, obviously we've put everything onto the cloud, and we all have our own different thoughts around that. But I mean, it seems like an incredibly secure option. I mean, the kind of data that Kani handles does not really have any sensitive information in it. We perform simple transactional reconciliation and card reconciliation. So off the back of that, the insights that we gain, we basically don't know who the consumer is. We can just see the trends and analysis that are coming out of that. I've run out of questions, but in summary, basically, what we wanted to describe today is that the data goes through this arduous journey, and that journey is very much fragmented, and what Kani is trying to do is bring it all together. But we're looking at the reconciliation space in a very different way. We're looking at it as a means to an end, and the end that we're looking for is very much the reporting element, getting that data cleansed, getting it validated, and being able to provide MI. That's kind of where we're headed with our thought process. So are there any questions from the audience that we can answer? Right at the back.
This question might be more aimed at Liam than anyone else, but I think something that sort of resonated with me was the speed of data, and as a customer, I want my payments to be quick. I don't want them to take 1 to 2 days, but that's also got to be balanced with the risk of scams and problems like that. How do you balance those two things?
Yeah, it's the age-old problem, isn't it? I mean, consumers want convenience, which makes a lot of sense, obviously, but you've got to temper that against safety and security as well. So, when we launched with TfL and the contactless payments on the tube, reduction of the time it takes for that gate to open, and the convenience of that and the speed was super critical to TfL when we worked with them on that, and that makes a lot of sense. But it's kind of combining that convenience with the security that's really the art, the complicated aspect of it. So yeah, it's a really good point. But I think from a Mastercard perspective, we definitely try to blend both of those things together to provide the best possible experience. So yeah, good question.
Is that maybe based on value and time, for example? I mean, do you factor that into your risk model?
Yeah, certainly when we worked with TfL, it was the cost of opening that gate in the London Underground, and the cost of people standing behind, and you can actually put a pound value or a penny value on how long it takes for that gate to open. And so, yeah, I mean, certainly it comes back to value for sure. But at the same time, the data needs to be secure and well looked after as well. So certainly tokenization does that in that instance. But yeah, there's certainly a value aspect to it as well.
Great. Anyone else on the panel have a response to that, or no? Any other questions? No? Great. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, and thank you very much, panelists. Very insightful. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Kani. Thank you to everybody on the panel there. That was brilliant. Some fantastic perspectives on payments, and obviously the application of data. We're about to break for lunch now, so we're going to bring this session to a close. Before I do that, just a little bit of housekeeping. So we're going to be serving the food in the networking space. We've also opened another room, so it's in the far left corner as you go up the stairs. So food will be served in both rooms. If you can just make an effort to take your food and then kind of move around into other bits of the networking space, even come back through in here, be in the hallway, that'll just help everybody get to the food basically in time. Yeah, really looking forward to the afternoon session. We'll be coming back in here at about 1:30. So we've got plenty of time for networking now, which is great. Some brilliant sessions to look forward to. There's the launch of this new Northeast initiative supporting FinTech, which really looking forward to hearing about that. We'll also be hearing from Atom Bank as well. Anne-Marie, the Chief People Officer, talking about FinTech culture and scale scaling, so super relevant. And then straight off the back of that is our FinTech showcase, and we've got some fantastic, innovative, early-stage startups and scale-ups pitching in a sort of lightning format that'll keep things moving really quickly towards the end of the day. And then finally, we've got a drinks reception as a bit of a reward for everybody who's stuck it out right till the end. So yeah, thank you very much, and see you after lunch. Cheers.
this mic.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. We've got some fantastic content lined up for you over the next couple of hours. As I sort of previewed before the lunch break, really looking forward to this next panel, and I'll introduce Steve in a second to tell us all about FinPact. But yeah, really looking forward to Anne-Marie's presentation from Atom Bank, and then of course our trademark showcase as well. So please do stick around for it. So Steve, without further ado, please come and tell us all about FinPact. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Typical for any sort of presentation that's got the word tech in it, the tech's not working. So I'm going to do my best Chris Whitty impressions today and be asking for next slide, please, as we go through, because the clickers aren't working. But anyway, there we go. So next slide, please. I can remember being here almost a year to the day in this very room when James Thwaites and Julian were doing a great job of teasing a piece of work that they'd been doing around the North East FinTech strategy, which was actually going to be published in September. And I was sitting in the audience, having returned to the North East, my home, after many years, and thinking, this looks absolutely great. You know, I wonder if I can get involved in this in some shape or form. Lo and behold, 12 months later, I'm actually stood on a stage talking to you about it. But anyway, that piece of research, that strategy document that was produced, I'm sure all of you will have seen it. If not, I recommend you to go to the Whitecap Consulting website, and you can find it there in their published reports. But essentially, the summary of that was why we're having a North East FinTech strategy. It's to create jobs, it's to create new businesses, it's for the growth of the North East as far as that's concerned. And I had certain goals, which you can see on the screen there. The strategic priorities were broken down into 3 areas: around clear leadership, around resources and communication, and all of these sorts of things. One of the key aspects of that was having a clear focus for the FinTech community, and that's what we now describe as FinPact. When that report was produced, we had a steering committee of 50 stakeholders in the North East who all got involved, which was great. We broke that down into those 3 work streams of leadership, increasing collaboration, and develop resources, which all sounds very, very easy, but even on that screen, you can see that then breaks down further. And as we've been doing work over the last year, that breaks down a lot further as well. So there's a lot that can be done. So that's the background as to why we've created FinPact. I think it was referred to in one of the speeches earlier as FinTech Northeast, which you can, but we could have adopted that name, but we're very keen for it to be clear this is about impact. This is about impact in the Northeast and impact that the Northeast can create outside of the Northeast for people. So following on a lot of the themes that Ez was talking about this morning. And I found it quite encouraging today. A lot of the discussions that have been going on, the presentations that have been made, feed very much into what we're going to be talking about today. So next slide, please. So our vision, what is FinPact here to do? Our vision is for the North East to be recognised as a world-class ecosystem where all aspects, the private sector, the public sector, the learning establishments, financial sources, and physical place all come together and are organised and mobilised for the benefit to turn it into that world-class ecosystem that we are looking for. The purpose is to drive innovation. We've heard the word innovation time and time again today, and we want to be able to enable and support the industry in delivering that innovation across society, across the environment, and across the economy. And our mission is to essentially optimise all of the resources that we've got in the North East to those goals ultimately. Next slide, please. So what is FinPact? FinPact is an industry-led, and I stress the industry-led element of this. This is about organisations in the North East collaborating on things that they're passionate about, things that they recognise could be optimised to a greater degree. And we will act as the mobilisation of that, if you like, but it's all about the industry taking responsibility for the growth of the FinTech sector in the North East. We're very young. We only founded this month. In fact, we're still just finishing off the process, I think it's probably fair to say. But we're a community interest company. Why are we a community interest company? Well, we spent, and a big thanks to Caroline Churchill and the Womble Bond Dickinson team, who have very kindly been holding our hands through this process and identifying the right type of structure to create FinPact. So FinPact is a community-led, community interest company. So it's all about whatever the organisation does, it stays within the organisation. There's very clear governance about what happens within FinPact Limited going forward. And the mandate, if you like, comes from the industry from that perspective. Next slide, please. Thank you. This one slide tries to encompass everything, and I can either do it from the basis of let's look at the top and work down, or from the bottom and work up. I like the idea of working from the bottom and going to a pinnacle, if you like. You'll see something called the enablement engine there. That is the collection of all of the resources that exist in the North East. You know, we've got fantastic resources here. Some people don't like people being called resources, and so let's call them people. We have students, we can reskill people, we've got dynamic people who, the one thing about the North East is resilient, and it keeps reinventing itself, and I think that's what we want to support, is take that resilience, skill people, because there is a skills gap out there, and bring them through to the benefit of North East organisations. Academia, already been mentioned, 5 great universities that exist in the North East. How do we stitch those people together, all of these building blocks together, into that ecosystem, that world-class ecosystem? It's around projects, and one of the things I want you to take away from today is the projects that you currently have as a person, an entrepreneur, an intrapreneur, a business, that you've got at the back of your mind or passionate about, and you want to see brought to fruition. We can help you do that, and we'll go into that in a little bit more detail in a moment. But just park that in your minds for a minute and start thinking where that might work. The entrepreneurs that exist in the North East, it's about giving them the strongest ecosystem and environment that they can build their businesses, they can grow their businesses. Great corporate businesses that can get involved as well. You know, we've got some big beasts, we've got the Atoms, we've got the Sages, we've got the Newcastle Building Societies, who are very keen to see the growth of the region and the industry as a whole, and we've seen some examples of that recently. So those lower elements, which we call the enablement engine, think of them as the individual building blocks that we will look at as FinPact and the industry and see where can we improve this. It's little things like, you look at the people part. When we set up FinPact, it was on the back of letters of support that we got from the industry. And in asking for those letters of support, we asked for the things that industry was interested in. Some of it was, well, how do we engage with schools? How do we excite school children that there's a career path within finance-related digital technology, data that can be used? And there's some great work going on out there, but it can be coordinated better. And I think that's where there's some great work being done by the likes of Newcastle Building Society, where they do their coding clubs after school. How can we expand that over a greater regional exposure? So it's those sorts of things that we're looking at. That then plays into the talent bit. So everyone tells us there's a skills gap. So how do we get people involved? How do we give them the skills? How do we give them the data to work with in order to create that innovation? And all of this leading to impact. We heard Ez speaking very passionately about how FinTech can actually create good in the space, whether it's social, whether it's environmental, or whether it's just economic. And that's what we are focused on around here. Next slide, please. So we looked at the focus of the work streams that we were talking about that you saw in that earlier slide. One of the aspects was a focal point. Well, FinPact is now that focal point. We're the front door to everything that's going to happen in the FinTech community in the North East. So come knocking to us, because we will become the entry point for all of the good work that's going on. The coordination, the mobilisation of the industry and improving the building blocks that will make us this world-class ecosystem around all of this. It's very much about cross-region. This isn't just about Newcastle, this is about Newcastle, Sunderland, North Tyneside, Northumberland and Teesside. You know, we're working with local authorities right across the piece, we're working with universities right across the piece. The question mark in the middle of that was what was missing in those early stages of strategy implementation was a focus. And that's where FinPact now plays its role in there. It's early days yet, and we'll be asking you to engage with us. It's very important. I mentioned industry-led again, so it needs your input as to what you want us to deliver, where the problems are in the industry that we can start fixing. Next slide, please. So how do we deliver that? As I say, it was quite encouraging listening to some presentations today, because you see, as we go through this, what we call the Innovation Pipeline Accelerator, there are certain steps within that. Starting at the bottom, I go back to this idea of a project, a problem, a hypothesis, an opportunity that you as a business or an individual or an entrepreneur have in mind, but you might not be able to bring that to market because you don't have the resources, you don't have the skills, you don't have. So we're bringing, by stitching together the resources of the North East, we're bringing that talent to you. So working with the universities, we've now got talent pools that we can apply to those business ideas and those project statements that you've got that we can put into that. Of course, what they need is data, very often, for the research piece and the analysis and the proof of concept. And we heard today about the FCA sandbox. This is very much about what NIA 1. If you actually register to the FCA sandbox, it's hosted on NIA 1. And we're working closely with NIA 1 to provide that data to the community here in the North East. That's part of the thing that we are stitching together in here. So, for those of you that are very interested in what the FCA sandbox is doing, we're building stuff either side of that. We're building resource in the student bodies who can be used as researchers and apply proof of concept and use cases and that type of thing. We're involving with them. We're bringing the corporate sector in to mentor, to give advice, to help all of that sort of thing. Create the user cases and then have a finance capability to actually bring some of those use cases to life, commercialize it, which ultimately brings it to the point of our original objectives, which was start building new companies in the North East, growing new companies in the North East, and extending skills. Because as the student bodies get involved in these projects, they're exposed to companies, they're exposed to different working practices, so it gets people work ready in that process. So that's an example of what we've built, almost trying to industrialize it, that if somebody has an idea in the North East, we can fire it through an accelerator, and that's what we're talking about, which is why we're very keen for you to bring us the projects that you want to pursue. Next slide, please. So, example live project, one that we are now putting through this accelerator. How many of you have ever had to put a power of attorney in place? Just quick show of hands if that's been an experience for you. Okay, I think for those people who put their hands up, they'd probably tell you it's a terrible experience, either putting it in place or then using it with financial services organisations in particular. So, with the support of Cascade and Dr. Emma Black, I don't know if most of you will know Emma from the North East, we're putting this project in place to fire it through the project accelerator. So it's our first proof of concept showing that the accelerator works. So we will bring student bodies together, we'll use the data out of NIA 1, and we'll have the support of industry in pushing this whole project through. Next slide, please. One of the things we're very keen on is the whole embedded finance bit. We think, sorry, excuse me, we think FinTech is now a horizontal. It slips into a whole load of other industries, other sectors. And credit to my son who lives out in Dubai, has various companies. He was explaining, he was giving his example of what he saw as embedded finance. And it's, you know, your bank building is now a trendy wine bar. Your bank manager is now a piece of AI called Sarah. Your fitness app is now an insurance broker, and we look at Vitality and organisations like that. Your video game is now a digital bank. You know, within the metaverse, I can move money left, right, and centre. And your HR platform is now doing microloans. It's bringing payday forward for people in some instances. So it's redefining banking. The really interesting bit is it's only started. And we think there's probably only 1% of what embedded finance really will look like that's in place already. So there's a massive opportunity for us to do something around that. Next slide, please. So we ask you to step forward and participate. It's industry-led. We need your involvement, we need your participation, we need your mandate, we need your ideas, we need your involvement to bring this along. And we've got some great businesses already signed up as supporters in various forms, all names that you'll recognise, large, medium and small, and the local authorities getting involved as well, because they see us as a way forward for building opportunities in the North East. So please come along. Next slide. So how do you step forward and participate? You know, have you got projects? Would you like to be involved in an advisory group? Have you got a space or place? Because we talk about having a physical hub for the FinTech community in the North East. Bring your ideas around that. Can you give advice to some of the project work that we're now doing? Can you provide mentoring time? The funders, you know, I'm sure North Star's here probably, and various other funding sources. So how do we optimise that? And then how do we promote what we're doing in the North East and get it out to a wider audience? So please visit the website, drop us a mail. We just want that involvement and the interest coming from you. And at that, I think, on timing right. Next slide, please. Over to the panel.
This feels very strange, standing to the side of the panel, and I can't move around. I must stay near the microphone. I brought a pen and paper. I'm not really sure why, because my job is trying to just make a conversation happen amongst these guys so that you know how you can become involved. And I think the first thing to say is that they have all given really generously of their time over a lot of weeks. There's been a lot of conversation about actually how this is going to happen, because a lot of people say, yeah, we should have something, we should do this, but actually, you know, it's that thing of just showing up is part of it, and these guys have really shown up. So first of all, I'd like to ask some of the people involved, in particular, Manila and... Do you know? No, I'm not. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves first. I haven't asked them to introduce themselves. I will start with Manila. Manila, can you introduce yourself, please? Because you know who Stephen already is.
Thanks, Don. Manila McLean. I'm the Chief Information Officer for Newcastle Building Society.
James Thwaites, co-author of the strategy project for the North East. Put my money where my mouth is and trying to help implement it, which is unusual for a consultant.
Hi everybody, my name's Caroline Churchill. I'm a partner at Wimblebond Dickinson and my speciality is tech and data, and I'm really excited to be here today, so thank you.
I'm Usman Shahid, Associate Director at True North, and we're a talent and recruitment advisory service, so that's why my spin on all of this has come in, and yeah, great to be involved. Thanks, Dawn.
Thank you. I'll continue now. And I hasten to say, although they've actually given a brief description of the day jobs, this process has forced them to wear lots of different hats and stand in other people's shoes in order to do that as well. Manila, I was going to ask you there before I so rudely interrupted myself. why did you get involved? What's the point of it to you?
Yeah, well, I think I'm hoping that most people in the audience know who Newcastle Building Society are, but some of you may not know about the parts of the groups. We also have some significant subsidiaries that are part of the organisation, one of which is Newcastle Strategic Solutions, which is probably one of the longest established FinTech organisations in the North East. What that business does is it basically takes the Newcastle Building Society tech platform and the operational processes and the regulatory and the compliance aspects of running a financial services business, and it runs it for other organisations. So there's multiple household name banks that we run, that if you contact them, it's being run out of Newcastle Strategic Solutions, which is a Northeast organisation, which is fantastic, and I'm really proud to work for an organisation that can boast that it's from Newcastle, and it does that for the sector and for the industry. But the Newcastle Building Society, we're a mutual organisation, which essentially means that we are run by our customers. So we make commercial decisions that may not be the best commercial decisions for a profit point of view, but they will make the biggest impact. So we will invest a lot of our time and effort and money into supporting the region and the sector that we work in, to help create job opportunities, to help people be job ready. We invest a lot in charities and so on, and we care about the region. So whilst we're a financial services organisation, being a mutual is quite unique, and that's why we're involved, because we want the region to prosper. We want to see the community coming together and to work together to help to really drive what we know that the region can be fantastic in FinTech.
And I think it's important to say that actually you've got the city's name in your title, but actually you work nationally and with international organisations again. And I think one of the things that is key and is the people, the place and the purpose. And I'd like to thank Caroline as well and the Womblebond Dickinson team, who've been really key in putting this together. And I know that Caroline, it's a bit of kind of one of those conversations that you got dragged into. You didn't necessarily intend to get involved in this, a little bit like Stephen. You were sitting here last year, now look at it. Be careful what you wish for. Caroline, how did you, as an international law firm, see where you could add value as part of this bigger regional conversation?
I guess it's a question of right place, right time. So how it happened for us at Wombles, and for those of you that may not know, we refer to ourselves as Wombles, and we're proud of that name. And that comes from our US side of the business. Before that, we were known as Dickinson Dees, law firm in the region for over 230 years, a firm that loves innovation and entrepreneurs. And so before I get into how the firm got involved, my background before I became a Womble, I was at Sage for a couple of years when I moved up from London, which I really enjoyed. So I had a passion for FinTech. The opportunity came up for us to help Whitecap Consulting. We worked with Julian and Joe and James in hosting an event at our office in autumn, early winter last year, where the strategy for Whitecap was discussed in detail, and we hosted another event in the spring. And that's when we could really feel the energy and the interest, and we really wanted to become involved. And I joined that meeting, and I sat next to Stephen and Kevin Telford, and we had a really good conversation at that meeting. I was sat near you as well, Esmond. And you talk to people that have energy and they have a vision, and you think, do you know what? I want to be part of that, because FinTech, or embedded finance, as I like to think of it, touches every single part of our lives. Our clients talk to us about it. They talk about how they may be going through a digital transformation, how they are developing new technologies, and we wanted to be part of that. And also, I think we wanted to assist with the community interest company incorporation, but it's more than that. It's how can we collaborate and use our international network to help the region, because we are a law firm that is very well embedded in the region. It's very important to us, and we want to have the skills and the businesses and a thriving community, because we all benefit from that. So that's why I'm involved.
And we're really pleased that you are, Caroline.
Oh, thank you.
I think without you would have struggled a bit. But you touched on skills there, and that's a really important part of the matrix. We know that we've got a lot of higher education establishments addressing FinTech through specific or even adjacent courses. We know that there are means by which people who haven't gone into higher education can access the skills that are required. What we want to get through this as well is basically, it's a bit of a hackneyed phrase now, but one front door, so that people who are looking to either get into the industry, who may be looking to come to the Northeast, who actually have a really thorny issue that they want to solve, know that they can actually access this through effectively this one portal. And we're not trying to take a role that anybody else is fulfilling. We want to actually help amplify that. And James, I think, as a consultant, and James said it's very seldom to get a consultant on a panel. It's very rare to get a consultant working for free. But actually, you have actually done that, James, haven't you? And you've been able to take that overview and help shape the purpose and objectives of FinPact. Can you talk us through how that process kind of came about?
Yeah, sure. So I was sitting on the sidelines looking at the strategy document we delivered, and suddenly dawned on me that I was actually pretty well placed to join the team to help deliver it. And it's a silly thing, but that's actually the truth. In terms of how it came about, this is sort of like coming from three angles, I guess. One is from the white cap, sort of like top-down, data-driven strategy, which Julian and I and the team worked on. The other angle is just seeing the Northeast, seeing the gap, seeing the energy, the gap, seeing the fact that some of the large cos, apologies, don't really interact with each other, all doing their own thing. Manila sitting next to me, I remember we tried to grab a conversation a few times, and I remember one of those times it was a bit fraught because you were just trying to escape a school car park where you were doing a coding club, and that's the CIO of a major FinTech, and it just dawned on me that come on, we can do better than that. So that's the second stool. And the third stool is vision, and I'm going to call out a chap who is joined today with his daughter, but he's using his family time. That's Kev Telford. So Kev Telford, Monster Lab, has got a keen vision for the Northeast to be better, a better place to live, an improved society, a place where we leverage this vast intellectual capital we have in our institutions and large cores, and solve some of the solve and call out some of the issues we have. So it's all being bells and whistles today, but we have the lowest level of disposable income per capita in the region. We've got the worst secondary school reporting. We've got it primary schools, infant schools, but when it comes to that, we've been called out on that. If you ever come across Northeast Health Metrics and have a look at that, I was at the presentation from the CEO of Sunderland City Council. He gave a presentation, and he was determined, would you believe, to beat Newcastle, but not Newcastle, but not the football, but actually to outlive Newcastle, because the people in Sunderland die earlier than the people in Newcastle. So I'm trying to give you some sort of like semblance of the mind space that Kev has in terms of Kev Telford, in terms of trying to drag the third stool of that vision to pass. So hopefully that's covered it, Dawn, in some detail, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's kind of explained some of the vision. And I know, Usman, that you've been very involved in some of those conversations that Kevin has had around projects. And actually, those projects and the ideas are really important, because this is where you can feed in. And I think you've got to not have any boundaries on your thinking. So you might be working in a school, you might be working in a company that deals a lot in financial technology, or something completely unrelated. But the chances are that there is an issue that can be addressed through looking at the technology you use and how you either make payments, take payments, use finances to enhance the well-being of your members. Usman, can you just talk a little bit about what you're hoping to achieve through this, and even how your role as a talent matcher, a headhunter, how that can help you?
Yeah, sure. So I've been doing recruitment for about 12 years, and for all of those 12 years there's been a skills gap and a skills shortage. There's a new report that's come out today that says it's still going to exist in another 10 years or what have you. So there is an element of we do just need to do something about it. There's a lot of, like bump around how we're achieving this, but at a basic level, we need to make people more employable, and by giving them that real world example, we're doing that at what is effectively cost neutral to the people that, are going to sort of want these projects done. It creates a great grad pipeline, and if we can shorten that gap, we can get more people from our learning establishments. It's not just about universities, they're a big part of it, but it could be anyone, don't have to have gone to any sort of education before. Get them into organisations in the Northeast so that people stay, because I actually was one of the people that went away for uni and didn't come back for 10 years because I didn't think there were many opportunities here. And that's really where, the element of this for me, certainly in the project side, has come in. But I think also what's vital is, and you touched on it, Dawn, about this, I don't want to overuse the phrase, this one front door. The projects thing is relatively new, and that I think is something that, hasn't been done before. There's a lot of great stuff already going on in terms of the coding clubs that the Building Society are running. We've got great spaces to work in, like the Flow. Hamish is at the back there that you can speak to about it. And it's about joining all this together, because there's no point duplicating something if it's already in progress. We're not here to be another iteration of something that's already been done. It's about sort of making it work and, actually getting it done. And, coming from a recruitment background, we're in a high-pressure sales job, really. It's all about getting it done for us in the world that I've come from. So it's less, I appreciate the irony, I'm sat here talking about it, but it's less talk, more do, is the approach that we're hoping to take with it.
And do you see those projects as being able to give students experience which will help them enter the workplace? Because I think this is the difficult thing, isn't it? Everybody wants experienced hires. We know that we've got some great organisations doing some really good work at that intermediate level, but how do you get the experience that's going to make you employable?
Absolutely. I mean, for example, there's very little to do with product development in all its guises being taught in education today. But arguably, it's very hard to get a job in any form of technology that isn't product-focused these days. So, yes, we could talk about changing curriculums. We know that there's a large sort of time frame that takes, and by the time you've done that, the information's probably already out of date. So it's working in collaboration with it to plug a gap of knowledge that should make it more employable. There's also an element of, we've heard recently in the news about people going to university and then not going into those careers, or doing it 6 months in, realizing, oh, actually it's not for me. So it's a great way for people to experience actually what is the job that I'm going to be doing. So for example, I actually did a computer forensics degree because I thought, it'll be great. It'll be like, computer hacking, the Matrix and all that type of stuff. It's not, it's all just writing reports all day long, and I don't like doing that, and I only realised it after I finished the degree, and naturally thought recruitment was the better fit.
You just put everybody off computer forensics, you realise.
Well, I mean, this was a long time ago, so things have probably changed. I think when I looked for a job in it, there were only 4 companies in the UK that properly did it, so yeah.
And things are moving quickly.
I think so, yeah.
And Manila, is it, well, I'm going to say, is it fair to say, I know it's a fact that actually you take on quite a lot of people at apprenticeship level?
Yeah, we have done. We invest a lot in early talent within the organisation through work experience, apprenticeships, and of course graduate training programmes as well. I think particularly in our region, it is incredibly important to offer that type of offer for school leavers, because not everybody wants to go into higher education or can afford to, and take a number of years paying for a degree and building up quite a bit of debt. So when obviously the apprenticeships you can start to earn from day one, but we also fund students through their higher education courses as well. So I think it is really important. I think another angle of it as well is about diversity and making sure that we've got a really good diverse split, not just gender diversity, but when you consider the broader diversity. And we've still got a long way to go. I had a team off-site, was it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. We hired the Wylam Brewery, and I had about 200 colleagues there. I have about 220 in the digital and technology space, and I just stood and looked at the colleagues that were sat there, and I've still not got a good enough gender split in the team, and I feel like we've been working really hard at it, and I felt like we were doing better. But when you actually stand and look, gender is just one aspect of it. But I think trying to encourage, and actually when you look at this audience, I think diversity is from the look of diversity, it's not bad.
Yeah, no, I'd agree, and it was something that Ez obviously touched on at the very beginning. But actually, this is not all about skills. Skills is really, really, really important, because without the right skills, we can't do anything else. But it's all about money. And how are we going to get the money that comes into this organisation or this body to try and make these projects happen? And one of the things that we need to do is we need to look at and engage people who are prepared to invest their time and their money in the region. But we also need to look a little bit wider afield. And as part of my day job, that's to attract international organisations into the region, but in doing so, we've also had some really interesting conversations with international investors, whether that is from America, from Singapore, from India, from the rest of the world, basically. And we want to make this a touch point for them to see that we mean it and that we can help them recognise if this is a region for them to invest in and what they can get out of it. And I think, just going back to the international aspect of Womble Bond Dickinson, or the Wombles as they're affectionately known, how do you see that tying in, Caroline, with that element of work that you do around the rest of the world?
The international element's really important to us. We've got about 20 offices in the US. It's growing all the time, so it's quite difficult to keep up. We have a very strong financial services practice in the US, and a number of our partners are very well connected in FinTech communities in the US, for example, FinTech Atlanta. So we leverage from their experience. They're very keen to help, to hear what we're doing here. And whenever I talk to my partners on the US side, they always ask, what are you folks doing up in Newcastle in the northeast, and how can we get involved, and how can we help, and how can you learn from what they've done, because they are a bit more advanced in some areas than we are. So when I look at FinTech Atlanta, and I was talking to one of my colleagues there, he was saying to me that one of the reasons why that particular cluster is such a success is because of its strong leadership skills and the energy and the input from industry, as well as other parts of the community, and there's a real community spirit. And they had, when they first started, as I understand it, a very strong international vision. And we can do that. We can do that too. We should look at this as not just a regional thing, but regional, national, and also international as well, because that will help us. That will help the region really develop and grow, and that's what I find exciting about it.
Stephen's took his hand up, but I was actually coming to you next, Stephen, because you've lived overseas for a long time and worked and had a global view, but you've also got family still in Dubai and the UAE, and they have a specific vision around 2030, don't they, as a target for FinTech. Do you want to talk around that a little bit?
Yeah, so I think that there's just a couple of things I just wanted to touch on there. There was talk about finance and that type of thing, and where does the money come from? So we've already had conversations with, if you look at that innovation accelerator we were talking about, it was the complete picture, and at the very top of that was finance. And we've already been having conversations with philanthropists, seeders, angels, venture capitalists, that we're putting this in place, and is that something that will be of interest to you? And they're getting quite excited by the whole idea of having this sort of accelerator that is taking people, resources, Putting them all together, I keep going back to this idea of stitching things together. So we think we've got some good income streams coming from, some good funding streams for the projects that will be delivered through the Innovator Accelerator. On the international bit, it's just, again, just a little example of what FinPact's role might be going forward. Rebecca and I were talking just before, and there was a mention of the Singapore conference that's coming up in November. And of course, in Singapore, we've got Newcastle University with its own campus there. So is anyone talking to Newcastle University about what's going on in that? It may well not be that. I suspect it's not the case. But I think what we're trying to do is take a helicopter view and know what's going on in the region, what's happening internationally, and start drawing all those strings together. So that the North East suddenly going into a Singapore conference with not just our FinTech companies, but our learning establishments as well, just gives us that little bit of extra leverage that just makes us look a little bit more organised and much more appealing for the organisations that want to come. And then I think Kani mentioned earlier that they're opening up in the US. They're, I think, going out to Atlanta. So again, we've got the connection with FinTech Atlanta that we're talking to, and a lot of the lessons that we've seen there. I think there's a phrase that Newcastle University used, which is from Newcastle for the world. And I think that's what we've seen in the conversations we've been having in Dubai and the Middle East and Saudi. It's what skills exist in the Northeast that can help solve some of the problems in those locations, because that's what those locations are interested in. Yes, they'd like to see companies going in there, and that may well be an ultimate. But it's us understanding about the problems that they've got and what solutions can we take to that, because we have got such skills, such innovation and knowledge in the Northeast. We can start exporting some of this. So back to Rebecca's point around all of that. And I see that in Singapore. I see the US thing being a two-way thing, because we were talking to Caroline's colleague from the States. And all of a sudden, I think he'd had his eyes opened, hadn't he, Caroline, about,
yeah, he did.
If they get queries in the US of a company that wants to set up in the UK, the default is London. All of a sudden now, the default in Dean's mind is Newcastle, because he understands it. And it's just that's what we want to start building on, those sorts of, and just be ambitious. Do a little bit more than, we love all our other regions and we're going to collaborate with them and all the rest of it. But yeah, ultimately, we want to see the North. I'm very passionate about the North East, and I want to see it successful. So yeah, the international bit's a key element to that, and building those relationships in those regions.
I think you're right, Stephen. It's not just Newcastle, as you say. It's the North East, and in fact, FinPact will operate across the wider North East, because it will also include the Tees Valley. And this is a good example, perhaps, of where information can help people, because you mentioned Singapore, but actually we had the National Innovation Centre for Ageing recently holding a mobility conference in Singapore over a period of time. And the National Innovation Centre for Data worked very closely with them as well. And I think that when we're looking again at where the money and the funding and the skills comes from, are we going to be able to put together a body that points at a space where people can speak to others about this? Is there going to be a central repository for knowledge? Is there going to be a place where people can get together and just talk about different projects, a social space? I know there's somebody in the room today, Craig Luther. I don't know where you are, Craig, but Craig there he is, he's right at the back. Craig has been talking to me about reigniting our FinTech Friends group, so that actually that's a social space where we can just come together socially, sometimes with a speaker, sometimes we'll just put some money behind the bar. That always makes people sit up. And just have that free-flowing set of ideas. But I think to find somewhere as well that can be recognised as a tech hub within a region is really helpful. And it might be that it is a hub and spoke model. This will engage people from all sorts of areas. And Usman, I know you are famous for holding these little dinners. It's become a little bit of an in-joke, and in-jokes aren't very good at a conference. But it's the hot ticket. If you get an invitation to one of Usman's dinners and you get to talk tech with a load of like-minded individuals. Is this something that you see continuing? And well, we know it's sought after, don't we? Those conversations are really important.
Yeah, and I think, so to give some context so it doesn't sound as weird as Dawn's just made it sound, we held a bunch of roundtable dinners for people in tech to talk about anything they want to each other. There's no overarching topic, and the variety is what people seem to like, as opposed to going to something and talking about cloud and only talking about cloud, that type of thing. And I think didn't realize it really till we started doing this work that has been missing. I think there was an element of, COVID hit, everything went online. Online isn't the same as, attending here. I mean, to look at the room, like if you've come in late, you're pretty awkwardly going to have to shuffle past some people to get a seat, and it's great to see so many people out. And I think the region and people in general have been missing that, and I think there's so much scope for more of that to happen. By joining together all of these, resources and people and places that we've got at our disposal, yeah. So I think so. I think there'll be more dinners done.
Good, yeah. More dinners done. I would quite like that as a strap line. I think it's also really important that we don't kind of sit back on our laurels. I think we've done amazing things in this region. When you look at that first report that was produced by Whitecap in 2019, and then to take the strategy, and then to actually have this group that will come together to deliver the strategy. And if it's sounding a little bit like CFIT light, it wasn't intended to be initially. It sort of came out of this set of objectives. But CFIT have been really interested in what's happening, and we've also had a lot of the really major institutions in the region interested in what's happening. But even better than that, we've already got traction from outside of the region. That includes other large FS firms, but also other universities, because some of the talent from our own universities has also gone either to work at neighbouring universities, or they're part of the collective, such as what's the FinPlus? Is it FinPlus? UK FinPlus organisation that that launched a few weeks ago. And we've got the Northern Accelerator, which is working to spin out companies from a collective of universities and raising funds to support them as well. On this timer, it says kind of 31 minutes, which makes me think that we've probably got another 9 or 10 minutes. And I'd like to think that we've given you a flavour of stage one, but I would also like people to have the opportunity to ask questions of the panel, because there are quite a diverse group of people in their skill set. They all look a bit too much the same, frankly, and we're going to change that, aren't we? That was one of the things that was, this was the people who were available to set this up, but actually getting that diversity of gender, of thought, of economic background is really, really important. And it's another reason that we want you to engage, and kind of every one of you, please be ambassadors for that. Is there a roving mic, Joe, that you can kind of ask questions if people have got? Maybe there aren't any questions, but I'm sure there are, yeah.
Yes, good afternoon. Mike Harrison from Contact Limited. My heart is in the northeast, my business is in the northeast, even if I don't live here anymore. But I do spread my favours, and I attended a FinTech North conference in Manchester in December, I think it was, last year. And they talk about having received £50 million worth of government investment, 200 new FinTechs, the same in Birmingham, the same in Leeds. Why do we not attract the same level of growth or funding from government sectors?
Who does that go to first? Stephen, do you want
to... Looking at me. I think that is one of the challenges that we have, is why isn't that money coming to us as well? And I think it's a demonstration. I think, as Dawn says, we've done tremendously well as a region, partly because of our resilience. I think that we've gone and done it for ourselves. The Manchesters, the Leeds, etc., are probably ahead of the game in some instances, in the level of ecosystem that we've got. We need to leapfrog them, and I think that's what we are very committed to do, to grasp every single opportunity out there, whether it's international, whether it's about play. We don't have a permanent place, we don't have a permanent hub in Newcastle at this stage for the FinTech or cybersecurity communities. That's something we need to put in place that suddenly makes us look more real. So I think it's a long way to go, and yeah, I think it's one of those things of a lot of you may remember the old brand FUBU, for us, by us, and I think that's what we've got to do, which is why we need the industry to engage. Tell us where the obstacles are, tell us where the hurdles are, tell us where the opportunities are, that we can then organise and mobilise what the region has got by way of its total resources to start putting some of those plans in place. But absolutely, it's a challenge.
I think it's fair to say as well that Manchester, this didn't happen overnight in Manchester. I think we all recognise that, and we don't want to be another Manchester or another Leeds. I think we've got our own very distinct characteristics, and this isn't going to be an answer to all the problems, but actually as a representational body, personally I hope it can really stand up and speak to a lot of the people that it needs to speak to. Caroline, were you going to say something there?
I was, and I think that's a really good question. I think having some structure around what we are doing so we can have more governance, communicate more effectively around what FinPact looks like and the impact we want to make will create more noise. And then if we can turn the momentum into a movement, then I'm hoping that will give us more traction so we can get that funding that we'll need and flourish in the way that Manchester does.
I think that's a really good question, and about the level of funding. But the Northeast, what's the book Lies, Damn Lies Statistics, and Bill Gates' favourite, How to Tell Lies with Statistics, which was on his bookshelf during COVID. But the region has attracted hundreds of millions. If you look at the combined authority numbers in the north of the region, you look at Tees Valley, you look at the push for the new Necker combined authority, there are macro scale like numbers there for economic development at that sort of level. I think that there's also another book I read as an undergraduate ages ago called The Capitalist Imperative by a chap called Stopper and Walker, who was a Marxist, and he said basically you can't stop the flow of capitalism. So if there's an area that's closer to the hinterland, the centre, got a bigger capacity and scale, it's going to attract more. So in the UK, we know that Manchester and Leeds Manchester's the largest, followed by Leeds has got a hell of an ecosystem. The southwest is good. The northeast ecosystem around FinTech and investment is imbalanced because we have the UK's largest tech company, not just FinTech, in Sage. We've got our bank with Aldermore Bank, and I speak to a Geordie that's run by Manila's team. When I ring up and find out how much interest that I've been paid out. So I think that building on what Steve's saying is that the northeast hasn't got that focal point to say that we have something that's stood up to act as the catalyst and be attract through gravity some of the larger types of investments, especially around the FinTech space. And we're trying to talk about FinTech today. So thank you for your question, really good one.
And it's worth looking at the strategy as well, actually, because although, as James pointed out, we're not the biggest, we are actually punching above our weight. And there's some stats in there which might surprise you and ones that we want to highlight. I think it is important to be realistic in where we are and address some of the challenges and the issues we have. But it's also really important to highlight what we've got because people don't like backing losers. They like to back people who are making really positive change and good headway, and that's what we're doing at the moment in the northeast. So hopefully we'll see some change. Have we got another question?
Hi everyone, I am Rebecca McDermott. I'm an investment manager at Maven Capital Partners, and I would like to know, what do you think that VCs and investors can do better to engage with FinTech businesses?
I think there's is accessibility the right word? If I was an entrepreneur and I wanted to find out how I could get somebody to invest in my business, bar Google searching, I'm not sure what I'd do, and I don't know if that is super obvious to... It's about the whole journey, though. It's not just VCs and investors. It's about, are we making it as easy as possible to give people access to the resources that are already out there, or create them where there are gaps, to go and find this information, because we know there's a bigger startup scene in other cities and that type of stuff. I think the figure from the report was we went from 0 female founders to 7, so I mean it's an infinite increased percentage number, but it's a ridiculously low number, you know. So I think there's an element of, you know, a signposting, accessibility sort of thing to it, and it's not just, you know, about one company, it's just about, well, this is the process you need to follow. Because like I say, bar Google searching or knowing someone that's done it before, you're probably going to get a biased view of what it actually is and maybe not see the whole element of it, in my opinion.
I think there's an element of collaboration in there as well. You know, an organisation may be looking for different forms of finance, so it might be made up of some debt, some equity, etc. And you're having to pick off those providers individually, whereas it would be great if those organisations recognise that, and if an organisation came for funding, that there's a single conversation, so that there's collaboration taking place throughout some of those providers as well, or you syndicate, you know, from that perspective. So that for me would be one of the drivers. But I think also what will be helpful is, as we do more of this innovation work, as we do interesting stuff that looks commercially interesting and has an impact at a social, an environmental or an economic level, the money will, you know, build it and they'll come. So if we start doing really interesting stuff, and that's why we're so keen to have people's ideas, because we're building an engine that drives this stuff, then that's when the venture capitalists, the angel investors and others will come to the region and start showing an interest in what we're doing.
Yes,
Can I just add to that? Just to pick up on what you said there, Steve, collaboration is really key. So lots of clients and contacts will talk to us about their ideas, and one of the things will be funding and where do they go. So it's collaborating, and people know where they can, who they need to talk to. We obviously can make those connections, but you know, the thing with FinPact is, you know, it gives us the tools. It will be an enabler. It will have insights and advice, so people know where to look for this type of information and help and support.
Can I build on what you're saying? Is that well, you guys are already sort of doing it, really. I think. I mean, I think you're on the Durham Fund, so you're already there with a sort of best practice model linked through to their Leon's Accelerator Business Durham. One of the cohorts had 2 FinTech starts on, and I know that Durham, this is sort of like best practice. We need to take best practice and then replicate it. So Durham would give a grant and then give support for professional services amounting to about £3,000 or £4,000 to a startup. And then they have access to Durham from Run by Maven, where they can get an unsecured loan of about £10,000 for that startup. So interestingly enough, we'd love you to come and partner with FinPact to explain how you actually got that off the ground. So that's a perfect sort of use case, real life use case. And of course in the background in Durham, it was Attenbank that actually helped Durham alongside with enterprise heads and minds build their enterprise accelerator. So if another shout out for Durham here is that, and for Attenbank, is that I think Attenbank used to house the accelerator in Durham. They used to house tech companies. And so, but it's gone, it's finished now, it's not happening anymore. So that's the role of FinPact, is to sort of bring your best practice alongside what happened well in the past but's been forgotten, and sort of like try to up it a notch. So maybe that's a more on point answer to your question here.
And help us engage with external funds, I think, as well. I was talking to somebody at Newcastle University. We're talking about potentially getting a group of companies, of deep tech companies, to approach family offices in London to go actually and pitch to them, because in the early stages, they've got density of deal flow in the southeast. They perhaps don't need to come up, and therefore they're not discovering some really hidden gems for them as well. So again, that collaboration piece, I think, is very important. Have we got time for another question, Joe? Because, yeah, is there another question that we can help with? Yes, Rasheen.
I wasn't sure if I should ask it, but I'm gonna. I'm Regine, co-founder of Polybox Solutions. You've talked a lot about talent, and really seeing this is incredible, because we've been struggling a lot in the past few years to just like get up and do something and have access to the help that is in the region. You've talked about the talent, but there is another talent that I think people don't think about much. I just wanted to ask if you have any plan for international students who come here, and there are thousands of them for masters and PhD, and they have years and years of experience outside of the UK, and technically the job hunt for them works against them completely. You can't find a job if you have an experience outside the UK, and most of the people leave the Northeast because they think they can find jobs in bigger cities or they go back home. And I just want to see if you have any plans for that as well. Thank you so much.
Usman, would that relate to the project-driven work?
Yeah, I think initially there's no like sort of boundary as to you have to come from X place, or as long as you're in the Northeast and you want to get involved in these projects, you can do that. That'll give you some like tangible UK experience if that's what they think they're missing, and then can form links with companies. I think there is a longer term piece, because the project work that we're talking about isn't the be all and end all answer to all of our talent problems. It should help, but there's a longer term piece of we're talking to STEM Learning UK about how we can partner with them and actually start this message at school level, that type of thing. But then also there's an element of could there be down the line, I believe FinTech Atlanta have a FinTech Academy that then gives people a bit more of a longer term, consistent, project work experience, that type of thing. So it's definitely on the radar. Are we there yet? Probably not, because this is what we've got so far. But it's not limited to just people that are from the Northeast and coming from the Northeast. I think it's a really important point, because me and Dawn have talked about this recently about FinTech in the Northeast is a bit of a funny term, because you could have your HQ here, but 75% of your staff could work remotely anywhere else in the UK. So does that make you a FinTech in the Northeast? You'd probably say yes. But if you're an employee of a FinTech somewhere else, but you work remotely in the Northeast, that still makes you FinTech in the Northeast as a person. And it's important not to exclude those people. So this isn't just driven at organisations in the Northeast. Yes, we're definitely focused on inward investment and the rest of it, but the other people that are in FinTech that are tied to the Northeast or based in the Northeast but not working for those companies, they're like our sort of FinTech ambassadors that are going out there that will sort of drive impact back to the Northeast. And that's what the main thing is. As long as it drives impact back to the Northeast, then it can happen and it can be part of it.
Do you know, Sheen, just as a general question, I don't know the answer to this, but Tech Nation used to have visa schemes, didn't they? Tech visas. And I don't know what's happened and the demise of that.
So the visa route is already still happening. They just picked it up from somewhere else. But the problem is not getting here. The problem is finding jobs here. So, for example, the Tech Nation visa, that is a global talent visa. You can apply for it inside the UK or outside the UK. People who come from outside the UK, technically they have multiple businesses outside the UK. They are a talent. They come to the region or they come to the UK, but you can't find a job online if you're just applying online. And if there's not a community, you connect them to it. It's exactly like you're left alone in the middle of a country that you don't know anything about. And they are capable of doing incredible things. So it's not about giving them access to learning and getting experience in the region. It's just like giving them jobs. Really.
Yeah, and I think that community. This
is exactly the sort of initiative we're looking for, because as I say, we're industry led. You see a problem, I'm sure there are other people in this room will sympathise with that problem and feel as passionate about doing something. So that's where we will mobilise a group of people to say, right, here's a great opportunity for us to bring people from overseas to look at doing something in the Northeast, and that's one of the steps that we'll put in place. So absolutely, we have that conversation.
I'll just sort of like expand on what you're saying. I think one of the other issues that I've come across with overseas students, especially some of those very high qualified students studying PhDs and the like, is that they've got to engage with people in industry and they don't know who to contact. They don't know anyone. There's a PhD that 3 of us have been helping who had 0 contacts, and he's completed about 35 inside interviews so far, and he's actually graduated and got an award for his PhD. And if we hadn't helped him, we hadn't built an ad hoc community around him, it wouldn't have happened. And we just did that voluntarily because we saw the struggle that was happening. So we hope that something like FinPack can be that community. And I'll be honest with you, when you said that, it hadn't really crossed my mind, because I'm not a foreign student. I understand the research part of it, but I hadn't understood the career part of it. So we're learning all the time, I think. So it's a really, really good question. Thank you.
And can I add something very small about that? As an international student, me being an international student coming here, you get exposed to extremely difficult things that you have to deal with, from buying groceries to having accommodation and everything. You don't know where those people are. So you don't know where that place is to go and find those people. We were lucky that we got connected to the community. But really being there, as you mentioned again, to add to that, being there, just tell the students in the universities that something like this happens and help is out there, that they can come and join to that, because it's just the element of them not knowing, not the element of them don't want to engage really.
Yeah, communication is key, isn't it? Actually, yeah, not just to foreign students, but even to people in the southeast who sometimes might think this is a little bit foreign. Is there a chance for one more, Joe? No, I'm getting that. So we've finished. One final thing. We've asked everybody to engage. How do they do it? If they want to leave here and don't let it go out of your head, but you need a contact.
So there's a couple of ways. So on the presentation, we put the website up. So it is finpact.co.uk. But I think what I'd also like to do, I mentioned a letter of support that we issued to a lot of people in the region with FinTech North's agreement and GDPR and all the rest of it. I'd like to send that letter to everybody, because that's your one opportunity to say, it's an opportunity to say, these are the challenges. What can FinPact do for you? Because that's what we're looking at. And from that, we can see where are the major blockages, where are the great opportunities. It's also asking the question about what can you do for FinPact and the community. So can you mentor? Do you have spaces that can be used for innovation? So it's a bit of a two-way thing, but ideally we'll send that out to you. And we'd love to get that feedback on the letter of support.
And Manila hasn't even got enough people to manage her coding capacity. So if you want to teach kids some coding and you can code, contact Manila. She's desperate for more pairs of hands. I better get down now. Right. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, thanks guys. Yeah, it's inspiring really that you've all given your time and volunteering and helping in that way. And I want to say well done to Dawn as well. I thought you did a fantastic job chairing that panel, so thank you for all your help. Really excited to hear from our next speaker. If Anne-Marie could just join us up on stage. We'll be hearing from Atom Bank once again, but you've got a fantastic story to tell when it comes to scaling and culture. So yeah, over to you, Anne-Marie. Thank you.
Lecterns terrify me, by the way. I'd much prefer to wander on a stage. So anyone, thank you very much. That was really interesting, some great stories. And we are very proud of our home in the Northeast. We're in Durham. I'm going to tell you a little bit about us. I'm sure some of you in this room will have heard about Atom. But James, we very much feel your pain about interest rates and what banks pass on to customers. So check out Atom. We'll tell you how much interest every month that you earn. And we absolutely believe that, some people do get paid and not played and not paid. Bobby's going to kill me for that. No, but I think it's a true thing, and I'm going to talk about, so my name's Anne-Marie. I'm the Chief People Officer at Atom. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how we've built and scaled our business as a FinTech. Some of what I say you might have heard already, in that I know Andy was with you this morning, for those people who were there. I'll not labour any points, but I'll be talking to you a bit about it from a people perspective. So how have we built the team and what have we done? I've been at Atom from pretty much the beginning. We were founded in 2014. In the April, 6 founders came together with an idea. I'm sure many of you will have heard that story as well. I joined them in October. And since that point in time, I've been really responsible for building and scaling all of the people, systems, processes, and culture. Anyone at Atom that you speak to, or certainly in my team, will tell you that I hate the C word, the culture word, because I think we use it, and a lot of people, or certainly people in organisations, tend not to really understand what the nuts and bolts of it are. And I'm not being really patronising when I say that, but I like to talk about it in terms of the way we do things around here. And the reason I say that is we've built and scaled Atom by being it right from the beginning. And a lot of what we do, we tend not to talk about it explicitly. So I'll talk you through that journey. I'm very conscious of how much time I've got. So I'm keeping an eye on the timer. But can I have the next slide? The one after that. So Atom. Again, just to recap, because it is important in terms of we're there to help people save. They want to save their money. They want to buy a house. or they want to build their business. So those are our really key 3 core areas at the moment. And we were very much set up to disrupt an industry that we felt was broken, because we didn't feel that customers are getting a fair deal, and there's very little transparency around what happens and continues to happen in the banking industry. So that was our mission and that was our journey. Atom's Trustpilot score is 4.8 at the moment. Maybe 4.7, 4.8. Robbie's nodding at me. 4.8. I'm not going to slate other organisations here in any way because it's factual, but HSBC, the last time I checked, was 1.3. Lloyds was 1.7. And First Direct was 4.2. So those of you who may have had experience of First Direct, very much customer-centric, certainly in years gone by. So I think Atom as a bank stacks up pretty well against some of the industry, thereby, for me, demonstrating what we've built is actually paying off in terms of what our customers are feeling and seeing from us. So that's who we are. We're a bank in your pocket. We're an app. But for me, it's not really who we are. Next slide, please. So Boris Johnson, isn't it? This is who we are. We're a team of now 508 people that are in an office and around the country, in bedrooms, kitchens, studies, elsewhere, that are working together and who've come together with a common purpose and a common mission to disrupt banking, but not just to disrupt it, to change it for good and for the better. And I think, again, I'm going to relay back to some of our metrics and some of the feedback from our customers that we're on a pretty good journey, and we've built a team that are passionate about doing that. But where does it start? So where did it start? So next slide, please. Oh, actually, no, before I tell you that. Would anyone just shout out at me? What does that say to you? What does that describe? What is it a picture of? Square peg in a round hole, yeah. Has anybody heard that in an organisation that they've worked in, or has anybody used it themselves? A square peg in a round hole. Yeah. Yeah, I've said it. I work in people I've said it in the past, but I've said, oh yeah, that person, bit of a square peg in a round hole, maybe not, let's move them on. And I'm going to challenge that, because I think actually that is an old way of thinking, and it should be for people who are building and scaling businesses. Because actually, we don't know all the answers. And I've definitely been guilty in the past of working in people teams and working in organisations where I've worked in a centre of excellence and I know the answers and I've studied and I've learned. And you come to me, I can give you the solution. And I absolutely want to turn that on its head in terms of how you build and scale organisations and cultures. Because as leaders, and even as expert practitioners, we don't have all of the answers. And I think this is key in terms of how we've approached building our business. So I think the next slide is the one I was thinking of. Yes. So it starts, and for me, it really starts with strong leadership. And it did for us in terms of our journey, those 6 people that came together, and Mark, who's our chief executive, really having an idea, a strong vision, a strong mission, and a confidence in terms of communicating that to people, being really clear about what that was. Because again, I'm sure many of you will have worked in smaller organisations and potentially startups. We did have the incubator in the Atom office in Durham, which is where many other smaller businesses were developed. But you have to have that, don't you, to persuade people to join you on your journey. We were trying to persuade, and sure many of you in the room were as well, come join our idea. It's an organisation. We don't have a banking licence. We don't really know completely what we're doing, but we've got a vision and we've got a mission. And I think it takes really strong and consistent and confident leadership to do that. And it takes, next slide, please. Hello. And it takes courage, right? You've got to have courage and constantly have that to stand up for what is right. And I think that's what's happening and has happened in the FinTech sector. We've seen things that don't work quite so well. We've found opportunities, and having the courage to keep pushing on and pushing forward. And next slide, please. Finding the people with the courage to help you do it as well. So when we set out Atom, I think we are the UK's first app-only bank. They are and have been many since, but we were the first off the blocks. And it does take a lot to do that, right? Strong leadership and finding people who will join you on that journey. And I think when Atom was set up, there had been very few, maybe one other bank, retail bank, which was Metro Bank, that had made it through the regulation and had been set up and was successful and prominent, right? And I think finding people to join you on that journey that can help you. One of the most inspiring things, and I wouldn't tell him this, I would tell him this, I have, is very early days in Atom, seeing Mark, our chief exec, stand up. We used to have a very small kind of get-together every morning. We're now 508 people, so that happens every quarter. Stand up and say at the front of the room, guys, I don't have all of these answers. I've invited you into this world and this team to help me and help us find the answers. And I don't know that I've ever been more inspired, actually, in my life to think, I'm here to help you with something that you don't know. Because I'd always worked in organisations where I'd either felt that I personally had the answer and could help, or somebody else did. And that wasn't the case. So when we've invited people into Atom, we've absolutely been explicit in a sense of, we don't know everything. And that's why we're inviting you into our business to help us find the answers that we don't have. That's quite empowering and it's quite motivating. I feel it. Someone did nod at me, so I'm just thinking of myself. But I think searching for people who can join you on that journey, playing to their strengths and making them feel and value them and their importance in the organisation will help you find the answers when you're scaling and when you want to build your business quickly. So we set about finding people who wanted to join us, not all on bikes, I must say. So they have joined our team. Next slide, please. And I think this is a piece where I think sharing that vulnerability in terms of not having the answers, I think, working with people, showing them that actually there is a bit of fear in this. We don't know what's going to happen. There've been twists and turns in Atom's life. There will continue to be. I'm sure there will be in many other organisations. And confronting that with a honesty, a transparency in terms of what we talk about when we talk about our customers as well, and having a courage to say, come with us on this journey and help us. We'll not get there if it's not, if you're not with us. We don't have all of the answers. Next slide, please. So I was thinking about, okay, well, what did we actually do to scale up? And I started the talk, I guess, in terms of, well, it was how we approached, building our business, finding our people, thinking about what was important qualities and characteristics in teams. But I just wanted to, again, a question. I wonder how many people have been involved in a startup, either worked in it, with it, just a show of hands? I'm going to ask you to shout out now. So could just shout out a couple of words or a word which describes what it's like working in a startup. Anybody? Fun? Crazy? Chaos? Yeah, chaos, double chaos. Yeah, definitely. Anything else? Sorry? Challenging? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Multitasking? Yeah. All of those words and lots more. I kind of describe it for myself as exhilarating on the days, the good days, sometimes on the bad days. Exhilarating, though, in terms of what you can achieve, what you can influence, and the decisions I can make, right? And that's not about my role in Atom. It's the decisions that we get to make because we're building our business. Demoralizing on some days. I don't know if anyone ever felt that. God, not again. And it's a whole raft of things that actually coming together. But there's generally a sense of pace and speed, I've found. And it's, it's built in with a business, right? You've got to survive as a startup. So it starts at that. It's very kind of the lowest point. It's about surviving. We need to pivot. We need to react quickly. We need to be fast. And then you need to beat your competitors. And it becomes something quite different. And we need to pivot in a different direction. And I think pace and speed is definitely something, again, in building into your culture and finding people that can work with you in terms of change, resilience, people who enjoy, find the fun in it, are really important. And we talk at Atom as well about making things simpler, faster, and better value for customers. And I thought, actually, well, that plays into how we do things, and almost like our self-conscious in Atom in terms of how are we going to scale? Make things simple. So when you're setting out right from the beginning, how are you describing yourselves to the people that you're pitching to for jobs? Because you're pitching to them, right? What's the simplicity in your vision and your mission? back at the ranch, what's the simplicity in how you're building this place? How many policies have you got? I'm a HR person, so I'm going to say, how many policies have you got? How many do you need? You know, having the opportunity to really reflect on what you've got, rip up the rule book in some respects, in a sense of only have the things that are absolutely necessary, because the people you are bringing into your organisation will fill the gaps for you. So simplicity is really key, and it's something that we constantly challenge ourselves on at Atom. Have we got it right? Not all of it, absolutely not, but are we aware of it? Absolutely we are. Faster. So I think, you know, automate as much as you can. As when I say that, I'm going to say, oh God, yes, well, obviously, Anne-Marie. But again, in terms of our own business and the development of it, we do still have manual processes. A lot of automation is for the customer, building the business, our banking machine, absolutely. But really try to challenge yourselves in terms of building a schedule of automation for back office processes and systems. These will be the things that, some of the things that will not hold us back at Atom, but will probably slow us down slightly in terms of scaling. But we're on a path of automation. So I think it's thinking about from very early days, or what you're doing, what is that path of automation in terms of systems and processes. And then better value. So I was thinking, well, actually better value is just how we think. Constantly challenging ourselves to think, how can we do this better? How can we make it bigger with simplicity, and ensuring that we keep, you know, pace. And next slide, please. And it's about working smarter, not harder, right? So I thought I'd give you an example, a live example, which Atom has actually been named in the press really quite a lot. So not for just don't get played, get paid. No, don't get paid. I don't know. I'm not going to stop for that now. Robbie will tell you what it is. I've just completely lost that. But our 4-day week, right? So I thought actually this is a pretty good example of how we've tried to simplify things. We've tried to make things faster in our business from a people perspective. And we've tried to create better value. So next slide, please. So our 4-day-a-week conversation started in April 21, and it was generally from a conversation with myself and the chief exec. And we were looking inside the business to think, what's going on? We're in the pandemic. The business is performing. We're doing okay. But actually, we want to ensure that we come out the other side of this as a bigger, better, stronger business. We want to be performing. We want to be productive. We want to be efficient, right? And we were hearing about, you know, staying really close to our people, saying, how are you feeling in this? What's going on? And our people were telling us, not great, actually. I'm working longer, harder. I'm sitting at my desk for many, many more hours, but don't feel like I'm really achieving much more. I'm in my kitchen and I'm around my family, but I don't really feel like I'm seeing them very much. I'm always on. I can see lots of nods in the room. So we were kind of pulling this all back to the centre and thinking, well, what can we do about this? What is it that, you know, will meet both of those needs? And throwing a few ideas around in terms of how we could make a difference for the business and for our people. We thought, 4-day week. If the research for 4-day week is actually to be believed, there are I'm sure some of you will have read them, famous studies in Iceland, New Zealand, quite large-scale studies where organisations have embarked on a 4-day week, which has generally been a reduction in hours, but not a reduction in pay. And productivity has increased, and efficiency has increased, and people are happier, and their well-being is good. So we thought, actually, well, this might work for us, right? This might work for us, but do we think we could do it in a fully regulated bank? You know, we've got customer windows. This is absolutely about maintaining and enhancing customer experience. We thought, let's just go away and have a look. So I went to talk to some heads of department, said, if you were to plan your week, your department and what your outputs over 34 hours instead of 37 and a half, what might that look like? If it doesn't affect customer, if there's any detriment to customer, not going to work for us. If there's any detriment to regulation and compliance, not going to work for us. And actually, if it really starts to impact our people in the way that we didn't think, through burnout perhaps, it's not going to work for us. But actually, go away and have a think around what you might do, what answers you might have to the questions that we have around, could we implement a 4-day week? It took us about 6 weeks to get through that process, which for me, I think that's a pretty speedy process considering we're fully regulated, we weren't going to change any of our customer windows, everything had to remain as it was, but we needed to shift an entire workforce to 34 hours instead of 37 and a half. The team came back to me and said, yep, there are some risks here, we think we can mitigate them. There aren't any material risks. So my recommendation to the board and the executive was, I think we can do this. I think we can give it a go. Now, we've got a really good executive team and chief exec in that, open to new ideas, new thinking, and we got the support. So from the 1st of November, we moved our entire business to a 4-day week. We kept it simple in our planning. We wanted to create fast kind of action once we'd announced it to the business. And actually, in terms of better value, I think that has transpired in a number of ways. So our people now, we've asked them to plan their week and their work. So we've asked them to design how their function runs because they have the answers. People have started to kind of self-select out of things, find efficiencies in their jobs. Really question, what value is this bringing? This activity that I do every Monday afternoon, where does this report even go? Who reads it? People have started to ask those questions, find the value in the work that they're doing, and find the things that are going to be valuable to the business. And usually that's interesting to their job, right? So people have found efficiencies in what they do. Our meeting culture changed. I think that, I don't know if any of you experienced this in the pandemic, but I called them meeting creeps. I don't know if anyone in Atom knows that. Meeting creeps, when people were joining online meetings and then you had 40, 50 people and you think, we don't have a meeting room this big back in the office. What happened then? People self-selecting out of things and really thinking about, where do I get information from? Is that really a valuable use of my time? What value is that bringing to the business and my performance? So we designed it and implemented it. It's been one of the most successful things we've done. It's been a fundamental change to our operating model. Our Trustpilot scores and our App Store scores are unflinching, in that our App Store scores are 5. So, it's really driving what we wanted to from customer experience. And guess what? We've got a happy and healthy workforce. They tell us that, and they tell other people on their social media channels as well. And that's the biggest kind of success metric for me when people talk about their business. They're promoting Atom, but it's been very much from just the way we do things around here. So my last couple of slides really are of our team. And when I think about, next slide please. When I think about change processes, building, scaling, we often think of people as part of the process. We'll do this, we'll implement it, we'll design it, and guess what? We'll tell people and we'll communicate. It's my view that people are your process. That is how you will build and scale your organization. They have the answers. If they're inspired by your mission and what you're out there to do, they will work so hard to make it work with you and for you. And that's what we found at Atom. So my last slide is really about finding a place in your organization or building an organization that has a place for every single person. Everyone is going to bring something different. Everyone is going to be feel hugely valued by how you communicate with them and bring them into your organization. And you know what? They're going to have the answers you don't have. They're going to build and scale your business much faster than you or a finance team can, or a people team, or a technology team, or anyone else, any other part of the organization. So my parting message is that I'm a little bit over 29 minutes. I'm a little bit over time, so I'm not sure I've got time for any questions, but thank you very much. I'll be around if anyone wants to ask me anything afterwards.
Anne-Marie, that was brilliant. One of the best keynotes I've heard at a FinTech North event, I think. So I'd implore everybody to catch Anne-Marie at the networking break, which we're running a little bit late for now. But yeah, we're going to be breaking for about half an hour, back through in the same area we were before, and hope to see as full a room as this in about half an hour's time for our showcase. So see you all then soon. Thank you.
those two mics? Yeah. Do you need to know who's got which one? Well, Joe will have the other one.
Yeah.
Joe's introducing me, but I'm asking him a question at the end.
Right.
So
No,
it should be a cycle.
Yeah.
Julian. Oh, they made a shout. Sorry. You just get Brad. Brad. Put this HDMI. Put this HDMI. The screen. Through mine, yeah?
You start to introduce things.
Cool. Right, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. For me, this is always my favourite part of the event, although I don't want to offend any speakers from earlier on because we've had some fantastic contributions so far. This is the showcase. This is the community platform element of our event. This is where anybody can stand up and talk about a fintech business or idea, get feedback, put a call out for collaboration, ask for investment, that kind of thing. So yeah, I think I'm going to ask some of our speakers to join us on stage first, but just a little bit of guidance. You've got about 6 minutes here, and if people could sort of stick to time, that would be fantastic. That 6 minutes also then includes another minute for questions as well. So if you overrun into that 7 minutes, then yeah, you're kind of eating into your own question time. 6 minutes of presentation and a minute for questions, of course. If you overrun, no question for you, I'm afraid. So yeah, we're going to keep this quite quick fire, quite punchy. Julian is going to do his best Chris Sear impression and try and ask a question of all of our speakers. And if anybody in the audience has a question as well, we might be able to squeeze them in as well. So, without further ado, Lucy, for the first time since last night, please take to the stage. If you want to go to the lectern and if you go through your slides with the right button there.
Okay,
thanks very much.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lucy Mounter, Senior Business Development Executive for Intercash. I'm also Director of the UK-based entity. And I'm very pleased and excited to be here today on home soil to present Intercash service offering to you, amongst other great fintechs in the Northeast. So who is Intercash? Intercash is a payment service provider that specialises in prepaid and debit card issuing solutions. We have built and enhanced our own proprietary platform that enables our clients to customise and launch their own tailored card programmes and launch them to market quickly. Intercash was founded back in 2012 by FinTech entrepreneur Patrick Segev. It originally started as a family-run business and has since expanded footprint overseas to various destinations, including right here in Newcastle upon Tyne. We're an international organisation and we have an office based here on the quayside, but we are very pleased to be amongst our issuing partners, or some of our issuing partners that are based here. So that includes our very recent new issuing banking partner, Paynovate, who have the relevant licence out of the UK and EU to provide the bank account connected to our system to safeguard the client money and the customer card account funds. And also our processing partner, Thread, who was formerly known as GPS, are also based here. So we have a very intra-regional presence, as well as a country-based presence throughout the UK, where our scheme network providers are based down south of the UK. We can issue in the following territories, including the UK, EU, Canada, USA, Mexico, Caribbean, and LATAM. So that's where we can issue cards for customers or residents who are based in those jurisdictions. So why does a business need a program manager? To launch payment programs quickly and easily to market with a turnkey solution. So there are a lot of moving parts to make it possible for a business to issue a payment card, create a payment card, and load money onto a payment card, and also enable transactions to run on the Visa and Mastercard or scheme network payment rails. So as you can see here, all of through our technology platform, all of the third parties who we contract with are integrated into our system to make it possible for us to easily onboard our clients and launch them to market with their own card products. So that includes the issuing bank, like I mentioned before, is a regulated entity. They have the direct membership with Mastercard and Visa. So that's the scheme network provider there, so we can enable the transactions to run on their payment rails. Also the processor who updates the ledger and updates the balances between the issuing bank account and the merchant acquiring account. And also the support staff who provide all of the customer services assistance for our clients so that they can manage their customer services. So we created the prepaid gate, which is a very intricate system that is connected in all those third-party providers. This is where you're going to be able to view your accounts, manage your customer services, track transactions, and also the functionalities that are available here can also be integrated into your own back office via API. So if you have your own accountancy platform or internal systems where you don't want to have to log in directly to this interface, you can actually choose what kind of information you want to pull from the system to be able to view it directly in your own proprietary software. So the card portal is another consumer-facing interface that runs in parallel with the back-office admin portal, which was the prepaid gate that you saw before. This card portal is a consumer-facing online banking account where the cardholders or your customers or staff members can view all of their card account information. They can view their transaction history, they can check their balance, get their CVV code, and request their PIN number. So this is a very modernised, up-to-date online banking tool that can be fully customised to our clients' business branding. That's if they don't already have their own platform. If they do have their own platform, such as an e-wallet, a mobile app, they can actually integrate all of this functionality again into their own consumer-facing technology. So what are the solutions that we have available? As just mentioned, we've got white labeling. So rather than building everything from scratch and needing large amounts of investment and resources to build your own technology, you can come to Intercash. We can white label everything for you. That includes the interface. It also includes a mobile app that we have readily available and a customized card design. I did mention before about the consumer banking interface that can be integrated via API. And I'll skip the prepaid gate again because I did mention about how that can be integrated into your own back office as well. But essentially that's a centralized system where all of our third parties are integrated and where you see, track and review all of the payment data. So the card loading mechanism is for the businesses who want to be able to issue money onto cards so their staff or customers can actually take those cards and go around making transactions anywhere on the Visa Mastercard network. The cards themselves do have contactless capability and other things which I'll talk about on the card products page. But the card loading mechanism just gives the businesses the ability to deposit those funds direct from that bank account that is connected to the system. For any kind of purpose that they might need. That could be corporate expenses, it could be payroll, if there's a very large corporate organisation that has lots of staff members globally and it's difficult to try and figure out how you're going to pay everybody. This system works really well in that instance. In parallel or separately to the card loading mechanism, we also have the external balance authorization model. And this is where we can get really innovative with, very modernized financial payment service providers, again, mobile app providers, new modernized neobanks, for example. Rather than loading money onto the cards, the bank account, the pre-fund account that's connected to the system, where the funds are maintained for the card loads, that can actually be used for settling transactions. So rather than having to float a lot more money to make it possible to load all of the funds on the cards for the customers to then go and make the transactions, instead the funds would be retained within an account. So for example, it would need to be a regulated company or customer business, and the funds would be debited for settling transactions. So anytime a transaction comes through, it would first check the Intercash account has funds to settle that transaction, and then another API call would go direct to the client system to check that they have enough funds available in their e-wallet. If both of those steps are approved, then the funds would be debited from the Intercash account to settle the transaction, and then in parallel the client organisation or company or brand would debit their funds from their e-wallet or bank account. So that way the funds are working on a two-pocket system, and it's a much more gives a lot more control to the customers on how the transactions are being made. We do also have a new feature that enables bank transfers to be sent from the card account. So again, that payroll model that I mentioned, if they've received funds onto their cards and they decide they want to send those funds from the card account direct to their bank account, they can do that. Here's an example of some card products. So we have reloadable cards, gift cards. I mentioned the debit card functionality before, virtual cards, and also contactless chips and payment wearables. So they can be very convenient for consumers. I'm running out of time.
Yep.
Okay, so just finally, I'll just stick to this slide. So what are the benefits of working with Intercash or having your own card program? Enhanced customer engagement. So for example, they might just have one API where they can view balance within your own platform. That keeps the customer coming back to your website, where you can have all kinds of features, marketing enabled. Strengthen customer base, giving them a more streamlined payment process builds trust. The more they enjoy using your product, the more likely they are to buy additional services from you. Additional revenue stream, there's various ways that we can either work on revenue shares or help you tailor your own commercials within the system to meet your customer and your product needs. Accelerated user base, so by adding new products you attract more users in the markets to therefore increase the amount of customers that you have, and also entry into the financial market if you don't want to go and get your own Visa membership from scratch because of the lead time it's going to take, and also the license from the FCA. You can work with Intercash. We give you that access to be in the financial market. And I will just leave it there.
Well done, Lucy. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
And no, hang on. I still want to ask you a question. Yeah, you still get a question. You've got a sort of slight sponsor's privileges of a little bit of run-on time there, but you sponsored the drinks last night. So, right. So we had a chat last night about Intercash and how it works, and I sort of digested it as like a FinTech layer that you can put over a bank account, not a replacement for a bank account. But I was wondering, with the white labelling, how deep does the white labelling go? So what does it say on the transactions that come through? So if one of your employees has got an Intercash card and it's white labelled as the company branding, when they pay a supplier invoice, what does it say on the what does it come through as on the bank reconciliation for the supplier?
It depends who the company is banking with. So say, for example, if it's a retailer, like Amazon, for example, that it would say on the transaction statement whatever Amazon has as the transaction name. So it would either say their retail name or the destination where they're based. For example, I think for them it says the Netherlands, SA on those transactions.
All right.
But yeah, so generally it would say what the name of the terminal or the retailer.
But what if it? So let's say I had a FinTech North account, and we get a bill from the common room for coffee, and I pay it on my Intercash card, which is branded FinTech North.
Yes.
Will it show as a payment from FinTech North, or does it show as a payment from Intercash?
It would show on your transaction history as the common room, because that's where you purchased the coffee. So on that.
No, I'm paying a bill. So for them, what do they see?
It would be the bank account, I believe, of where
The underlying bank account,
yes.
not Intercash, or not the white labelled element.
I think it can be white labelled as well. I don't have that direct answer, but I will get back to you.
Sorry, I thought I maybe didn't ask the question too clearly. I thought I was asking. And just one other one quickly is, does it integrate with cloud accounting systems, or does it need to?
It can integrate with accounting systems. So if you want your customers to be able to go into that accounting software and see their card account there, then all of that functionality can be integrated into their own platform. But if that's a front-facing platform, if it's a back-office system, then that's where you would be more likely to integrate the prepaid gate, because you might not want to have to log into multiple systems. You might want to be able to pull all of that card account transaction data into your own back-office interface.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So our next speaker, who we've already heard from with a fantastic question earlier, is Rojin. Yeah, please come up to the stage and tell us all about Polybox Solutions. Big round of applause for Rojin.
Hello. Now is the time that the anxiety kicks in. Okay. Fun fact, a few days ago that I was preparing for this pitch, I was trying to memorize it very hard. And I saw a video on LinkedIn that was saying about power of word, that if you don't know how much power your word has, it can impact something that you don't even know. And I looked at my pitch and I was like, I have no idea what I'm talking about in some of the slides, so I'm just gonna go with it. Most of us are here and representing big corporations, large businesses. And we either came here by train, got an Uber, or bought a coffee. And most of us, we have like something like this at the end of our pocket or like in our bag that we want to claim it from the company. The expense management system is extremely hard for big corporations. You have to spend lots of time add it to an Excel sheet. In some cases, put it in an envelope, take it to the finance team. And then maybe 1 to 3 months later, you will see your money. But it's a bigger problem for the organizations as well. So that's why we are here to take the stress and complexity out of your expense management. Currently, what is happening in the companies, in big corporations, that they have external funding or they have big budgets, people are spending 200 to 1,200 hours per month on expense management. And it's a very annoying thing to do. And also it has errors because human beings are doing it, most of it, and it's a very hard thing to do. It's complex because you're showing your tax return and expense return on that. And also it's very costly, surprisingly. So some companies are spending between 30K up until £2 million on that. That's where we come in. We are Polybox. We are using a fully automated, itemized expense management system for your applications, for your company. We have 97% accuracy, and we are not an accounting application. We integrate with your accounting application, so we sit in the middle. Based on experience that we had before, expense management and budget management most of the time goes under the financial bit, which is not the case really. Project managers deal with expenses. Project managers deal with budgets. So we sit in the middle. And we are using machine learning and AI, a very hot topic these days, but we've been using it before ChatGPT became a thing. And we are using machine learning and AI to make the accuracy to 97%, and we have real-time itemized, real-time itemized based expense management. It means that your data will be knowing what coffee you bought, how many times a week you bought, which places you bought, and you can actually understand exactly what is happening in your projects, in your teams, and in your businesses. And the only important thing that I want to mention here is that we have a real-time budgetary allocation as well. Because the AI embedded to it, it can understand exactly what you're spending money on, and it can tell you, for example, accounting team is spending lots of money in this specific time of the year, but your marketing team is not. So you can take this bit out of that bit. So you don't have to have 3 months, 6 months yearly budget reviews. And you will know exactly what is happening in your budget. How it works is that you upload your expense, either take a picture, upload it, your PDF in any way as a Chrome extension, in any way that you want. You can get a real-time, in detailed budget and expense management. And also we will learn, the AI will learn from your behavior of your company as well and give you insight about your company. Also, you can add open data to it. It means that anything that affects your business can show that how that can affect your expenses, your budgets, etc. And this is a 1.4 trillion opportunity in the UK alone, and that is something that I really want to address, and that is a very expensive manual thing that we're still doing, even though we have great companies, even though we have great credit card companies, because of the tax management and expense management, we still need to keep our expenses, so that's a very, very hard, expensive thing that is happening still. I'm going to select that. So the team. I'm the CEO and co-founder. Nick, my co-founder, sitting there. I'm the techie one, and I have more than 6 years experience working in ERP development companies, and I know the pain that what is happening really in big corporations. And Nick is the one that tells me, make it less techie, please. So Nick is the one that is taking care of our marketing and business, and Patrick just joined our team, which is very interesting because Patrick was the person that we started testing the product with him, and he liked the product so much, so he joined our team. And he had multiple businesses, and he's very excited to see what that leads to. We weren't alone. We were part of Ignite. We've been working with National Innovation Center for Data as a data buddy. We were part of a Royal Academy of Engineering Regional Talent Program. We started from Newcastle University. We've been working with Newcastle University, and we were part of foundership programs as well. And still, we are working with business school. We are raising investment, and we are asking people to join the pilot that we are running right now. We already have few companies that they are testing our product, and so if you are interested to join Polybox or invest, we would love to have a chat with you later on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, well done on the timing. Yeah, you've got the full minute for questions. I've got 2 questions. I guess the first one is just in relation to your last point, which is how much funding are you trying to raise? Just because I know we had some investors here earlier. Yes. What sort of scale are you looking at?
So currently, the funding that we need is for growing the team, because the companies that we are going to work with are extremely large, and we have few in the pipeline that we want to have a conversation with, but we need to equip the team. So we're searching for around like 300K for around 18 months to 24 months for now, and then see what happens later on.
Okay. Thank you. And then the other question was just around, well, you've part answered it there when you said you're trying to work with really big companies.
Yes.
It was about the target market, and then also the are you a potential integration? I'm asking about cloud accounting again, but are you potential integration to cloud accounting? You are not a competitor.
No. So we know they are huge players, and it doesn't make any sense to start something new. That's why having the background on working with ERP and accountancy businesses, we know that how complex that is. So the important bit is that we want to separate the budget management, not becoming a very annoying thing at the end. So we have another bit that you can have the real-time expenses analysis there, but you will have your accountancy, and we can integrate, you can import all the data in detail to your accountancy applications as well.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Exemplary time management, well done. Thank you. Cheers.
Fantastic. What a debut. Right, far from a debut for our next speaker, Sidesh. Do you want to join us up on stage, please? Give us a bit of an update on SportFin, if that's okay. Big round of applause for Sidesh, everyone. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sidesh, and I'm the founder of SportFin. And as the name suggests, we are all about sport. Sport has helped me shape my life. It's helped me become healthy, it's helped me build confidence, it's helped me become more ambitious, it's helped me build this social support structure around me, which has made me think about community, it's made me want to give back to community. And I'm not alone. Just in this country, Community sport organizations and the community sport that they deliver generate over 71 billion a year in health, education, and societal development impacts they generate. However, 2 out of 5 of these organizations are struggling to maintain their financial sustainability, which means that threatens up to 28 billion per year in losses in our social economy. What SportFin does is helps bridge the gap between community sport organizations and sport funders. We help community sport organizations automate what social impact they are generating by simply digitizing their daily sport activities, and give sport funders a real-time feed, bird's eye view of the impact sport services are generating in our societies, which means that sport funders can identify gaps in provision, look at areas of health deprivation where provision is not available and is more needed to get populations healthier, and identify what impact that has in the wider scheme of things, what NHS cost savings that helps generate, what impact does that have in terms of overall productivity in our economies. Our vision, however, is much larger. We want to use this impact analytics system that we've built to power various social financing solutions into the sport industry. One such solution we've just started building is called social impact bonds. The way social impact bonds effectively work, in simple terms, they are outcome-based contract. So you have an outcome payer, who's usually a public sector organization, who wants to fund certain outcomes. So for example, it could be something like reducing the risk of coronary heart disease. You have a service provider who's delivering a service that can help achieve those outcomes. The outcomes should be measurable and quantifiable against some sort of social value. The upfront cost for the service provision is raised from a pool of investors or a single investor, and the investors then get paid outcome-based rewards from the public sector body when those outcomes are achieved. What's the benefit of this? For the service provider side, the focus shifts really towards generating actual social impact, generating social outcomes in our communities. For public spending, it becomes more efficient because they only pay out when social outcomes are achieved. From the investor side, in different scenarios, they might be able to make a profit, so it's a social investment opportunity. What are the current limitations right now? It is very, very complex to define and then measure and then report social outcomes in our communities. Scalability-wise, the kind of organizations that we can currently engage are limited in the kind of work they do and the ways we can measure social impact. So really what we are trying to do is to focus on sport organizations. We have an agreed way of measuring social impact between the public sector, the charitable sector, and the private sector. There is existing models like the social return on investment in sport model, which has evidenced financial proxies against which we can quantify the social value sport generates in our communities. So on SportFin, we are using our automated data collection and reporting mechanisms to try and automate these processes and deliver social impact bonds at scale, and be able to scale it to really small organizations as well. Our current timeline, we're currently conducting a consultation with different service providers, outcome payers such as local authorities, and various social investors who might be interested in supporting social impact through sport. Then we will move on to the development phase from the consultation, and then we'll be testing in our own sandbox environment. What I would really like from this audience, and we'll be looking for, and the clicker's not working anymore. Next slide, if you can move on to the next slide, please. Oh. Clicker's not working. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's why. It's a Wi-Fi connection issue. Sorry about that. So what we are looking for is for local authorities, social investors, regulators, community support organizations to reach out and engage with our consultation, because we really believe that the social impact bond solution can bring more investment into the sports sector, community sports sector, generate social impact in our communities, but also potentially build a scalable template for other social industries such as museums, libraries, beautiful buildings like the one we're standing in right now, where primary school kids can come in and be inspired and be more productive. So yeah, if you'd like to reach out to me, you can contact me on hello.spoofin.io or visit our website and send me a message on the chat box. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sudesh. It's great that you're here in person. Anyone that was here last year will remember that we had Sudesh up on the screen because you were dialing in remotely. Yeah. I was just wondering, from your perspective, you've kind of been entrepreneur on this journey with SportFin for, I don't know for how many, 3 years now.
2.5 years.
Well, for anyone in the room, and I know there are a couple of people here that are right at the start of the journey as a startup, what would be your advice to them as they stand here today, thinking about how they're going to develop something?
Talk to your customers before you build your products. And that just saves a lot of time and money. And I mean, as has been the theme, actually Anna Marie covered, I don't know where she is. Focus on your people. The people are the ones who build your company. That includes yourself, don't forget yourself, but also the others in your team. They are the ones who know how to solve solutions and to be able to trust in them, especially when you're a solo founder, going from that to having a team. Yeah, the people are the lifeblood of your startup, so focus on that.
Brilliant. Thank you. That's really insightful. Thanks, Sudesh.
Thank you, Sudesh. Right, our next speaker is Eric. Have we got Eric in the room? Please make your way to the front, sir. Yeah, another fan favourite of FinTech North returning. So yeah, I'll hand over to you. Have we got your slides? Yes. Yes, I think the clicker's just on there. So yeah, take it away, Eric.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Eric. I'm the founder of Spark EPOS. So Spark EPOS is a smart, intelligent, all-in-one hospitality platform. We offer end-to-end solution for hospitality, for the management, automation, and the data insights. The traditional pain points in this industry associated with outdated technology and high software costs, as well as highly fragmented, and the data doesn't talk one to each other. And also, legacy system also involves in high operational costs, as well as poor user experience. Post-COVID, we've seen challenge across the industry with staff shortage and low efficiency. Our business have a shared vision of cloud, IoT, and we're in progress of introducing AI to our solution. So on the left side, it's our 9 main products involved in with management softwares, payment solutions, CRM, for our hospitality business to manage the daily operations and get the data insights. And on the right side is our robotic solution in IoT solution. We're making the robotics blending to hospitality solutions that help and combat staff shortage, deliver contactless service, and we implemented the first elevator, the room service robot that control the lift in the UK in Maldron Hotel, actually not far from here. And in the future, we are utilizing the auto dispatchment and voice interaction, order processing with the customer experience as well. So that's the future of what we're introducing with Spark AI, including personalization recommendations, marketing automation, sales predictions, as well as inventory management optimization. Here's some sample that we utilize with reinforcement learning and the LSTM model to predict the sales. That's better utilize the business operations, and we can from the predictive results driven back to how much labor it's required and how much inventory that required for that specific business on a certain time. And our very own Spark Pay is omni-channel payments that have the ability to take in e-commerce payments, face-to-face payments, invoice payments. And we have, as I mentioned, we have 9 main products, and adding on the smart hospitality robots last year, and this year we have introduction of the AI into our big family. And the UK hospitality in general, we have over 150,000 restaurants and pubs, and that generally still using legacy system and suffering from staff challenges. And in the global POS market in general, it has a global compound growth rate of 18% each year, and the market size is about $73.7 billion. Our business model is based on one-off income and a recurring income from SaaS fees, support, and our different add-on services and our payment and commissions. Our attraction to date, we have self-invested over £2 million in the project, and we are in the conversation and in collaboration with some of the, internet comes off. The large organization for our deployment in terms of Spark Pay. We've made some tractions, over 10 million business transactions with over 350K transactional data and over 3.3 million face-to-face payments. And our team consists myself, I'm the CEO and the co-founder, and we have Dr. Yang Long from background in computer science in Durham University, and our Chief Product Officer is from our development team based in China, and who was the ex-head of the Michelin Digitalizing in China. And I'm sorry, the format goes wrong a little bit. So we're looking for round investment. We're looking for £1 million for further our AI introduction to the product suite and further development, as well as marketing and sales. So that's me, and thank you very much for listening.
Nice one, Eric. It's always good to hear from you, and we always like the robot angle. Adds a little bit of something extra. People often say about entrepreneurs that you have to stay focused, and when you're talking about the hospitality industry, your product, you could kind of deploy it across multiple sectors. Have you ever been distracted by other opportunities in other sectors, and have you had to make conscious decisions on not what to do as well as what you have been doing?
I think definitely, but I think, although it may, we're essentially a software company, we're still helping hospitality business to, process their sales, do the reservations. It's essentially the management of the platform. The extension of different devices, IoT solution, that's just to adding the mobility to that specific IoT device, but essentially everything within the products behind, it's the same products and same offering, and we focus on making the hospitality from smart hospitality to data-driven intelligence hospitality. Yeah.
Good stuff. Just in terms of the investors, who's your ideal investor that you'd like to talk to?
I think my ideal investor is cross between FinTech investors as well as the investor who have the specific focus on hospitality tech, and they will understand and kind of appreciate kind of our thoughts process and products built behind to helping come back to that kind of pain problem.
Cool. Okay, nice one, Eric. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, Eric. Our next speaker is Laura. Laura, please come to the stage. Yeah, it's brilliant to have Dialect back. Take it away. I think your clicker is just on there. If you just press right to go through your slides. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Laura. I'm the COO at Dialect. And for those of you who don't know Dialect, we are a specialist customer support outsourcer for the fintech and financial services industry. We only focus on supporting clients who work in this space. The reason that we do that is because that is our background. The business is built with expertise based on running programs, working in financial services, but couple that with running really large contact center operations. So we brought all of them skills together, and just 3 years ago, we created Dialect. Now, the problem that we went out to solve is building scalable, agile solutions for customer support. We lived and breathed the problem ourselves in terms of operating on a UK business. We then moved into different territories and had to bring new language skills into the operation. That comes with its own headaches from a resource point of view, from an infrastructure point of view, and just generally a cultural view in terms of how you deliver that service. So Dialect was born, and we built very much a technology-based platform it was built on Amazon Connect, which is part of the AWS infrastructure. And we wanted it to be cloud-based because we started the business, A, in a pandemic, but B, because we wanted that mobility and bringing the expertise of the language skills that we've got in the business as well. Equally, we didn't want a solution that was heavy in terms of, you had to be on premise. We very much wanted that cloud-based option. Amazon Connect brought a lot of opportunities with that. They're continually releasing updates and performance enhancements to the system. And in turn, we can then develop them out and push them out to our clients very, very quickly. I mentioned the language challenge, a huge challenge when it comes to customer support. And being based in the North East, we're actually very fortunate that we have 9 languages already on soil and out of our Gateshead hub. Our team are based primarily in the North East. However, we do obviously have skills and talents based further afield, which we leverage on a day-to-day basis to support our customers, end users or their customers. We're 24/7, 365. We did that in a very rapid and short period of time. I'd say from launching the business with our first client in May 22, I've got to get the dates right, COVID throws everything off. I mean, if it was 21. I'm not quite sure, but we went from 6 months to launching that first client, and in the next 6 months we went to 24/7, 365. So again, scaling the operation was critical to what we were doing, and we had to build that so that we could scale very, very quickly with our clients. We're multi-contact and channel, and every outsourcer BPO will talk about that, but we truly are. We have one single view to all of our customers' information. However, with that, we're very light touch in terms of what we hold for our clients. We don't want to hold all transactional data, so we're very agnostic. We hold the information that's pertinent to servicing a customer's query. First contact resolution is key in enabling that fantastic customer experience. We then leverage the technology that all of our clients have to then look at the transactional information, allows us to do the ID and V checks, understand, KYC elements, limits, and that's how we operate our model working with our clients. So frictionless integration, if you want to integrate further with us, that's absolutely no problem as well, and that can be done. Sorry, there's a little pop-up arrived on my screen there for the Wi-Fi. So as I mentioned, AWS underpins the technology part of our business. It supports our clients, but also our people. People are integral to what we do. Without people in Dialect, we wouldn't have an operation. So the system we built was client features first in terms of fully customizable, scalable. We build hyper-personalized CX solutions, which is, a bit of a term, but it really is what we do. We don't take anything off the shelf. We sit down with our clients, we understand the challenges that they're having, and equally who their end users are. Not everyone wants to speak to a live chat agent. Some might want to pick up a phone, others want to speak by email. So it's really about building a solution that is specific to them. And our solution in Amazon Connect allows us to do so, coupled with our CSaaS platform. And that's where our colleagues are servicing queries day in, day out. One platform, cloud-based, and allows us to resolve their issues with 100% SLA. Again, that's really important from an employee experience perspective. If they've got frictionless tools that they can support our clients with, then they're happier in the role they're doing, and we're solving the problems way quicker. We also have input to that continuous improvements and enhancing the platform when it comes to ChatGPT. We've worked with the likes of Northumbria University to pull a project together on that. So we're always looking at the next steps, and it's because of the platform and the technology that we have that underpins Dialect, we can do that. I just wanted to talk a bit about our team, and as I say, based in the North East, but we have 9 languages that we're currently supporting customer queries in, be that first line cardholder queries, technical support from a back office point of view, or doing back office tasks as well. So I just want to showcase how proud we are being in the North East and all of the different countries that our team originated from, and bring so much culture to our business as well. And then our clients, we're servicing our clients' customers from a variety of different countries. And again, very proud of this as a fairly new organisation. We've got the UK, the majority of Europe, Middle East, US and Singapore. Technology, as I've talked about, is fundamental to what we do, and we're very proud of some of the solutions that we've developed out over the course of the last few months, but particularly Multilect. To give it a quick overview of what it is, it supports 75 different languages in live chat at the click of a button. And again, all of that's done out of the North East. So, bit of a whistle-stop tour of who Dialect are and what we offer. It's outsourced customer support, but very much leveraged and focused on supporting fintechs and financial services to deliver the best customer experience that they possibly can. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
No problem.
It's really evolved, hasn't it? I remember talking to Neil in the early days. I was just wondering what you've seen in terms of your clients over the last year, because we've sort of read a lot about budgets being a bit tighter. You were talking about personalisation, hyper-personalisation. Has there been a slowdown in investment in some of those services, or is that demand kind of continuing to build?
I think it's continued, because as businesses are looking internally, it's how can they reduce costs, and outsourcers like ourselves fill that gap. We bring not only the ability to offer 24/7 support very cost effectively, but we also bring that knowledge and expertise that they can come to us with as well. So for us, we're seeing real traction in terms of the conversations we're having, not just UK and Europe, but across the globe in terms of the clients that we're speaking to.
Okay, cool. Great to hear it. Okay, well done. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so Paddy, please can you make your way to the stage, sir? Yeah, it's great to have you back as well. And obviously you've been exhibiting in the exhibition space too, so hopefully plenty of people have had a chance to chat to you. Yeah, clickers on stage, so yeah, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you first to Joe, Julia and everyone at FinTech North and at Whitecap for the opportunity. I love coming to these events because the people in front of me are all problem solvers. They're people who've seen issues, they've seen gaps in the market, and they've acted really quickly to address those gaps. So I'm going to take advantage of that and set you a problem. After I get to the right slide. One more. There we go. Fraud. So you're all aware of it, it's in the news all the time, it's a problem that's not going away. Quick question. When was the first recorded fraud? Anyone got any ideas? It's a little while ago. Right? 300 BC. That's how long ago this problem's been. If we haven't solved it in that time, we're not going to solve it. It's not going away. It is a risk that we will manage. First recorded fraud was in ancient Greece. That as a civilization, very advanced. They looked at different things. They were traveling all over the world. They were trading with people. And someone had the genius idea to create maritime insurance. It was called bottomry at the time. All right? So they were aware there could be rough seas. They could lose their cargo. So they created an insurance product. And humans being humans, someone around the same time went, I think I'm going to invent maritime insurance fraud. Because I'll just park my boat in the next cove and I'll tell them that it's crashed and then I'll sell the product and I'll claim the insurance at the same time. That man was called Hegestratus. His crew caught him, they chased him around the boat and he fell off the side and drowned. Time's moved on though, and all of the technological benefits that we've had, the things that helped us get through COVID, the interaction that makes us not single cities or countries, but a global infrastructure, also mean that bad people can do bad things from across the world and reach into our lives. So that is what has expanded the whole scale of this problem. The last sort of figures that have been put out, and what you'll see in the media is 40% of all recorded crime, 1 million reports from action fraud. Police and Crime Survey in England and Wales says, no, that's a low number, it's closer to 5 million. Well, any one of you can open your phone in here. I guarantee if it's not in your normal emails, it'll be in your spam folder. You will have competitions you've won. You will have phishing emails in there. We're at 100% saturation. everybody is being targeted. Whether you suffer a financial loss is another matter. So how do we manage the risk? It's something that's not going to go away. Anyone who was here last year will have seen this slide, and I use it all the time. That middle explanation comes from Stanley McChrystal, who was the JSOC commander during the Afghan and Iraq wars, and risk equals vulnerability and threat. If we're going to manage risk, we can either do it by reducing the vulnerability, or we can do it by reducing the threat. Today I'm going to talk about that top element there, where we in the police talk about it as protect and prepare, but realistically it's how we tackle vulnerability. So protect is the narratives that we tell, it's about the engagement and the education of people so they can better manage it. But prepare is the processes and procedures, it's the systems that we build, it's the things that we adopt. And that is why we come to you. It's why we're here to support you. It's why we've been in the foyer trying to talk to all of you, because that's what FinTech does. That's the ecosystem from the strategy. When I saw the attendee list for today's event, there are so many more new companies that don't feature within that. That's 12 months old, if that, 9 months old. It shows the growth of the system in the Northeast. Now, what each and every one of your companies does is it provides a service that reduces risk. Yes, there might be things that are designed for better efficiency, better connectivity to target specific problems. But actually what you're doing in every circumstance is you're creating a more robust system. You're able to reduce the opportunities that criminals will have to take advantage of people, to target them. And that's why we're so impressed with what you do, and it's why we want to help you in any way we can. But what we need to do is we need to do it consistently. We're stronger together, and that's why we need to create ecosystems. We've talked about FinPact today, and create that collaborative approach to tackling this. And what the purpose of today was, I've got 60 seconds to whiz through this. This is a learning triangle. I don't know if people have seen it before, but it's about your retention rates when you learn new information. We use this all the time when we're doing engagements. So at the top end is where we would put information out through, say, social media or anything like that. It's great for scale because we can reach loads of people, but actually the learning outcome of that is pretty low. What we want to get down to is the bottom end, where we're talking about the active learning, discussion groups, practice by doing, and teaching others. And teaching others really is what we want to ask is, how do you embed that understanding that you are tackling risk in your organisations, and how do you keep that narrative running? The best example of this is Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, Alcoholics Anonymous is a global brand. They have a 12-step program, and you go into any one of their meetings and they'll say, if you complete steps 1 to 11, but you don't complete 12, you are still at a higher level of risk of relapsing into your addiction than you are if you complete that full 12 steps. Well, step 12 is helping another alcoholic. Now, if we are all victims of fraud because we are all being targeted all of the time, that is the narrative that we want to help you propensate throughout your businesses, whether that be to your staff in how you look after their financial well-being, or whether it be to your customer base about the market value that you add both to the product that you're providing, but also the security that that gives to that individual and the trust they can have in you as entrepreneurs. And that is 13 seconds short. So that's the contact details. Hopefully we've talked to lots of you at in the foyer, but if you have any questions or you want to have a conversation externally, please give us a shout.
Thanks, Paddy. I mean, it's such a, as you said at the start, it's a problem we can't solve. Every time I hear people talk about it, they always talk about the people being the problem, rather than systems. What's your sort of view of the balance of people and systems in terms of how well we're managing to try and address fraud?
I am very much on, it sounds terrible because I don't want to blame victims, and that's not what it's about. But you talk to engineers and you talk to people who build the systems, And systems can be so robust, but they're only as good as the people who are using them and that are following the guidelines and things like that. A lot of this is just embedding that understanding of risk and the steps that people can take and getting people to understand it at a lower level. We see it a lot, you know, whenever we talk to people about different demographics, there's this traditional view of, oh, older people don't know about technology, so they fall victim to it because of that. Well, we do get older people who fall victim to it because they don't have the technological knowledge. But as a generation, they're also a little bit more skeptical. So sometimes they're harder to manipulate and things. What we tend to see in high volume fraud, something like online shopping, is 18 to 24-year-olds being the huge sort of front runner in the victims there. And it's because they just have an inherent trust of the platform. They've grown up with it. They are so comfortable with the digital environment that it's put in front of them, they just trust it. So I would always lean on the human being the final stumbling block. And if we can start to address that, that's going to be a massive step.
Okay, right. Thanks, Paddy.
Thank you.
Alex, over to you. Please come and tell us more about Live More Offline. I think your clicker is just on the pavilion. Would you like to use this? Yeah, of course.
Hello. So, what we're going to be talking about here is hybrid work. Did you know FinTech is one of the greatest adopters of hybrid work? So let me start by asking you a few questions. Over the last couple of months, please could you put your hand up if you have experienced video call exhaustion? So putting your hand up. Okay, I think we see a few here. How about your productivity being impacted by email, chat, digital distractions, getting in the way of you actually getting the things done that you wanted to do? Yes, okay, I think we've got about 60% there. And how about blurred boundaries as working days lengthen and you're picking up that phone in the evening when you know you want to be switching off? So we've got a few here. Okay, very good. And finally, how many of you over the last couple of months have noticed a sense of loneliness or isolation in your work when working in a hybrid fashion? So putting your hands up if you've noticed that as well. Yes. So what unites all of these things is the human impact of digital work. And for many individuals, hybrid work is not working. For many managers, they're feeling unsure about how to lead effective digital teams. And for many businesses, their ways of working are impacting the metrics that matter the most: well-being, productivity, retention, and inclusion. Digital habits matter. Because if we feel a sense of being connected and we're outside of hours, then burnout increases. If we don't create smart ways of working, then our ways of working create themselves. How many minutes a week do you think that you lose to ineffective or unnecessary video calls? I can see a few faces in the audience here. It's a scary number, isn't it? And then when we don't feel that sense of human connection in digital work, it can lead to loss of talent and it can impact our culture. And also, when we look at who tends to favour working remotely, actually it's the typically underrepresented demographics. So if we've got more women, more people who are neurodiverse working digitally, are our cultures actually enabling inclusion, or are they putting barriers in the way of inclusion? Things like measuring someone's performance based on a green light on Teams. So the challenge that leaders have is that it is hard to know what their people are experiencing in digital work when separated by a laptop. And that is why, after 4 years of doing consulting in this space, Live More Offline are excited to launch our digital culture diagnostic. What we do is send a survey out within an organisation, and this looks at the well-being, performance and human connection aspects of a workplace culture. As we've heard already today, our people are our most precious resource. So this maps it into a workplace digital culture assessment. How are people experiencing your culture across these 8 aspects? But more importantly, how does that link to KPIs like burnout, productivity, and retention? The type of insights that you get are like this. We show you how many people feel a pressure to be connected outside of hours, but more importantly, who is feeling that pressure? Does it vary by gender, by age, by how long you've been at the company? And why does it matter? For those who feel that pressure, are they more likely to be burnt out? Are they more likely to leave? And then asking where that pressure comes from enables workplaces to make targeted changes in the areas that will actually make a difference. And if you want to know in your organisation what the cost of video call practices are, we ask that question, the number of minutes that you lose to ineffective or unnecessary video calls, and then we match that to employer salary data and we give you back a number, the cost of your video call practices in your organisation. Addressing things like this with smart digital ways of working can buy you back time, which is why we've worked with companies who are using these smarter ways of working as ways of moving to shorter working weeks. But it doesn't stop there. An individual, when they've taken the survey, can get passed to an individualised learning environment with micro-courses based on their particular areas of need. Now, diagnostic and e-learning are not enough to change a culture, so this also combines with our 4 years of working with large organisations, delivering leadership training, early careers training, and talks within organisations to help you to improve those metrics through the power of digital habits. So my challenge to you is that as our people really are our power, and as employers, we have a responsibility to be able to create a really positive working environment that can make a difference to people's lives as hybrid becomes the new normal. So what we are looking for is connections with workplaces who want to create that healthy and smart digital and hybrid culture. We're also looking for investment to further our growth. And if there are any forward-thinking workplaces who want to partner with us and actually shape some of the next direction of our development, then we'd love to speak to you too. So there's a QR code to my LinkedIn. Scan if you'd like to talk, but also if you just want to receive odd updates about all things digital wellbeing. Thank you.
Oh, we often say to people to come with a clear ask. So you want clients and money, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
You're offering.
Yeah. No, I guess probably we're all listening to your presentation, thinking, as well as the show of hands, a lot of the stats there, people putting pressure on themselves, and how receptive are you finding organisations are to sort of investing in giving your solution to their teams to help?
Yeah, I think very receptive. So before the pandemic, digital wellbeing was seen as a bit of a niche. We'd be talking about digital detox, switching off. The biggest barrier I get from organisations is if they say to me, but actually we're looking at the moment on boosting productivity, and so therefore I'm not sure we want to bring you in to talk about allowing people to switch off in the evenings. And so that's when I go on the education journey around actually how much time we lose to multitasking, to ineffective video calls, and so on. So actually, some of it is that education piece around how digital habits really link into our KPIs so strongly. That's the only time kind of that I really receive pushback. But when clients are on board and they actually can see the strategic value, then actually quantifying it and kind of making change in this area, they're very, very receptive to.
Okay. 2 other quick questions, both about money. Can you give a bit of an idea about what it costs for organisations to work with you?
To run, absolutely, the diagnostics. So we are in our early adopters. So we're actually running discounted pricing during 2023. It scales based on the number of individuals within your organisation and starts at around £3,600. Yeah,
right, thank
for
you.
The diagnostic. Yeah.
And the investment you're trying to raise as well, how much investment are you looking for?
£350,000, okay. For hiring additional roles to help us to scale.
Okay, bro. Thanks, Alex. Good luck.
to another FinTech North debut. Martin, please join us and tell us all about Stagstrat, please. Thank you. Right, move on.
Did you know that 90% of the new traders entering financial markets loses 90% of their initial capital within the first 90 days? Just like that. These are not just some imaginary numbers or statistics on the spreadsheets. These are people's savings, hopes, and dreams. And one bad trade can wipe them all out. Why? Why are you asking me, why do you think that this is happening? Why newcomers in the financial market lose that amount? Is it just bad luck? Financial market changes are like changes of a season. We have to prepare for all of them. And new traders struggle to generate consistent profits in the financial markets. They tend to thrive only when the markets are booming, doing well. And they need help to capitalize on falling markets or when they experience the market changes. So why is this really happening? So simply, insufficient alpha or trading generation. So no lack of trading edge. Utilization of non-rigorously validated strategies and not having enough quantity of strategies to back up when one relapses its life cycle. Hi, I'm Martin, and I'm introducing Stagstrat. We think that this is not fair, and we're here to do something about it. Stag is here to shield the newcomers in the financial markets from extensive losses. And Stag is a developer of proprietary algorithmic trading strategies that enable new traders to make an informed decision and capitalize on the market opportunities. We prototype, develop, and rigorously validate strategies, providing turnkey trading vehicles ready to be deployed. So I'm a founder and a CEO with a passion for the algorithmic trading. And since a young age, I have spent countless hours on a computer trying to figure out the stock market. However, this approach is not only time-consuming, but also counterproductive and counterintuitive in many cases. I was able to put together a great team of the experts in various fields, where Mike is a software engineer with a focus on strategy validation and automation. Joseph is our cybersecurity engineer with focus on implementation. And Lucas is the head of our product as a product owner. So just in a fly through this. So the benefits of algorithmic execution is obviously automated trading, execute trades swiftly, efficiently, eliminating emotions. Real-time data is like our quantitative models, spot trends and opportunities faster, gaining competitive advantage. And by minimizing transaction with precise execution and reduce slippage. Most important 2 points I would like to point out are that the diverse portfolios, meaning algorithmic execution allows you to benefit from ability to trade multiple markets simultaneously, which it's harder to do without that. And then most important, personalized strategies that provide tailored algorithm that suits with your personality, your risk appetite, and so on and so forth. So let's talk a little bit about the journey. So in 2021, we started with ideation and developing a trading framework, and we launched our first strategies actually last month. So this is, now we are fortifying and building a track record. And by 2024, so we would like to engage with our B2C customer base while achieving smooth company operations and automate the framework to the entirety. So from the B2C perspective, it was like we want to do the challenge of the first 1,000 traders to pass the 1990 rule. So basically help those people entering financial markets not to lose the amount within the first 90 days. And then obviously becoming a leader in, I would say specifically in low frequency trading with the best profit to drawdown ratio in UK. And yeah, so this is just the flagship of our strategy that is running now live. Estimation of the outperformance on the market can be 2 to 4 times conservatively, and this is just the 10 years estimation for how it could look like in the future. So our services are strategy validation. We provide on-demand AI-driven low-frequency strategy development, validation, optimized risk management, reduce risk of overfitting, and strategy leasing. Yeah, if you like to have a convo about the algo, FinTech stuff, or follow us as well on the scan QR code. Thank you.
Nice one, Martin. Thanks. Great overview. We're obviously chatting quite a bit, and you were showing me all sorts of screenshots last night, and I know how deep your passion runs about this this topic. I was just wondering, you've got a B2C and a B2B proposition. How accessible is the B2C proposition? What sort of level does someone need to be investing to make this a useful tool for them?
So you mean the amount? Oh, so we started developing on the micro futures, meaning anyone between, I would say, from 5 to, starting with the 5 to 10K, they can lease our strategies through the market. Okay. And for the B2B, I just like to add that, I didn't mention that, but within a year, we would like to partner up with some other hedge fund to have external validation to the, so we actually know that, you know, somebody else agrees with certain things.
Okay. One other question. What's the sort of regulatory position of a business like this? Do you need to be regulated?
So, when it comes to strategy leasing as itself, we are using a regulated third party, so the customer can reach that. It's like a Uber Eats for strategies. You can go in and access it. But as we grow, I believe that this would be the right path to get into the proper, like as we grow. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yes.
Right, our next speaker, no stranger to a FinTech North audience, Dhanraj Kumar. Please take the clicker. Do you want a handheld or do you want to attempt it?
Thank you very much, Jay. Good. Oh, it's good to be speaking at a FinTech North event again. It's been a while since I've actually done one. But yeah, so 11 years ago, I had this vision to create a peer-to-peer lending platform that would connect businesses and investors online, digitally, efficiently, and make it really seamless and kind of give everybody extra value when they were investing their finances. Actually, that journey has been a really eventful one. The peer-to-peer lending industry has been through a bit of a bumpy ride with getting regulation, but I think there's going to be quite a good renaissance in peer-to-peer lending with the regulatory framework that now exists. And I'm going to describe a bit about that. My objective today is to get you excited and interested in peer-to-peer lending again. So what is peer-to-peer lending? Let me just start from the beginning. It very much is about connecting two people online to facilitate a loan transaction. You don't need to do this through a bank necessarily, because we can do the credit assessment for you. We present a number of different options in a compliant way to make it easy for investors to pick and choose companies that they want to lend to, or they can configure an investment mandate and set it going, and it will work in the background, investing their money on different opportunities. And for the businesses, this is great because they get access to funding that they wouldn't otherwise get access to. There's a lot of subsidized funding at the moment. The government is kind of guaranteeing a lot of loans, partly because it's difficult for banks and traditional institutions to assess the creditworthiness of a lot of businesses post-COVID as they recover. It's difficult sometimes to understand which businesses are going to recover better or more quickly than others. And we think we've got a quite mature credit assessment process now to be able to identify that quite well on behalf of our community. So our journey's kind of quite a long one for a fintech, you know, to be trading, going for 11 years. There's not many people that started that long ago in peer-to-peer lending that are still kind of operating a similar model. We've innovated quite a few products in that time. So we've had the Director's Loan ISA that's allowed people to lend into their own business and benefit from tax-free interest income out of you know, the interest payments from the company. We've also introduced something called the buyback guarantee, so that lenders, when they sell their loans on the secondary market, they can tick a box to provide a layer of protection, so that anybody who buys that microloan, if it then defaults, the seller has the obligation to buy it back off the person they sold it to. So this is quite good for vendors to provide like a second tier of protection for people that really want a healthy portfolio. They don't want to hold any loans in the default process. They can use this option. And it works really well. A lot of the experienced lenders on the platform use it and are able to get better premiums from it. A year ago, we started having quite a few relationships with different councils. So Leeds City Council is a lender on our platform. Basildon Council is also a partner of ours. And we're looking to expand that and build out the network by adding more partners, but also by partnering up with other banks and other lending organizations. So the regulator has positioned peer-to-peer lending as being a high-risk investment product. It's and there's, with good reason, there's been quite a few platforms that have struggled. There's people can find it difficult to manage the platform risks. There's been a few failures in the peer-to-peer lending sector, unfortunately. But the best managed platforms have pulled through. And in the lifetime of using our platform, the net return that our investors have had has been over 5.5% per annum. So actually better than the industry average. And we're quite keen to partner with firms who, like other fintechs or banks that have to position themselves as a low risk product. I think there's quite a lot of product development and ideation that takes place in highly regulated firms where they end up shelving or binning good ideas because, well, it's just outside of their risk appetite. It's out of their periphery of their risk tolerance. But I think that by partnering with a firm that is positioned to be able to tolerate those higher risks, there's potentially good collaborations that can come from that. So there's quite a lot of kind of growth objectives that we have in the business at the moment. Building the lender base, building the base of borrowers, always looking for new businesses that are looking to apply for funding. We've got Andrew Walker, who's here, been with us today. He's helps to assess the credit risk of the businesses. And we're also looking to work with more institutions to support the funding of the different deals through the platform. The team's growing pretty well, and we definitely feel that we've got good capacity to be able to grow the volume of what we're doing. We are a pretty lean team. You know, everybody is able to work from home remotely, but we do get together at Nexus in Leeds when we need to. We've been leveraging technology pretty much since day one because we're very tech-led as a business. So we've got a lot of integrations with other fintechs, been an early adopter of open banking. So we really embraced innovations where they've given us a bit of an edge, a bit of an opportunity, given our customers a bit of better service. But you know, we're not too quick to implement different technologies for the sake of it. And over the years, we've definitely learned a lot about building that reputation, building the trust, and having a 10 years credible history is actually a really good achievement, a fantastic milestone for any fintech that's trying to scale and grow. Definitely keeping a good eye on the future, on opportunities that are coming forward. Some of what we're looking to do is just kind of broaden the reach of it. So if you haven't yet had the chance to engage with peer-to-peer lending, I'd encourage you to register. It's rebuildingsociety.com is the platform. Everybody in the north needs to do their bit to make sure their finances don't transact through London or Canary Wharf. So a peer-to-peer platform is a good way to mitigate that from happening. So I'd encourage you to see how you can do your bit for the north by making sure your money stays in the north. Or just is disintermediated in an efficient way. Good, that's pretty much it from me. Thanks very much. It's great to take the stage again at a FinTech North event. Thank you.
Nice one, Dan. As you say, since 2012, you've been running this business. You were like one of the first FinTech startups, really, that I came across, I think. In that time, you've been really resilient. You've been through all sorts of changes. You've sort of mapped them all out there. You also, you were talking about writing a book about the value of remote working and virtual teams about 3 years before COVID.
Yeah.
You've always had that sort of visionary angle there, and your team has stayed really loyal to you through that time. You've got so many of the people that were there at the beginning. What I sort of want to ask you what I asked Sadesh earlier, which is, apart from the tips you just put on the slide there, which were kind of tips of what you're doing, what would you say to someone at the start of their journey as an entrepreneur today?
You should have written that book 3 years before COVID. It sold really well, wouldn't it? Yeah. No, it's a great journey, right? It's a fantastic, to pursue a passion, a dream, and a vision for delivering a better service or solving a problem. You know, being passionate about solving a problem in the market is a bold and a courageous thing to do. And I'd absolutely jump at it. Definitely, it helps to focus on understanding your customer and falling in love with the problem that you're solving, not the solution. I think is an important piece of advice. I think there's a lot of fintechs that are more of a vitamin in making things better, like to use one of Jay's expressions, than a painkiller, which is what people need, what people are looking for. Yeah, that's some of the advice. I think there's a lot of validation to do as well to kind of prove the efficacy of innovations. But also, like, as things change, like the regulation that's come in has been quite challenging. Like, I would have talked about a business that is listed on our platform, but that's now seen as a direct offer of financial promotion, so I can't say too much specifically about it. You know, other than they're looking to raise 180,000, it's 40,000.
Tread carefully.
Funded. Yeah, no, exactly. I'm not allowed to offer incentives. So previously at events, I would have said, oh, we give you this promotion code, go on, register. So all incentives have been banned. I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity because they can be used effectively and not necessarily. The regulator wanted to stop the FOMO, and I understand that. Aiming to protect vulnerable customers, but I think they've been a bit, hopefully there'll be a review of that at some point in the future.
Cool. Well, I just say, I watching you as an entrepreneur, and you're seeing all the things that have been put in your way, it's probably convinced me that I'm not an entrepreneur, because the way you've faced up against challenges, I've always felt that was admirable. So nice one, Dan, and I hope things go well for you. Continue to go well for you. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the showcase. Before I get Joe to come and close out the conference, someone who's been really sort of missed today is Karen Elliott, formerly of Newcastle University and before that of Durham University, who's now at University of Birmingham and is involved in a really significant national development. So, were you waving at me? I know. That's all right. Yeah, I'm just introducing it. Yeah. It's all right. We had a contingency, which was if the video doesn't work, I'll say a few words about what Karen's doing. Don't worry. I'm not gonna do it. Right. So we've got a video from Karen, who can't be with us, but would have loved to have been, and she's going to tell us about the UK FinPlus network, which was mentioned at least once today earlier. I think twice actually. I think Ez mentioned it, and then it was mentioned on the panel as well. So you can play the video now, guys.
Hey, I'm actually down in Birmingham, but what I want to talk to you about is an exciting opportunity called UK Fin Network. I'm just going to give you a quick overview. In essence, we have money to give out to you to work with academics of your choice from across the UK to work on R&D projects, and there's different type of projects that I'll get into. So UK Fin is a UK Financial Network Plus, and Plus means that we've actually got these funds to give out. So we've got an artist, as you can see here, to look at what the challenges are, and I term these as wicked problems, as you can see off this graphic. So a wicked problem is not wicked, as my young son said when I was studying years ago. Rather, they're wicked in terms of there are no solutions. It's really just learning how to manage and address the issues as they come up through collaboration, which is what we're seeing now. As you know, in industry, when we want to tackle really difficult, wicked problems, we need to come together to have more brains to throw at it. So there's a lot going on this graphic, but I'm going to talk to you. In the middle, we've got the commissioning framework there made up of the different actual funding streams. I'm going to talk to you about those and then some of the themes that are also listed here as we go through. So first, quick overview of the team. So Professor Ad van Moorsel and myself, as you can see here, are both at the University of Birmingham, along with Helen Orpen, who's a project officer, and Sheena Robertson, who's the project manager. So if you want to get in touch with us, we are the lead university who oversee this. We've got Professor Will Nottenberg from Imperial, Maggie Chen from Cardiff, and Professor John Vines, who used to be at Newcastle but is now at the University of Edinburgh. So we've got an eclectic mix across disciplines in financial services to help you as well. So what is it? The goals of this is to tackle wicked problems, to grow a network so that we actually got a place to go, which is across the regions and works between bringing that energy and synergy between academic knowledge and industrial knowledge and getting the best of both. This also links, which you'll probably talk to today, about CFIT. So CFIT sort of working with us as an overarching partner and coalition to see how we can help you fund and bridge these gaps and look at stakeholders, consumers, and regulators. So for instance, the Bank of England and the FCA are working as part of this network. So if you want to run ideas past them as part of the R&D project, we've got that to call on as a resource. So just briefly, what is a wicked problem? As I say, I used it in my PhD at Durham to look about how do you tackle real difficult problems that don't seem to have a resolution. This came out of town planning. In short, dealing with lots of different stakeholders with lots of different vested interests and asks that we had to deal with. So we have that now in financial services. We've got to deal with the regulators, we've got to be compliant, we've got to look at what the government wants us to do, we've got to actually speak to our stakeholders, our consumers, give back to society. In essence, it's wicked, but together we can start to manage them and go through them. So some of the example funding areas, like I say, that was from the graphic at the start, we want to look at how do you develop more secure ways of maintaining people's privacy and, more importantly, money. What does trust look like? How do you build that for your organization, whether you're a startup, a scale-up, or a more established organization, to retain your customers? Quantum finance is a new area, so Will Nottenberg from Imperial is an expert in that area. DeFi, or decentralized finance, still a bit of a wild west, but it might be that you look and take some examples from how they've used blockchain technologies, for instance, to improve what you're doing. Financial inclusion is kind of my champion area, trying to see that while we're running towards a cashless society, we also take everybody in society with us. And this is where CFIT have been working around open banking and finance as their first coalition, because this can seek to how do we actually broaden technology out and create financial resilience at the same time. Again, these are just examples. You might want to work on a different topic, but it has to be in the remit of financial services in the UK. So the funding structure, we have pilot, agile, feasibility and impact, and education projects. So what do they mean? Pilot and agile, pretty straightforward. You're looking to see what you're going to do. Are you developing an MVP? So minimum viable product, that's the idea. So these funding come in around between 5 and 10,000. The feasibility then takes it out and looks at the feasibility of the project. The impact is the largest amount of money, up to £100,000, to work over a longer period of time to actually make a physical impact and a societal impact in what you do in your organisation, but also give back to society. And the education one means that you as an organisation can identify where you'd like further education, working with an academic, maybe taking part in some of our existing programs, etc., or even funding external trainers to do that, or take a course within any organisation or institution in academia across the UK. So you can apply for that education. And what we'll be doing as part of the programme, which runs to 2027, is we'll be running a series of co-design workshops. This includes facilitating you understanding ethics by design, run by John Vine, and also corporate digital responsibility, run by myself, to give advice on how to be more ethical, how we look at the responsibility of what we're doing around data and digital across society, the economy, and also the environment, so good old ESG and SDG. We'll also have the funding calls periodically. We've put details on our website now, and we'll be actually doing the first round in September because it's summer, people are away. We'll have annual networking events and link to FinTech North and CFIT to see how we can provide a collaborative approach to that. We'll also be producing a toolkit in the end, gathering all the evidence of what we're doing over the next 5 years, and then also asking you to help us to define what the research strategy should look like, because what it looks like now will differ over the next few years going forward. All details are on our website. So we've got it here. If you go on our website and join the mailing list, you will get access to all the calls as they come up. If you're unsure about the funding and the details on the forms that you have to fill out to be compliant with the EPSRC, then Sheena or Helen will hold Zoom clinics with you to actually discuss what the requirements are and what you need to be compliant. You can contact us here. You can follow us and tweet us whenever you need to. So thanks very much for your attention. Again, sorry I couldn't be there. I'll see you next time. Thanks very much for listening.
Well, as the sun was streaming through the windows behind me, it's come to the time to sort of bring everything to a close here. Thanks so much to everybody who's stuck around. Some fantastic pitches there. We're about to break off for some drinks to say thank you to everybody for spending your time and your attention with us today. I want to say a huge thanks to Brad and his AV team, to Courtney as well for managing the sound today, to everybody at the Common Room for all their support, obviously to all of our fantastic sponsors, Atom Bank, Kani, Invest Newcastle, Invest North East England, Intercash for last night as well, sponsoring the pre-conference get-together, and finally to all of you guys for being such great supporters of our community. So looking forward to having a drink and catching up later on. Thank you so much for coming. See you soon.
I'll go and swap it. In fact, I can just do it on my phone. I can just do it randomly. Maybe if you get like one shot down there, like eye line, and then get one shot up here with it like in front of us. Let me just go to the link.
Are you wanting it just to sort of say this is part of the offer?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's just to show what we do anyway.
One thing I haven't got is you
having the, so I'll get a shot of that, about having the perspective of the cameras. No, I meant the perspective of the speaker. So, well, that it, as well, that one's when we use